Good morning, everyone. I'm Alexis Christoforous.
And I'm Brian Sozzi, and this is the first trade for Wednesday, January 8th. You've been watching former Nissan chief Carlos Ghosn speaking in Beirut. We'll continue to stream that on our site, our Twitter page, and on YouTube. And we'll have much more on this situation later on in the show.
Striking back, Iran fires missiles at bases housing U.S. troops in Iraq, and the markets respond with a big dip and now recovery. We have everything you need to know on this fast-developing story.
Searching for a cause, Boeing stock slides in the pre-market after a 737 jet crashes in Iran, killing everyone on board. We'll have the latest.
And making his case, Carlos Ghosn makes his first public appearance since that daring escape from Japan. Why he calls the accusations against him a travesty and says he has the truth on his side.
Let's get a look at the futures here ahead of the opening bell. We were down about 400 points on the Dow last night once news of that Iran strike hit, but we have seen a big reversal since on the view things won't escalate further.
All right, let's see what is moving the markets in today's Morning Buzz.
Stock futures have pared their losses after Iran fired nearly 24 missiles at 2 U.S. air bases in Iraq. Emily McCormick is live in the newsroom with the latest. Emily?
Well, markets mostly shrugging off the latest developments in U.S.-Iran tensions as we head towards that opening bell. Here's what happened during the overnight session. So Iran fired more than a dozen missiles at least 2 U.S. Iraqi air bases last night, that around 5:30 p.m. ET. This was an apparent retaliatory move after a U.S. airstrike killed top Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani late last week. Washington and Tehran have both confirmed that these missile strikes did originate from Iran as the source. One of the bases hit was in western Iraq at a location Trump had visited back in 2018. The other was in northern Iraq. No casualties have been reported so far, although the Department of Defense did say in a statement it is still working on assessing those initial battle damages. These attacks also did not target oil infrastructure. The DoD had said that these bases were on high alert over the past couple of days in anticipation of some form of Iranian retaliation. As we can see, heading into the opening bell, market response to these attacks was immediate but short-lived. S&P 500 futures recovering from declines of as much as 1.6% at the lows of the overnight session. Brent crude oil prices jumping above $71 a barrel have since completely reversed, now trading lower by about 1.16%. We also see that same reversal happening in West Texas Intermediate. Gold prices also failing to hold gains to as high as more than $1,600 per ounce after reaching that level for the first time in about 7 years during this session. So market participants really shrugging off some of these tensions, seen not as bad as potentially feared. Brian and Alexis.
All right, Emily McCormick in the newsroom, thank you. And now to today's big story. Both the White House and Iran seem to be stepping back from the brink this morning, with President Trump tweeting that, quote, all is well. He plans to address the nation later this morning, and we'll bring that to you live on yahoofinance.com. Iran's foreign minister insists the country does not, quote, seek escalation or war, but will defend itself. Retired Army Brigadier General Anthony Tata is the former deputy commanding general of the Joint Task Force in Afghanistan. He's also on the advisory board at Academy Securities and the author of the new book, Double Crossfire. He's in Arlington, Virginia this morning. And Editor-in-Chief Andy Serwer is with us here at the desk. Good morning to you both. General Tata, I want to start with you. From everything that you're seeing, do you think that Iran launched this attack to send a message more than to actually inflict casualties?
Good morning, Alexis. Actually, I do. When you think about Iran being able to knock a couple of moving drones out of the sky, being able to precisely target a Saudi Arabian oil field, they know how to hit stuff. And they've been scoping out these air bases since 2003 and have been attacking them, quite frankly, since 2003 through the proxy militias in Iraq. And so I don't quite believe that they couldn't figure out how to hit them with 15 missiles, ballistic missiles from Iran. I think this was a deliberate miss because I believe that the bold action that the president took to defeat the plan that Soleimani and his commanders were planning really sent a shockwave through the Ayatollah and his proxies and the military there in Iran. And so they're running nervous. That's not to say they're not going to do something else here in the near future. But right now, I think this was a deliberate miss. And I believe that now is a time for diplomatic overture and not to escalate. It gives us a chance. It's brought us to the brink of the abyss. And now we can step back and say, all right, let's go somewhere off-site and have a conversation.
Andy, we've seen a pretty remarkable reversal in stock futures off this news. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say. And I think that one thing we can assess from the situation is we're sort of in the fog of close to war. And in a situation like this, you know, we don't know how things are going to unfold. We don't really know whether or not, I mean, as the general was saying, that whether this was an intentional miss or not. I think that he's probably right. He certainly knows a lot better than I do, though. And then, you know, was this just sort of a preliminary move by the Iranians and they're going to do cyber 2 months from now? So the best thing for investors to do, and I know this sounds maybe pat and not that satisfying, but really it's the case, is to stand down and make sure that you're making moves just for the long term. So in other words, if you need money for your kids' college this month, you still need money for your kids' college this month. Otherwise, it's probably not a great idea to be buying or selling securities based on the news, given the situation with Iran.
General, do you believe that you were saying earlier that you believe it was an intentional miss on the part of Iran when they hit the U.S. bases in Iraq? Can the same be true for the U.S. when we went after Soleimani? Did we purposely miss certain targets there to mitigate damage?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question. The president has shown really tremendous restraint to the point he was being criticized in the spring and summer and fall of this past year for not responding to the drone shoot downs, to the seizure of ships in the Persian Gulf and to the Saudi attack on the Saudi oil field. And the death of an American citizen crossed a red line for him. And so he used a very limited strike, a military strike. And one thing I'd like to point out is this administration is the best that I've seen in a long time at the application of the elements of national power to achieve strategic foreign policy goals. And those are diplomatic, information, military, and economic. And so when you think about what's happened over the last 6 to 9 months, what you've got is that the president and his team tightening the screws on the economic sanctions. They're undoing the nuclear deal for Iran. And I'll deep dive on that for a second, that the first of the covenants were to be eliminated this year. That's how tenuous and thin that deal was, is that this year they would be allowed to export arms anywhere they wanted to, not that they ever stopped. And then in 3 years, they can start building ballistic missiles and importing centrifuge parts. And so, 5 to 8 years is the blink of an eye for these people in the Middle East. It's a New York minute. And so that's how thin and tenuous this deal was. And then when you think of information power, the president's really mastered that. A lot of people think his tweets are, off the reservation or whatever. He's very good, talking about 52 targets. And his comment about cultural sites, I know for a fact that Iran, and it's pretty well understood, that Iran has hidden some of their nuclear weapon capabilities and activities by calling them cultural sites. And so that was the president quite simply using information warfare to troll the Iranians, to let them know, hey, we know where your quote unquote cultural sites are that are actually nuclear sites. And so when you think about information, economic, and now a military strike, now is the time for diplomacy. And he even made diplomatic overtures about 9 months ago to Iran, said, I'm happy to talk. And now we've reestablished deterrence in the region. We've reestablished the power vis-a-vis Iran. And I think it's time to talk.
An unfolding situation, to be sure. General Teda, Andy Serwer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now on to our other big story of the morning. 176 people are dead after the crash of a Boeing 737 jet near Tehran. Of note here is that it was not a MAX jet. The Ukrainian International Airlines jet was flying to Kiev when it experienced a technical problem. Several officials have indicated engine failure was to blame, and it appears that the crash had nothing to do with Iran's missile strikes on Iraq. Alexis Keenan joins us now. Alexis, what's the latest here?
It appears, right? That's what everybody's saying right now. However, there are two big questions that are being asked. And one is there external intervention? Why did this aircraft come down? Did it have something to do with the escalation with Iran? And the other is, does it have something to do with Boeing's problems that we've all been talking about now for over a year with the 737 MAX? Now, this is a 737-800. It's an NG, next generation aircraft. That's the predecessor to the MAX. So these aircraft are the same type rating aircraft, but they are different. However, this plane is only 3 years old. It was manufactured, delivered in 2016, and it was last serviced on the 6th of January. So really recently, Iranian news, their state news agency is saying that it was an engine failure that was caused by a fire and that the pilot lost control of the aircraft, although Boeing is not confirming that right now. We have reached out to them, still waiting to hear back from Boeing if they have any additional news for us.
Any news on whether or not this could have been terrorism?
Right. So that's a question that's definitely being asked. Some Iranian news agencies are saying that that is ruled out. There were no Americans on these aircraft, as reported so far, though there's a little bit of discrepancy between Iran's state news agency, what they're reporting, and Ukraine's foreign ministry. Now, Ukraine's foreign ministry says that there were 82 passengers who were Iranian citizens. There were 63 Canadians, 11 Ukrainians, and passengers also from Sweden, Afghanistan, Germany, and the UK also on board. So, you know, it's hard to say right now. We're still awaiting information, and Boeing, of course, is hoping, I think, to get the black boxes from these aircraft, though there are also reports that the Iranian authorities will not be sharing them.
But they have recovered those black boxes.
Yes, they have.
Alexis, Boeing stock did come under pressure a little bit on this news. But this is the first, I think, test for the new CEO, among many, but this is the first test.
And a big one.
He takes
a
over
big one.
on Monday, the new CEO.
On Monday, he starts, yes. And we do have a statement, though, from Boeing. They have said this is a tragic event, and our heartfelt thoughts are with the crew, passengers, and their families. We are in contact with our airline customer and stand by them in this difficult time. We are ready to assist in any way needed. There were 176, and 9 of those people on board were crew members. All of them were killed in this accident.
And we pray for those souls. Thank you very much, Alexis.
You're welcome.
Coming up here on The First Trade, the reaction overseas to the attack on U.S. military bases in Iraq. We'll be right back.
Let's get a look at the markets with Inez Ferre down at the New York Stock Exchange. Inez?
Brian, I'm here with John Corpina. John, quite a reversal that we've seen with futures. Is this because the Iranian retaliation wasn't as severe as feared?
Look, I think if they really wanted to make a statement, they could have, and didn't, right? So they put their attack in place. It didn't cause a tremendous amount of damage that we were initially expecting, and the markets reacted off of that. Also, keep in mind, overnight, a lot more volatility, a lot less volume, so the markets are going to swing a lot more. And then once again, those algorithms start reading those headlines and immediately start sending sell signals into the market. So it took a little time for everyone to digest this, and the comments that are coming out is that this was, a slap in the face, a message that came back. So I think the markets reacted positively after that. Interestingly enough, probably would have liked to have heard from President Trump last night. They've delayed it to today. I think that message, the lack of information or the lack of comments coming out of the White House clearly shows us a signal that maybe this isn't as big as we thought it was initially. And we'll hear today from the president.
So investors don't see a full-blown confrontation. I mean, is this all knee-jerk reactions and headline-driven?
Yeah, it is. And it just shows us how fragile our market is, right? I mean, I'm not going to downplay what happened overnight, but anytime our market gets these types of headlines, they react very quickly and then always come back to parity, comes back into place. So we've seen this before. It's going to be interesting to see the message that the president gives to the nation today.
As far as ADP private payroll numbers, those came out this morning for the month of December, better than expected. Now, the increases were in the services and construction. Is this going to give you a little bit of a preview of what could come on Friday? What do you make of it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Nice to see that construction number. Services.
All right, that was Ines Ferre down at the New York Stock Exchange with trader Jonathan Corpina. We have also learned that the White House has confirmed that President Trump will be addressing the nation at 11 a.m. Eastern this morning. We'll be carrying that for you live here at yahoofinance.com. This is the first time the president will be addressing the nation since the U.S. Missile strikes on Iraq. So we'll all be listening for that, and you can bet the markets will be as well. All right, let's take a look now at action in the European markets today. Mixed bag once again. We've got the DAX in the green by about 33 points. We've had some whipsaw action as investors try to wrap their heads around just what's happening there in the Middle East. Yahoo Finance's Oscar Williams-Groot is joining us from London this morning. So what is happening with European stocks today, Oscar?
Well, Alexis, it's been pretty similar to what we've seen in the US futures market. Most stock exchanges across Europe opened lower this morning, but have pared back those losses. As we've seen there, the DAX is kind of a prime example. It opened down 0.8%, but is now trading in the green. Now, why is this? Well, Deutsche Bank strategists put it quite nicely. They said the reaction that we've seen from both Iran and Trump, the signals saying that they want a de-escalation, gives a glimmer of hope that this could be the end to these tensions between the US and Iran. They're hoping that these missile strikes are a kind of one and done approach from Iran, and the US will also back down.
Oscar, and what's the latest on oil?
It's a similar story there. With oil, the prices of both Brent and West Texas Intermediate jumped around 1% in the immediate aftermath of this missile strike news. We can see the big spike there. But as traders digested it and saw the reaction from both the US and the Iranian foreign minister, it's really traded off, as we can see there.
And also want to talk about Bitcoin. It seems to be catching a bid here today, I guess, amidst all of the unrest in the Middle East. Is Bitcoin actually becoming a safe haven for investors?
Well, that's what a lot of proponents love to say. They say it trades like a safe haven asset, and it's certainly been behaving like one in recent days. As we can see there, it's up just shy of 2% today. And since this assassination of General Soleimani, it's actually risen 18% against the US dollar. A huge jump there, a signal that perhaps, yes, it is becoming a safe haven.
All right, Oscar Williams-Groot in London, thank you. And certainly the situation with Iran is a wild card for both the markets and the upcoming election. But what are the other wild cards? In this week's Ballads and Dollars podcast, Rick Newman and I break down 6 wild cards that could influence the 2020 election. Be sure to check it out on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up here on The First Trade, some much-needed relief from Mother Nature in Australia. We'll give you the latest on those wildfires.
Let's take a look at today's News Bites. We are following a developing story for you in Canada. One person is dead, at least 3 others seriously hurt in a shooting in Ottawa. Police are still looking for the suspected gunman. They're also asking people to avoid the area. We will continue to monitor and bring you the very latest. Elsewhere this morning, a state of emergency is in effect in Puerto Rico in the wake of yesterday's devastating earthquakes. President Trump has now reportedly signed a federal disaster declaration for the island, and that should free up federal funds to help with the recovery. At least 1 person died and many homes have been destroyed in the quakes. And some much-needed relief for firefighters in Australia today. Rain and thunderstorms are hitting the east coast this morning, but crews are worried that lightning may spark more fires. And heavy smoke is now causing air quality problems in Sydney. But Australia's Prime Minister Scott Morrison has a message for tourists. He said, quote, "Australia is open. Australia is still a wonderful place to come and bring your family and enjoy your holidays." The opening bell is coming up next on the First Trade. But first, here's a look at the action in overseas markets on this Wednesday. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the First Trade. We're about 5 minutes away from the opening bell. Stock futures now mixed. A stunning reversal on Wall Street this morning after a big sell-off earlier for the futures. Let's go around the bell with John Normand. He is head of cross-asset fundamental strategy at JP Morgan, and Keith Lerner, chief market strategist at Truist SunTrust Advisory Services, along with Yahoo Finance's editor-in-chief Andy Serwer, as well as Heidi Chung over at the Wi-Fi Interactive Board. Guys, a very busy day ahead of us. John, I'm going to start with you. Were you surprised to see the reversal we did as we're now nearing the opening bell there on Wall Street?
No, I'm not. I think the main issue here is that the oil supply seems to be relatively secure, at least for the time being. And as long as supply seems to be somewhat secure, then there's less rise in the oil price, and this is what's giving a lift to stock futures right now.
Keith, I know you certainly watch the oil space. Do you see oil, that $70 a barrel mark, the line in the sand here, do you think it will cross $70?
I think that's still going to be very dependent on just the headlines. I agree with the point that it's very well supplied. From a fundamental basis, we think that the upside is somewhat limited. But again, you could have an overshoot just based on escalation. But we also have to look at, the oil impact to the U.S. economy is a lot less than it has been historically, especially now that we have so much production and we're not dependent the way we were historically on the overseas markets. So all in all, I think the market's handling this in stride, and I think that's the right approach.
Keith, what do you make of the energy sector as a whole, though? Do you feel comfortable jumping in here? Because 2019 was sort of an understated one for the energy sector.
Yeah, we're not in there yet. I say it's a sector that we're watching closely. I think the best thing going on for the energy sector up until recently has really been people have despondent to it. Valuations are very cheap. It underperformed by a large percentage. It's the smallest weight in the S&P that it's been in a long time. So we're just looking for a little bit more confirmation that the relative price trends have changed, but it is a sector that we're looking at closely. And I will tell you that as you look at within the energy sector, the equal weight part of the energy sector is doing better than kind of the traditional sector, which is more based on the integrated stocks, and that's probably likely to continue.
John, staying on the commodities beat, do you think the run in gold prices is starting to look a little overextended here?
It is overextended because it's basically on the back of the collapse in real interest rates in the U.S. because of the stress created by events in Iran. And if those events are dissipating, then you'd expect rates to get a bit of a lift in the U.S. and the gold price to go down somewhat. But I think the move down in the gold price through normalization is probably $30. I don't think it's more than that because we're basically in a low interest rate environment and a weak dollar environment for quite a while in the U.S.
Heidi, over to you and the world map. What have you got?
Good morning, Alexis. Yeah, let's take a look at how the global markets handled the news of the Iranian retaliation. I want to say, look at Asia here, taking the biggest hit. We have the Kospi, the Nikkei, as well as the Shanghai Composite, all lower by more than 1%. But we are seeing a mixed picture in Europe and here in the U.S. The DAX, however, did reverse earlier losses, as you can see there, in positive territory. The CAC 40, though, still lower here. I want to shift our attention over to the U.S., though, because we are seeing a mixed bag here, but I have to mention the Dow was down by more than 400 points when that news of the Iranian missile attack first crossed wires. We have been volatile here, trading a bit in a range. We'll see how we open, but it seems to be a volatile trading session for the rest of today and the rest of this week.
Andy, definitely early in the year so far. It's only January, we're not even halfway through it, but you're getting a sense this year will be a different year than 2019.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. But I think that this period of tension with Iran over the past several days is a case study of why you should not have a knee-jerk reaction when it comes to equities, for instance, and why you should not try to time the market when it comes to geopolitical events, because you never have any idea of how the markets are going to respond. And I think what we're seeing right now is that there's such a strong bullish tendency amongst investors that even this pretty scary news is not having a negative effect on the stock market.
And here we have a new trading day with the Dow Industrials going to start the day down 41 points. I want to get back to fundamentals if I can for a moment, because we got a very strong report out this morning from ADP on private payrolls, John. We've got the unemployment report from the government due out on Friday. What are your expectations for the job market and for wages, which we know the Fed is looking at real closely?
So we think the job market is going to continue to deliver enough gains to push the unemployment rate down by a few ticks over the next few quarters. I think that basically is going to push up wages a few tenths over the course of the year. You might normally think of that as inflationary, but I think there's not going to be enough inflation to get the Fed off the sidelines for quite a while. So overall, I think it's a good backdrop for equities. If you have improving wages, improving consumption, a stable economy, and a patient Fed, I don't think there's going to be much to quibble about around that.
Keith, what are your expectations for the jobs report on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, similar. I mean, we have the ADP report today. We think we do take a step down this year just because we are at such a low unemployment rate, but we think it continues to be solid. And that at the end of the day, with wages moving higher, consumers are getting bigger paychecks that should help the consumer continue to drive this economy. And then turn this back to the overall market. I think, too, we talked about kind of how this is a different year than last year. We had a 14% rise from October into the new year. We're flat this year. Sentiment got pretty hot. It's still relatively hot on some of the short-term indicators. I think this is kind of what's going on overseas, is hopefully resetting or starting to reset expectations a little bit. And I think we're likely to continue to see more of this consolidation over the next weeks to come.
Keith, you mentioned the labor market in the U.S. is solid, and many would agree with you on that, but why are we seeing institutions selling? I think a lot of the buying and a lot of this buy this dip that we've seen in the past few sessions has been driven by hedge funds, not necessarily the bigger institutions.
Yeah, it's hard to with any given day to say who's selling on that day. But we look at like as far as on the retail side. I mean, sentiment got pretty extended as far as the survey. But on the other side, we saw almost a record amount of investor outflows out of equities last year. So that's kind of a little bit of a contradiction itself. But there's also likely some rebalancing. And again, I think we come into the year, everyone was all the concerns seemed to be knocked off, and people were looking around and saying, hey, there's blue skies ahead. And I think we just had a little bit of a reality check that there's still some concerns out there. That's healthy. Overall, we think it's going to be more of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back for the market this year.
All right, we're a few minutes into the trading day. The broader market is higher, but Heidi, I see the Dow trying to make it back there into the plus column. What's going on with the Dow right now?
Yeah, Alexis, we're seeing a pretty interesting picture. I think the indices are trying to find their footing at this moment. But like you mentioned, the Dow now actually in the green, up about 1 point here. And I want to look at what is actually moving in the index. We have 2 big decliners today, Boeing and Walgreens. Boeing, of course, lower after that Ukrainian airline crashed in Iran. It was a Boeing 737-800 jet, and Iranian officials are saying that it was an engine issue. However, the real cause of the crash has not yet been determined. It is not the same jet that we have been discussing, which is the 737 MAX jet. However, optically, it does not look good right now for Boeing. Meanwhile, Walgreens here lower by about 4.8% this morning after the company reported a disappointing first quarter, missing analyst expectations essentially across every important metric here. But leading the Dow, we have United Health, American Express, and Microsoft. I want to take a look at the sectors here in the S&P 500 this morning. It's pretty green across the board. The 2 sectors that we're seeing declines, energy as well as real estate. But leading here, we have financials, communication services, as well as staples.
And Andy, lost in the sauce and a very interesting session so far is we still are getting ready to sign, or the president's getting ready to sign a phase 1 trade deal on January 15th. We can't forget about that stuff.
Such a busy news day and such a busy time. And, it's interesting because if you take away some of the scary news of today, for instance, the picture's otherwise pretty great. I mean, the recessionary fears have dissipated. The employment picture looks fantastic. And then, as you mentioned, Brian, the situation with China appears to be on the mend. So you put all those things together, we have earnings outstanding, of course, coming forward. But otherwise, what's wrong with this picture? Besides Iran, not much. So it would be nice to sort of resolve that. Of course, everyone wishes that was the case.
Yeah. Jumping off of what Andy just said, John, what are some sectors you're looking at to outperform this year now, given the backdrop of these geopolitical concerns and all the uncertainties swirling around that?
So as just sort of a focus for the year, I think clients should be in cyclicals in general, industrial specifically, because we are at the early stage of a global manufacturing rebound, and so industrials are the sector that benefit from that. As a hedge, I think they should be in energy markets because the market is or was tight even before the events in Iran, and I think it has a bias to tighten further, or at least carry a risk premium for higher prices as these conflict with the U.S. just sort of continues on an intermittent basis. So, one is just kind of a cyclical trade for the year, that's industrials, and one is a hedge, which is energy markets.
Where do you see the price of crude for the year? I mean, are we going to be range bound, and what does that range look like to you, John?
I think the range is probably mid-60s to low 70s for the year. I think the price is slightly elevated currently as a bit of a risk premium for the Middle East, but I think any sort of signs of a re-emerging conflict, which I think are inevitable at some point over the next 12 months, can push you a few dollars higher. I don't think the price goes higher than kind of the mid-70s because you're not in a strong enough demand environment to really allow the price to stay that high for very long. And that's what I think kind of balance things between kind of the mid-70s and the mid-60s for the year. That's not a price which is going to endanger the global economy, but it is a price that's pretty supportive for the energy complex, whether you're looking at energy stocks or some of the oil currencies in the fixed income markets.
Keith, real quickly before we let you go, we've seen large inflows into cybersecurity stocks. Is that a trade? Is that one of the best trades you can make right now?
We've been playing more towards the defense sector as a whole, more general. That space is just a little bit more speculative. It looks good on a relative basis, so it's just a higher beta play.
All right, let's leave it there, everyone. John Norman, Keith Lerner, Andy Serwer, and Heidi Chung. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's touch base now with Inez Ferre down at the New York Stock Exchange. Inez?
Brian, the S&P and the NASDAQ are in the green. The Dow is flat right now, and the worst outperformer being Walgreens this morning, under pressure after reporting its fiscal 2020 first quarter results, missing on earnings and revenue estimates. The company did maintain its outlook for the full year despite the soft quarter. We're also watching Constellation Brands seeing a bit of a pop after its fiscal third quarter results. Its profits and revenue came in as a beat. Beer sales grew 8%. The company raised its full year guidance. It did note in the third quarter a loss of more than $500 million in the value of its stake in Canopy Growth. And Tesla this morning, Tesla reaching another all-time high. Argus now has one of the highest price targets on the street for Tesla, with $556 as a price target, up from $396. The analyst note cites the better than expected fourth quarter deliveries and also the ramp up of vehicles at Tesla's Shanghai plant. Brian, Alexis.
All right, Inez Ferre, thank you very much. 2020 is shaping up to be a big year in tech, but are companies like Apple riskier in today's environment? Joining us now from Minneapolis on the phone to discuss is Loop Ventures managing partner, Gene Munster. Gene, always good to have you here, and Happy New Year to you. You were out with your 2020 predictions. I'm curious if the events recently with Iran have altered your predictions at all.
They haven't, Alexis, have not. And part of the reason is that ultimately that's going to impact the overall market. If you look at the specifics on the larger tech companies, they don't have a lot of exposure to what's going on in the region. But obviously, if the overall macro slows down, that's going to make it exceptionally difficult for any stock to move meaningfully higher. So the simple answer is that does not have a direct impact, but an indirect impact on our expectations versus what happens with the overall market.
Gene, switches gears. I really want to lock in on Tesla here. Pretty good series of events for them, looking out over the past month and a half. Market cap blew past $80 billion. Do you think this company is sowing the seeds of someday reaching a $1 trillion market cap?
I think that is never say never. That's probably not, at least in my investment lifetime. I'm 50 years old. I do think that this story can move measurably higher, meaningfully higher than even some of the other expectations. But I want to put some parameters around that. Right now, let's call it a mid-$80 billion market cap. They play into two undeniable truths around autonomy and electrification. And right now, they have a lead in that. That does not mean that this is going to be straight up and to the right for to $1 trillion. I think it's important to note is that this is a complex business. You have expensive goods that you're building that are susceptible to macro. There's production questions around it. There's talent retention. There's a lot of moving parts to the story. It looks like it's easy based on what's happened with the stock over the past 6 months. But when I think about where the story can go over the long term, I think that it can be higher, but it will be an up and down road higher. And the simple takeaway is why I think that this will be higher. Despite what's happened in the market cap comparisons, I do believe that they are creating a new industry around electrifications and autonomy and transportation.
Gene, you say that Apple will be the best performing FANG stock this year. You said it about 2019, and you were right. Why are you so bullish on Apple?
So this is I think it's still out of a consensus bet. The reason why we're so bullish is based on the fundamentals and then separately the multiple. On the fundamentals in this year, we're going to have probably 5 new iPhone models. Typically, in the last couple of years, we've had 3 new models, but we'll probably have 5 this year. That tends to be good for overall growth. Second is the wearables segment. They don't give specifics around that, but we can back into how that's going. This is 8% of revenue, but the growth in wearables has accelerated from a year ago, about 40%, to in the September quarter, which is the last reported quarter, to probably mid-60% growth. So that's driven by Watch and AirPods. And so I think that the wearables segment is an important X factor to the story in 2020. And the last piece on the fundamental side is it's going to be relatively easy for them to make their numbers this year because the comps, what happened with the iPhone in 2019, creates some easy comparisons. And then equally as important as the fundamentals, I think that there is a movement going around, but I would consider to what is fair value around Apple's multiple. investors are slowly coming to what I think is the truth, which is that Apple should not be penalized because they have more than half their business comes from hardware. That has been the historical view because hardware businesses are less predictable. But over the last 10 years, Apple has driven more earnings than FANG combined in any given year. And I think what that tells investors, we think will be an emerging theme in 2020, is that this should be valued like a typical tech company. And that is a typical tech multiple is right around 30 times. And if you put that multiple on, you get to $400. If you put more of a consumer staple multiple, you get to $350. So I think that the combination of the fundamentals and a shift in terms of how investors view the multiple on hardware, software, and services should drive a much higher share price.
Lots going right at Apple. That much is for sure. Gene Munster, always good to talk with you. Thank you. The fugitive ex-Nissan boss Carlos Ghosn started speaking at 8 a.m. this morning and is still going for the first time since fleeing Japan, where he faces criminal charges.
I did not escape justice. I fled injustice.
We have Yahoo Finance senior columnist Rick Newman and civil rights attorney Areva Martin here to discuss with us. Areva, I would love to get your take on the presentation so far, at least optically, and at least to me, it sure seemed pretty convincing.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises. We expected Ghosn to go on air in this news conference and talk about the injustices and to rail against the Japanese judicial system. And he is doing just that, talking about the hours and hours that he was interrogated, the efforts by the Japanese judicial system to force him to confess, how they kept him from communicating with his wife, and how what he believes to be the unfair process that would have led to him probably being convicted and spending the rest of his life in a Japanese prison.
Rick, what's your take? You were listening in on and off him. He was talking for well over an hour, even before he started taking reporter questions, and he is still talking. And we should say he's speaking from Beirut, where he's holding this press conference. He said that there was a character assassination, called himself the victim here. How do you think he's coming off this morning?
Well, the intrigue certainly gets deeper and deeper. He's basically saying this was a plot by Nissan executives who were dissatisfied with Nissan's alliance with Renault and the way that was going and some other things, who basically framed him. I mean, he's basically saying he was framed by Nissan. So as part of his presentation, yes, he did talk about his experience with the Japanese justice system, but he also addressed the allegations specifically. And he has a lot of documents he's been putting on a screen behind him. So there are these various allegations that he sort of siphoned off money, or that there was some sort of CEO slush fund and some other things like that. And he's showing the documentation that says there's no slush fund. Look, here's the agreement or the contract or the line item in the budget where, he's showing, here's the CFO's signature, here's the controller's signature. Everybody up the chain signed off on these expenditures, and they were completely approved through ordinary corporate processes. So I can't address whether he's right or not. I mean, this is very complicated. That's what a proper trial is supposed to do. But he certainly is coming up with some substantive responses to the allegations against him.
Areva, what do you think is next for Carlos Ghosn?
Well, that's uncertain because there is no extradition treaty between Lebanon and Japan. So even though the Japanese government and justice system would love to have him come back and to be held accountable for these charges that they've filed against him, there's no indication at this point that he will be returned to Japan and that he will have to face a trial. Again, it appears that he is experiencing a great deal of favor by the Lebanese government.
Areva, can you address some of his complaints against the Japanese justice system? So, for example, he said they were just dragging out this trial. They were under no pressure at all to give him a speedy trial. He was interrogated without a lawyer present for hours on end and things like that. So, I mean, these are foreign concepts to us here in the United States. Does this sound abusive to you?
We have to be very careful when we talk about the judicial system in Japan versus the U.S. Judicial system. We definitely have a rule of law that says you are presumed innocent. There are lots of protections built into the Constitution that prevent the government from speaking to defendants or people who have been accused of crimes without a legal representation. And the government system, the judicial system in Tokyo, is the opposite in some ways than what we know to be the case in the U.S. And they don't have the same levels of protection for individuals that have been charged with a crime. So we can't really address, whether what he is saying about the way he was treated, whether that's true or not. But we do know there are some stark differences in these two systems. And according to him, he was treated very unfairly. He talks about being held for 8 hours and not just being interrogated. He claims that he was being forced into making a false confession, and that the process used by the Japanese interrogators and their judicial system was all designed to force him to admit to wrongdoing, which, as we all know from this press conference, he is vehemently opposed to and has stated over and over again that he's innocent. And as Rick has stated, that this was all a frame-up job done to force him out of that position with Nissan.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Civil rights attorney Areva Martin and Rick Newman, thank you both for joining us today. And coming up here next on The First Trade, Spotify is expanding its podcasting lineup. We'll tell you the topic it's tackling and our companies to watch up next. All right, now for a look at some of the companies and stocks the Yahoo Finance team is watching for you today. A big quarter at the home builder Lennar. The company beat on earnings and revenue last quarter as new orders soared by 23%. The president of the company said the results show the basic underlying housing market fundamentals remain favorable and their margin on home sales topped 21%. Spotify is expanding more into the sports industry. The streaming giant is developing multiple daily sports shows. That's according to Bloomberg. One of those shows will be a 10-minute recap of the day in sports. These additions to Spotify's podcast lineup come as the company tries to expand more into original podcasts and rely less on music. And retail is starting off 2020 on a tough note. Macy's now plans to close 19 stores over the next few months. No word on just how many people will get laid off. A Macy's spokesperson gave us a statement saying, quote, "We are aligning teams and resources around our most important strategies, which has involved some headcount reduction. Communications with those being impacted are taking place." Coming up on The First Trade, we are keeping an eye on volatile oil prices. We head down to the CME for analysis after this.
closely watching oil prices this morning in the wake of Iran's missile strikes on those two bases in Iraq. Brent crude saw a spike overnight from growing fears over the attacks, but Brent and West Texas crude are now both lower. John Caruso is a senior market strategist at RJO Futures. He joins us from the CME in Chicago. John, always good to see you here. So I think there's this mood on Wall Street. We're all looking for the big spike to $100 a barrel oil, but we haven't gotten it yet on this news. What say you?
You started to see the market start to come off and pare back gains after Donald Trump tweeted last night that all was well. Very minimal damage over there, 0 casualties, 0 lives lost. So I think the market is telling you that that's probably about as aggressive as things are going to get over there, at least here for the near term.
And what do you say to people, John, who are looking at the price of oil and saying if it goes high enough, it could tip us into a mild recession? Do you believe that? And what would sort of that magic price be for crude oil to get to where it would actually be a burden for consumers?
To be honest with you, I mean, you could see $70, $75. That starts to affect the consumer and the pocketbook. But I mean, that number, what would, how high can oil prices go before it starts to affect the consumer? That's kind of an arbitrary number. But yeah, that's certainly something that you really have to be concerned about going forward. Prices at the pump have been steadily rising since the beginning of October. And how is that going to affect the consumer going forward? It's certainly not going to be a positive effect for consumer discretionary spending.
John, what's the mood down there on the floor regarding Aramco? The stock continues to be under pressure on this news.
It's going to trade alongside crude oil prices. As I mentioned before, that this is likely as aggressive as things are going to get here in the near term. Going forward, you're likely going to see a war of words. We are going to hear from Donald Trump in the next couple of hours as he addresses the nation. I think at best, you probably see additional Iranian sanctions go into effect. At worst, probably no response at all.
So you think the Strait of Hormuz is going to be okay and there will be no attacks there? Because I would imagine that would really have quite the impact on oil prices.
You know what? Absolutely, 100%. I do think things are going to quiet down a little bit here over the course of the next couple of weeks. But the geopolitical tension is always going to be there in the backdrop, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to be concerned about going forward.
All right, John Caruso over at the CME in Chicago. Thank you, as always, for being with us. And that is it for the first trade for this Wednesday morning. I'm Alexis Christoforous.
And I'm Brian Sozzi. Now let's see what Inez Ferre is watching down for us at the New York Stock Exchange. Inez?
Brian, and the Dow has flipped into the green. You're looking at the Dow right now. That's up about 30 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ are also in the green. Boeing is the second worst performer on the Dow after Walgreens. Boeing is down more than 1%, almost 2%. And investors, traders that I spoke to are telling me that investors aren't really putting the Iranian crash into the equation when it comes to Boeing. For starters, it was not a MAX jet. And also, traders are saying that without that black box, investors aren't necessarily buying into the theory yet that it could be a mechanical issue, as Iranian officials had stated. So that's why you're not seeing more pressure on the stock. And we're watching some of the airlines this morning. Southwest relatively flat after being downgraded to neutral from buy with a price target of $60. American and United, those are flat as well. I mentioned the worst performer on the Dow this morning being Walgreens. That's after their fiscal 2020 first quarter results, missing on earnings and revenue estimates. The company did maintain its outlook for the year, though, despite the soft quarter. And then Constellation Brands, we've been watching this stock this morning after its fiscal third quarter results with profit and revenue coming in as a beat. Beer sales grew 8% in the quarter compared to the same quarter last year. Right now, you're looking at the Dow. It's up 30 points. S&P and NASDAQ also higher. Make sure to stay with us. On the Move starts right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
10 a.m. in New York City. We are 30 minutes into the trading day, and stocks are trading higher, including the escalating geopolitical tensions. Last night, Iran launched an attack, firing numerous missiles at multiple military bases in Iraq that house U.S. troops. The news caused oil to jump, but crude has since settled and is now actually trading lower than it closed yesterday. And regarding President Trump is set to address the nation on the attack at 11 a.m. Eastern. We are going to bring you his remarks live. Another Boeing aircraft has crashed, killing all 176 people on board. More on the latest tragedy surrounding the company just ahead. Welcome to On the Move. I'm Adam Shapiro.
And I'm Julie Hyman. Thank you for being with us. Well, striking back, Iran fired a number of missiles at 2 Iraqi bases housing U.S. troops in retaliation for the American strike that killed a top Iranian general last week. Though both the White House and Iran seem to be stepping back from the brink this morning, with President Trump tweeting that all is well, and Iran's foreign minister insisting the country does not, quote, seek escalation or war, but will defend itself. We've got team coverage to break all of this down with Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith in Washington, D.C., and Inez Ferre at the New York Stock Exchange. Jess, first to you, what are the latest details emerging from the White House?
Well, we are set to hear from President Trump at 11 o'clock this morning. We know Vice President Mike Pence will be alongside him, so we'll be looking for more details on what comes next from the president. As you mentioned, he tweeted last night, and at that point he said, so far so good. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world. The Pentagon says that Iran launched at least a dozen missiles against U.S. and coalition forces in Iraq, so we'll be waiting for official word from the president on casualties. No casualties have been officially reported yet. And then, as I mentioned, we'll also be looking for details on what comes next, if the administration plans to de-escalate or if it intends to hit back. Democratic members of Congress have been sounding the alarm on rising tensions with Iran. Majority Leader Steny Hoyer called the attack on U.S. forces appalling, but in a statement he went on to say the president's rhetoric and threats have not worked. His bluster and taunts have been unsuccessful in dealing with North Korea, Syria, or Iran. He ought to listen to experienced advisors rather than to those who would rush our country into war. Democratic members of Congress have been pushing for more information from the administration. Congress is set to be briefed today. And again, the president is set to speak in less than an hour, so we'll be sure to keep you updated on everything he has to say. Adam and Julie.
All right, Inez Ferre is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. What is trader sentiment on all of these developments, Inez?
Adam, traders are telling me that the Iranian retaliation wasn't as severe as feared, and that's why you saw yesterday from the plunging futures markets coming back up, and the S&P and the NASDAQ, which opened this morning in the green. Now you've got the Dow also that's in the green as well. I do want to show you some Dow laggards. Those include Walgreens, that's on the heels of a disappointing quarter, and also Boeing being the second worst performer on the Dow this morning. Boeing down around 2%. But with Boeing, I was talking to traders as well about this, and they're telling me that investors aren't necessarily putting into account the crash in Iran near Tehran last night involving a Boeing jet because, first of all, it was not a MAX jet, and also saying that without that black box, investors may not be buying into the theory that this could be a mechanical issue, as Iranian officials had stated. So they're saying that Boeing stock would be more under pressure if so.
Thanks so much, Inez. Now, for more on the developing news coming out of Iran, let's bring in Greg Valliere. He's AGF U.S. policy strategist. He's joining us on the phone. We also want to bring in our panel for the next 90 minutes. David Nelson is BellPoint Asset Management Chief Strategist, and Rick Newman of Yahoo Finance is here with us as well. Greg, I want to start with you in looking at whether this is indeed a de-escalation. As Inez just said, that's how the market seems to be interpreting it, that perhaps these strikes were symbolic on the part of Iran. What's your take?
I'd love to believe it, Julie, but I'm not sure I do. I think it's a little premature to say all clear. We first of all have to hear if Trump is strident or Trump is conciliatory in about an hour. But I think there are many factions in Iran, and I think some of those factions probably are arguing right this minute that they haven't done enough.
Greg, one of the things you talk about is the consequence of all of this, and eventually you say the consequence of this crisis will be the United States leaving Iraq, which is what I hear analysts say is what Iran wants. So help us understand what that means going forward, if that actually comes about.
I think there's still a good chance that Donald Trump will view this as confirming his opinion that it is risky to get involved in the Middle East. Trump, of course, in the last year or so has talked about getting out, about being more of an isolationist. I think this only confirms that view on his part. So, yeah, I do think that maybe not every single troop, but I do think more U.S. troops will leave Iraq, and I think the Iraqi government would be happy.
Hey, Greg, Rick Newman here in New York. What are the risks and the opportunities for Democrats as they criticize what President Trump is doing in the Middle East and try to offer alternatives?
Well, I see, believe it or not, I see the big beneficiary being Bernie. He is the most outspoken anti-war candidate. He'll continue that. His polling numbers have gone up a bit in Iowa. I think he's doing well in New Hampshire. I can't see him winning the nomination. I can't see him being president. But right now, I think he's capturing the view in the party that we need to cool it. Maybe Trump understands that.
Hey, Greg, it's David in New York. I guess I have a question. I don't know the answer to this. What is the missile technology like in Iran? Do they have precision strike capability, the i.e. using of a cruise missile that could have targeted a building and where the loss of life would have been almost guaranteed? They use missiles that hit a very wide base with U.S. military personnel very spread out, and there were a large chance that nobody would be hurt because they could get in the bunkers with advance warning. What's your take on that?
Well, I would agree. I think they did not want a precision strike. They wanted to make it vague. Their weapons obviously aren't as sophisticated as ours. I'd also make this point. I think one of the big winners in the last 3-4 days is the U.S. defense sector. I think defense stocks will continue to benefit from a tremendous surge of spending in Washington. This year we're close to $750 billion in defense spending, and I think it's going to go higher.
Greg, I want to come back to an earlier point you made, which is that we don't know yet what the president's tone will be when we hear his remarks in about an hour. Will he be strident or conciliatory? You also referred to what has mostly been his stance, that he did not want to get more involved in the Middle East before this latest strike. And you talk in your note about President Trump's temperament. What does this mean for investors and for foreign policy right now?
Well, I think we all would have to agree his temperament can be erratic, influenced by the last show he saw on Fox. I think that a lot of the adults in the room are gone. I mean, we don't have Mattis. We don't have General Kelly. There were some really first-rate people who I think guided the president. Now he has a bunch of rookies, people who don't have that much experience. He's very thin on the policy side. So it is troubling. I think that he can be swayed awfully easily. I've talked to plenty of people on Capitol Hill who are conservative, who are concerned that this president is so erratic.
Greg, thank you so much. Greg Valliere is AGF U.S. policy strategist. Appreciate it.
You bet.
For additional perspective on Iran, let's now bring in Steve Rogers, former member of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Steve, thank you for joining us. I'm curious, help us understand why it's in our interest to align with Saudi Arabia and have these confrontations with Iran. I grew up during the Iran hostage crisis. I understand, or a lot of us remember, we've been like this with Iran for so many years, but the U.S. has made peace with former enemies, Vietnam, Japan. Why not Iran?
Well, Iran is a terrorist state. They're responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. They're responsible for building the IEDs that took the lives of many Americans in the Mideast wars. They've caused mischief throughout the entire world. And let me add this, that they tend to believe that if they went to war with the United States, that they would have a lot of allies themselves. But that's not true. There's not a country in that region that, at least I believe, and many intelligence analysts believe, who would support Iran in a war against the United States, including, by the way, Russia or China.
So what's the next step in all of this? What does the administration do next?
Well, let's look at what happened last night. Iran sent a message, not to the United States, but to their own people, that they took what they believed to be appropriate action immediately after the missile attacks. They made it clear that they didn't want a war. They understand that if it was an all-out war with the United States of America, they would be on the losing end. No one in the region wants a war. So I hope and I believe that we will hear the president today make it very clear to Iran that if necessary, we will respond again like we did with regard to taking out their terrorist general. I believe, and believe me, I've heard this from some people this morning, ironically, this whole episode may move Iran to make that phone call and to come to the table because they know what the next consequences are if they try to kill any Americans. And by the way, with regard to the strike last night, they didn't want to kill any Americans. They could have. Those missiles could have hit directly on targets that would have hurt us.
Steve, Rick Newman here in New York. So let's assume that Iran would prefer to see President Trump lose in November and deal with whoever his Democratic successor might be. Do you think Iran is contemplating something, an October surprise, if you will, that might have an impact on the U.S. election?
Well, we never know what our enemies are planning, but I could tell you, based on their experience with Democrats, and I'm talking about the Obama administration, they're used to us apologizing. They're used to sending us billions of dollars on a plane in order to buy them off. Well, this time it didn't happen. Instead of a plane load of cash, they got missiles. So no telling what they'll be thinking, but they've got to be real careful on how they're going to address the United States towards the election.
Hi, Steve. David in New York. Good to see you, my friend. Quick question. Let me bring up the elephant in the room, and for me, that's energy. A decade ago, taking out Iran's oil infrastructure would have been unthinkable. We would have been shooting ourselves in the foot. If this escalates, is that off the table?
David, I could tell you that's a good question. Look, they got a couple of oil fields there. If those oil fields were taken out, that country would be decimated. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that they're being real careful as to not hit us the way they say they would. Nothing is off the table. The president has made it clear. Absolutely nothing is off the table. And demonstrating on how excellently he has managed this, I think they now realize that.
Steve Rogers, former member of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, thank you for being here on The Move.
My pleasure.
Let's get to another big story of the day that has to do with what is going on in Iran. 76 people are dead after the crash of a Boeing 737 jet near Tehran. The Ukrainian International Airlines jet was flying to Kiev when it experienced what the Iranian authorities have said is a technical problem. Several officials have indicated engine failure was to blame. If you look at shares of Boeing, they are trading a little bit lower today. We should mention this was not a 737 MAX jet, reportedly. It was a predecessor to that jet. There were a number of foreign nationals who were reportedly killed in this crash, including a number of Canadians and Ukrainians. David, I have to say, when I saw this headline this morning, when I woke up this morning, I was confused. I thought it was incorrect, or that this seems to be an incredible coincidence.
I thought I was seeing old news, and
exactly.
It's brand new news, and it isn't the MAX, but it's more bad news for Boeing. We're not going to get the black box, so we're not going to get a lot of information. I was looking at some of the details here. It looks like this was in flight for about 2 minutes. That would probably put it somewhere around 8,000 feet. An engine failure. This airplane has a lot of. It's been relatively safe airplane. This is a war zone right now. So I question, what don't we know? You know, could it have ingested something into the engine? Could it have been a drone up there? It's kind of unusual, and the fact that they lost an engine, that's not going to bring down an aircraft. These planes are well equipped to be able to fly on one engine, and pilots, the very first thing you learn as a multi-engine pilot is how to fly on one engine. So we don't know the whole story here.
We don't know the whole story, but plane crashes happen, and we were talking this morning, as a matter of context, there was a plane crash roughly a month right after 9/11, if you recall, the American Airlines flight to the Dominican Republic. And people immediately thought terrorism, but no, it was something else that brought that plane
We
down.
don't know. And the history there in Iran, we're not going to get a lot of information. I would like to get the black box. I'm sure Boeing would like to see that, but we're not going to get it.
Well, I think one important detail is that Iran is not saying that there's anything nefarious happening here. They're saying it was some kind of as you pointed out, some technical issue, obviously a catastrophic technical issue, but at least Iran is not claiming some sort of foreign role or U.S. role in this.
You're a pilot,
I
so
am.
where would the black box be sent? Would the Iranians have the technology to extrapolate the data?
I would think they'd have to at least get some of the basic data. I don't know what they would do with it. It would be more useful in the hands of the NTSB or Boeing. And traditionally, I think even Iran had supplied the boxes in the past, but they're not doing it this time. Largely because of the confrontation that we're having right now, but we're not going to get the information.
What's also sort of remarkable to me, we in the West, right, the image perhaps that we have of the Mideast, you have Iran firing these missiles overnight, and yet commercial air travel is still happening.
We did divert.
Well, I'm sure it's not happening in the usual fashion. I mean...
No, but it's still kind of incredible to even think that this commercial jet was taking off while they're effectively, you know...
I mean, I'm sure there are jets taking off from Tehran right now.
Right, exactly.
They have to.
Exactly.
I mean, life goes on.
Yeah, apparently so.
Coming up, Carlos Ghosn speaks out for the first time since fleeing to Lebanon, why the former Nissan boss is comparing his arrest to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Plus, before we go to break, take a look at some of the biggest winners right now in the Dow.
Let's take a look at what's going on in midday trading here, as we've got all three major averages actually trading a little bit higher today. I like to look at what sectors are moving here as we see that little bit of a gain. Financials actually, interestingly, doing the best day, along with communication services, which has been a strong sector in recent days. In terms of what's in the red, we've got energy shares that are lower along with energy prices today. So that's counterbalancing some of the gains that we're seeing overall on the major averages. And I just mentioned what's going on with oil prices. Also, I wanted to mention, while we're talking about financials, it's interesting that we're seeing financials go higher even as the 10-year yield is not doing much of anything at 1.82%. So sometimes financials move in tandem with yields moving higher. That does not indeed seem to be the case in today's session. And if you take a look at what's going on with oil, the action over the past several days has been really telling and really interesting in WTI as well as in Brent. So if you look at the 5-day chart of what has happened with crude fuel futures, we see here what happened on Friday, right? The little spike following that initial attack. Then you saw another spike happening Monday, a spike even happening overnight, right? As we had the Iranians attacking those bases in Iraq. But now it has come lower as, again, that perception has come in that this is a de-escalation. So oil has been very reactive, but the reactions have been quite short-lived. And this is something we've been talking about in recent days, and we're going to continue to talk about. Now, as for gold, there we've seen a more sustained reaction. It's a little changed today, but still up about 1% over the past 5 days. And there have been some analysts who have said they expect this to continue to be the case, that oil will not be necessarily the long-term beneficiary of increased tensions in the Mideast, but that gold potentially could be. That's how we've seen it play out, at least for now. We'll be right back. course, investors are on alert as tensions continue to escalate in the Mideast. After Iran attacked U.S. military bases in Iraq, all major indices dropped a bit Tuesday night. Now stocks, though, are rebounding. Crude oil, as I was just talking about, also has been taking a hit, interestingly, after it spiked overnight. Right now, it's trading just under $62 a barrel. Let's talk about how markets are reacting and how investors should react. Is Jimmy Lee. He's the CEO of the Wealth Consulting Group. Jimmy, it's good to see you. I think there's been a sort of a lot of confusion in recent days, but the markets don't seem that confused. They have mostly trended upward. We have not seen that much of a bounce in the VIX. Why do you think investors aren't that concerned, and should they be more concerned?
Well, Happy New Year and good morning, Julie. I think investors have seen this many times play out before in the Middle East, and in most cases, when we do have conflict, the equity markets end up down the road doing pretty well. So I think investors are aware of that. They don't want to get spooked. If anything, I was actually hoping for maybe a little bit of more of a buying opportunity with a bigger dip. That hasn't materialized this morning as we've seen. But I think both countries have made it known that we're not looking for war. And so hopefully maybe we can move on from here.
So, Jimmy, how would you advise all of us to, some people are rebalancing right now for 2020, given the fact that what used to happen on these kinds of events doesn't seem to happen?
Well, I think the good news, Adam, is that investors unfortunately tried to time the market again last year, and statistics that we've been reading show that a lot of investors pulled money out of equity mutual funds. Money did go in equity ETFs, but in record flows back into bond funds and especially in money market funds. So there's a lot of cash on the sidelines that could be put back to work. We really encourage clients not to try to time the market. I think that's a big theme that, it's a common sense kind of a deal, but investors still try to do this all the time. So you should really look at your portfolio, and it should match up to your financial planning objectives. And I think this year it's a good idea to have a good mix of value and growth stocks. Although I think we may end up back into favoring cyclical stocks, as we may have a resumption of global growth again in 2020.
Hey, Jimmy, it's David in New York. Investors and markets eventually follow the earnings. Is the message from the market right now that this is a geopolitical event and not an economic one?
Absolutely. I think you're right on with that. Economic data is still good. We had a good ADP report on employment this morning. Looking forward to what the government has to say on Friday with jobs. Manufacturing is still weak. I was hoping that could turn, but I do expect that manufacturing will pick up. And as we know, manufacturing has become smaller and smaller part of our economy. I think 11% of GDP now. So the consumer is still strong. Earnings hopefully will improve in the second half of this year, and the world's getting better. And so there's a lot of good reasons to be bullish, but there's always going to be an apocalypse du jour that the naysayers and the people that believe that the market's going to go into a bear, and this time happened to be potentially a war. But as the trade issues with China continue to evolve, and as things play out with the election here in the U.S., I think that we set up to have a pretty good year in equities for 2020.
So, Jimmy, what I hear you saying echoes something a guest told us yesterday, which was, although timing the market's a bad idea, that a lot of people have been on the sidelines for quite some time, are coming back in, and our reaction was, wow, isn't this the top of the market? What you're telling all of us listening is that, no, there's upside here, and it's not too late to appreciate you can gain from that.
Absolutely, Adam. As we all know, retail investors are a sure sign for when the market's overheated and when we do get major pullbacks in the equity markets, and that hasn't been the case. Money has not been flowing into equities. In fact, again, like I said, up until recently, after the trade deal phase one was announced in December, money was flowing out in record amounts, and so there's still a lot of nervous investors out there even today. And so I think that's a good sign for the contrarian that believes there's more room on the upside for equities.
All right, Jimmy Lee, thank you very much for joining us on The Move.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy. Former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn has been speaking out for the first time since he fled Japan at a press conference in Beirut, Lebanon, which is just wrapping up. He described how he was, quote, brutally taken on the day of his arrest back in November of 2018, and that during his time in confinement, Japan tried to find reasons to build a strong case against him.
This was not about justice. This was, as I felt, I was a hostage of a country that I have served for 17 years. I dedicated my professional life. I was proud of it. I revived a company that nobody else before me was able to do. For 10 years, they were in the dirt. All of a sudden, a few prosecutors and a bunch of executives in Nissan say, you know what? This guy is a cold, greedy dictator.
Ghosn also noted that he was unable to talk to his wife unless there was a lawyer present in the room, and that Nissan's market cap fell dramatically since his arrest. As I said, he's just wrapping up that press conference, so 90 minutes, no, 2.5 hours of a press conference, right? And obviously he was quite emotional in that. Rick, I know you were watching it closely, and you also talked to an attorney last hour about Ghosn's remarks. What stood out to you?
Well, obviously he was angry and indignant and impassioned. That is kind of how we know Carlos Ghosn. But he also addressed the allegations in very specific terms. And, you know, none of us knows enough to assess whether he's right or not, whether he's guilty or innocent. But he rebutted point by point by point I think actually all of the allegations against him. He put up documents on that screen behind him that you saw in that clip. And he showed, you know, where there was some question of an expenditure, you know, the allegations were that there was some kind of slush fund and that he was sort of skimming off the top, that some shady deal in some place in the Middle East. He said, look, here are the expenditure requests. It was signed off by the local controller, the corporate controller, the CFO, and then I signed below. And he just showed document after document after document that basically made it look as if these were just legitimate corporate expenses and not some side dealing on his part.
And the documents were, they took all of his computers and documents. He had to get these documents from the prosecutors. This conceivably would be some of the evidence that they might be using to build a case to convict. But he said, he made the point, what crime has occurred here? And he did point to the signatures of the Nissan officials who said, this is okay, do this. There was no nefarious.
So if it's a legitimately approved corporate expense, you know, how can it exactly be illegal unless it's not what it seems to be? Now, I don't know how we get to the bottom of this because I don't know where there's ever going to be a trial.
I listened to what Rick had said earlier, and I was listening to the press conference, at least the first half of it. I found it compelling, you know, just listening to it. And maybe the bigger message for me was what I learned about the Japanese justice system. It was in some ways frightening. You know, that it's almost you're guilty until proven innocent.
That's true in other countries.
It is, and we should be very thankful that we're living in this country right here where we have a constitution, and the fact that they have a 99-point-something% conviction rate. It kind of says something.
Here's one unmistakable takeaway: Nissan is a total mess. You know, I mean, what we're seeing is the depth of the infighting over this alliance with Renault. Whether, you know, Carlos Ghosn is correct or not, that people were basically trying to frame him inside Nissan because of disagreements about this alliance. I mean, he's totally right about the decline in the market cap of the company. He's totally right about the decline in performance and profitability of the company. And somebody needs to step in and fix Nissan.
It's probably not going to be him.
No,
okay.
It's not.
Coming up, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg goes all in how he plans to raise the minimum wage and put Americans back to work if he's elected president. Plus, make sure to catch our live interview with Eurasia Group President Ian Bremmer, why he says the conflict with Iran could be a win for President Trump. That's coming up at 11:30 a.m. Eastern following President Trump's remarks. It is just after 10:30 a.m. here in New York City. An hour into the trading day, we've got stocks that are rising here, although the Dow is up just barely, about 11 points. Oil prices, though, are down. Really interesting developments here overnight as Iran sent missiles into Iraq, and we saw oil spike, but it was pretty brief. It's now down by 1.4%. The Iran conflict deepens. We'll speak to Congressman Jim Banks about the White House's next move in the Middle East. All in on the economy, presidential candidate Michael Bloomberg unveils his plan to boost American job growth. And driving higher, Tesla speeds past Ford as the most valuable automaker, not just now, but in U.S. history. Welcome back to On the Move. I'm Julie Hyman.
And I'm Adam Shapiro. We're keeping a close eye on oil right now after Iran's retaliation. Inez Ferre is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with the latest on what's happening not only with oil but equities.
Adam, oil is down right now more than 1% for WTI. You can see it's at around $61.45 a barrel right now. Quite a reversal from the spike that we saw last night in the immediate aftermath of the Iranian strikes. We're looking at financials and technology, which have been leading the gains this morning. You're looking at the Dow right now that's up around 20 points. And some of the Dow leaders include Visa, Amex, Travelers, Microsoft. Some of the Dow laggards this morning have been Walgreens, the worst performer on the Dow this morning on the heels of a disappointing quarterly results, and also Boeing, which has been lagging this morning as well. And just with all this geopolitical uncertainty, we've been watching some of the defense stocks over the last few days. You can take a look at what's happening with Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, all of those that are just slightly in the green.
Thanks, Inez. Appreciate it. Well, Mike Bloomberg released his jobs plan this morning. The plan outlines the 2020 presidential candidate's proposals for education, the economy, and his push for a $15 minimum wage. The Mike Bloomberg 2020 co-chair of California and San Jose mayor, Sam Liccardo, is with us now from California. Sam, thank you so much for joining us. So looking through some of the elements of this plan, talks about that $15 minimum wage, talks about increased job training. How is Mike Bloomberg's plan significantly different from the other Democratic candidates?
Well, thanks for allowing me to join you. Mike is really focused on making work pay. He recognizes that this has not been an economy that has produced jobs broadly. And while many Democratic candidates are talking about things like increasing the minimum wage, as Mike is really focused on research and development in those industries where we know an awful lot of Americans have been left behind, in agriculture, manufacturing, where we can create new jobs in the Rust Belt and parts of the country that frankly haven't benefited from prosperity in the same way that my own community in Silicon Valley has.
Mayor, I'm curious, part of the plan includes not only raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour and then adjusting it with inflation, indexing it to inflation, but also investment to train people and to offer unionization, the ability for people in the gig economy who are not full-time employees to organize and take their issues to management. What's going to make a leftist Democrat, someone who leans towards Bernie Sanders, trust a billionaire to deliver on that?
Well, Mike has a record of governing, and that record is very impressive. In New York City, he was able to reduce the poverty rate, reduce income inequality at a time that was rising throughout the rest of the country, and through 2 recessions, saw the creation of 470,000 jobs in New York City. And he did it in the same way that he proposes to lead now, which is ensuring that there's broader access to prosperity. He had a pilot there to boost the earned income tax credit, which is what he'd like to see happen throughout the country to really make work pay and reduce the inequality we know is choking us as a country and dividing us.
Mayor Liccardo, Rick Newman here in New York. What is Mike Bloomberg doing to win the state of California in the Democratic primaries?
Well, most importantly, he's here on the ground. I was just with him a few days ago, and we were with a Moms Demand Action group in a residential neighborhood in San Diego. We toured through various parts of Southern California where he was really listening to residents about what they cared about, which is out in California, we're concerned about affordable housing. We're very concerned about the growing divide. We're concerned about homelessness. And Mike has a track record in New York to be able to point to. about how he's created 175,000 affordable housing units in New York, more than any other city in the country during that time. So I think his message is really resonating because he's on the ground. We know a lot of candidates are in other parts of the country, but Mike is really focused on all 50 states.
Mr. Mayor David Nelson, I guess the obvious question is Mayor Bloomberg in it to win it, or is he in this to maybe shape the outcome and make sure that a centrist ends up being the final candidate?
Well, certainly he's in it to win it. He is on the ground investing all of his time, and he's got a team, and he is opening offices in all 46 states right now, and soon to be 50. He is invested in winning this nomination and ultimately the presidency. But as you know, he's also invested in making sure we beat Donald Trump. And he's going to do whatever he can to ensure that whether it's him or another nominee, that we prevail against Trump in November. I'm convinced Mike Bloomberg can win this race. And he's demonstrated already as we're seeing him rise in the polls.
I want to switch gears for a moment because you are the mayor of San Jose, which is a huge tech hub there in California. As we have been talking about all during the show and for the past several days, we now have these rising tensions in the Mideast. Cyber attacks are something that has been talked about. How prepared? What are you guys doing in San Jose, both on the municipal level, but also your constituents there, the companies that are based there, to defend yourselves against any potential attacks?
Well, we've actually made a lot of investments within City Hall to ensure that we are more resilient to cyber attacks. We know this is something that's happening to communities across the country, and there is no substitute for simply good expertise in investing dollars the right way. And we know that there's more to come, certainly. The Trump administration seems to lack a strategy for how it's going to wage this war, this armed conflict, whatever we might call this. I think Mike Bloomberg understands that you don't go into situations like this without a clear plan about how to get out.
Mayor Sam Liccardo of San Jose, California, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Coming up, the Australian wildfires continue to scorch parts of that country, but the Prime Minister is urging tourists to still come and visit. Plus, 3 million people in Puerto Rico wait for power to be restored after a deadly earthquake knocks out electricity. Those wildfires in Australia have burned more than 12 million acres, and they're believed to have killed more than 500 million animals and 24 people. Still, Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison urged foreign tourists to visit, and this is a quote, "Australia is open. Australia is still a wonderful place to come and bring your family and enjoy your holidays." A state of emergency remains in effect in Puerto Rico following the deadly and destructive earthquake that hit earlier this week. Almost all of the island's 3 million residents lost electricity when that quake knocked out Puerto Rico's largest power plant. People are sleeping outside as a precaution while buildings are being inspected. CNN settled a $250 million defamation lawsuit with high school student Nick Sandmann. Now, you may recall news outlets like CNN played a video that had gone viral showing Sandmann surrounded by Native Americans during a demonstration at the Lincoln Memorial. News outlets incorrectly portrayed that incident as racially charged. California Congressman Duncan Hunter will resign next week. The Republican recently pled guilty to charges he and his wife used $250,000 in campaign funds for personal use, like vacations and school tuition. Hunter maintains his innocence, but says he accepted the deal to plead guilty to spare his family from a public trial. Julie?
Well, Yahoo Finance is at CES, and our own Dan Howley talked to Tiffany Moore, Senior Vice President of Political and Industry Affairs for the Consumer Technology Association, about a variety of topics, including themes covered in this year's show: 5G technology, data privacy, and diversity in the trade industry.
We're here with Tiffany Moore, SVP of Industry and Political Affairs at CTA. We're talking CES 2020. And I guess I got to ask, what do you see so far as the big themes of this year's show?
Well, one of the things that we've seen is that every company is a tech company. If you look at who showcased and who the keynote this morning was Delta Airlines, you're thinking, why would Delta Airlines be at CES? Because travel and tourism is a huge new component that you'll see on the CES floor. And technology is built in a plane. Like, it's all about how do you create that better experience, and tech is all about providing those experiences for consumers.
I just saw Impossible Foods out there, obviously food tech kind of in there. So that's, another one of those aspects of that. I guess, when you see the overall show itself, a lot of what we're seeing is 5G, obviously. That's going to be a big to-do in the coming months. And then another is privacy. Google had a big privacy announcement. And you see, all these different companies kind of embracing it or speaking to it. I guess, is that something that you're seeing industry-wide among members of CTA?
Most definitely. 5G is going to change so much within tech, but so much within the entire country. I just moderated a panel earlier today that talked about how 5G is going to permeate through everything that we do. It's about the technology that's going to ride on top of 5G. It's going to be faster. When you think about the delivery of telehealth and opportunities within the healthcare space, every industry needs to look at how they can optimize their operations, their products, because 5G is going to make that possible.
And then for the privacy aspect, is that something that's just permeating throughout?
Oh, it's top of mind. Consumers want to understand how their data is being used. As companies, we need to make sure that we're kind of clear with consumers about how we're using their data. Data allows us to provide so much rich experiences, but we need to be very respectful on how we use that data. We at the Consumer Technology Association have been advocating for a federal privacy law, so we're working with Congress because we understand the importance of it, that could provide the rules of the road to make sure that we're transparent in the use of data, but making sure that we do use it to provide better experiences for consumers, and it's the products and the experiences that they want.
So you head up the diversity efforts at CTA.
Yes.
How are you kind of trying to guide the members, which, I mean, they include the biggest tech companies in the world. How are you trying to guide them to ensure that they're making diversity top of mind or trying to push forward the idea of a more diverse tech landscape?
Well, the one thing is our member companies, CTA member companies, do take diversity and inclusion seriously. We just launched at CTA our diversity and inclusion working group with more than 40 companies big and small and startups who are focused on how do we move the needle on building a diverse workplace. And so we're trying to make sure that we're helpful in facilitating that conversation, to share best practices, to help startups build diversity as they try to build their companies, and just make sure that we are taking advantage of the best talent that this country has to offer. We can't leave anybody on the sidelines, and that's what building a diverse and inclusive workforce is about.
And we already see that there's problems trying to get workers to fill these jobs
Yes.
that are there. So obviously that would be of help getting more diversity in there. I guess for CES itself, you still see it growing. It's 170,000 plus people now.
Yes.
It's one of the largest tech shows in the world, the biggest in Vegas for the year. What do you think is pushing that growth?
We have companies that you wouldn't associate as being a tech company, Procter & Gamble, who are showcasing and exhibiting at CES, because as our CEO, Gary Shapiro, says, every company is a tech company. And so that's why you see such excitement and kind of a breath of fresh air, the breadth and depth of the types of exhibitors that we have, because every company is a tech company.
All right, Tiffany Moore, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, that is a live picture from the White House. We're awaiting President Trump, who's going to make remarks, and it looks as if he might take questions, although that is not officially part of what's about to happen. But this was originally going to be just the White House press pool, and then they opened it up to all of the reporters who are daily at the White House. So we are awaiting the president's remarks. We are going to bring them to you live. Obviously, he's going to be talking about the status of the situation with Iran following the attack last night from Iran on Iraqi army bases, which house U.S. soldiers. Tesla is the most valuable U.S. car company ever. Market cap for the electric car maker is as big as Ford at its valuation peak in 1999. Yahoo Finance's Alexis Christoforous joins us with more on that one. Alexis?
Adam, it is full speed ahead for Tesla, and that is right. The company now officially the most valuable American car company with a market cap of about $85 billion. Now, we know production just started a few days ago at Tesla's new Chinese Gigafactory. And in fact, China bought nearly 3 times as many electric cars as the U.S. did in 2018. That is good news for Tesla. Want to take a look at the stock performance, because shares of Tesla are up today, but they're also up 40% in just the past month. And in the past year, Tesla stock is up about 40% as well, also outperforming those more traditional automakers. Despite its market cap surpassing that of GM and Ford, Tesla's 2019 profits and car deliveries pale in comparison to those traditional automakers. GM and Ford produced a combined 39 times as many cars as Tesla did in 2019. And in terms of profits, there's a wide gap there, too. Tesla lost over $820 million, while GM and Ford's combined profit was over $10 billion last year. Now, we spoke to the longtime Tesla bull, Gene Munster of Loop Ventures, earlier today on Yahoo Finance, and he said that he believes the company can grow deliveries by 28% in 2020 compared to the overall auto industry, which he says will likely be flat. And he pointed out that there are still plenty of material risks here for Tesla related to things like demand, production expansion, talent retention, and of course, you've got CEO Elon Musk's behavior. But Munster believes that Tesla will ultimately win over long-term investors. Of course, up until now, a lot of the price action we've seen in the stock has been tied to short sellers. Now, Munster predicts Tesla will increase deliveries in each quarter of 2020 and that shares will likely continue. They're already above $471 right now. And in more good news for the electric car company, yes, there is more. Tesla just received a large order from the competition. Daimler and BMW just ordered 60 Tesla vehicles for their joint venture ride-hailing app in Europe. And Adam and Julie, before we let Gene Munster go today, we said, could Tesla actually reach $1 trillion market cap? And while he did laugh a bit, he also said, never say never. Back over to you.
Well, I guess if you're a bull, you got to be optimistic, right? Coming up, President Trump expected to deliver remarks just a few moments from now. We're going to take you there live as it happens. There's the room where he will be appearing. Plus, before we go to break, take a look at some of the top trending tickers on Yahoo Finance today. Also in Iran, there was a crash of a Boeing-made plane. Those shares are down nearly 2%.
Time for Word on the Street. We're going to check in with the panelists and find out the stories that they're watching. David, your word is the U.S. soldier.
I think we have to look to that. You know, we sometimes we see our soldiers. I know a lot of these young men and women. I have one. I'm father to one, and they go into harm's way. They do not craft policy. They are the tip of the spear. They implement the policy, and they help defend our freedoms. And I think we should be thinking about them as we see these headlines come across the stage, and we should be thinking about it when the president speaks today.
Especially as it's still not clear if there were any casualties in the Iranian strikes in Iraq.
We don't seem to know. So far, so good. And but obviously, this is still ongoing. So we should all.
You think it's time to reinstate a universal service for everybody in the country as you come of a certain age?
You know what? I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. Universal service does not necessarily have to be military. You know, it could be a Peace Corps. It could be any number of things. You know, it certainly worked for Israel. Why couldn't it work for us here?
The Pentagon doesn't want to draft, by the way.
Israel's a lot smaller.
They want a selective pool of people in the military.
That's probably a fair statement. They want the best of the best, I would think. But we're not in a full-fledged war right now, so it doesn't seem necessary at this point. And I don't think it's politically tenable in the country at this point.
Rick, you are also, of course, watching the Iran situation. You say, though, it's not finished yet.
I don't think Iran is finished, is what I mean. We don't know if President Trump is going to order some kind of retaliation. The storyline now appears to be that this was kind of a hollow attack, perhaps partly for theater, in which they deliberately tried not to hit anything of value to the United States. But this is the public part of whatever Iran's response is going to be. And strategists who have watched Iran for a long time are saying they have an asymmetric element to their strategy as well, which is terrorism, the militias that they have control over in parts of the Middle East and elsewhere, and that this is not necessarily over and there could be something else coming. It could also be a cyber attack, and that Iran may not put its signature on it either. So there could be more trouble ahead. It could be weeks away, months away.
Years away.
Well, the message sent is similar.
It's very unpredictable.
It's kind of Jimmy Doolittle, the first raid on Tokyo. It didn't really accomplish much other than to say, we can hit back, we can hit you. It's the same thing.
I think, I mean, the Pentagon knows Iran's capabilities with missiles, so that they don't need to send that message to the United States. They're sending a message to their own people. So it's possible that this strike that we just saw was for domestic consumption, so Iran's leaders can say to their own people, hey, we're doing something, and probably exaggerate the effect of the strikes as well. We'll see what else happens, but I'm not sure this is over.
All right, well, coming up, don't go anywhere. We are just moments away from President Trump's first remarks since that Iranian attack on U.S. troops in Iraq. We'll be right back. It is 10:58 a.m. here in New York City. We're about 90 minutes into the trading day. Stocks are rising for the moment, up about 0.1% across the board. This comes after Iran strikes back, firing numerous missiles at 2 military bases in Iraq, which house U.S. troops. President Trump is set to address the attack moments from now at the White House. We are awaiting his remarks. Welcome to On the Move. I'm Julie Hyman.
And I'm Adam Shapiro. We want to take a look at the markets right now. And despite the escalating tensions in the Middle East, markets are in the green. Ines Ferré is there on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
Adam, and we're watching oil. It's down around 2% right now, with WTI down more than 2%. You've also got Brent that's down around 1.5%. Some of the energy stocks are under pressure. And I was talking to an energy trader here telling me that the markets are pricing in right now no escalation after the Iranian strikes last night. Quite a reversal from what you saw with oil last night as to what you're seeing this morning. But he's saying, look, this is telling us there won't be an escalation. Meanwhile, we're also watching the Dow that is up about 36 points. I want to show you some of the Dow laggards, though. Looking at Walgreens, it's the worst performer on the Dow right now after its fiscal 2020 first quarter results, missing on earnings and revenue, maintaining its full year outlook despite the soft quarter. And then Boeing also lagging this morning. Of course, we know about the crash outside of Tehran last night involving a Boeing jet, but traders here are saying that investors really are saying that without that black box, investors aren't necessarily buying into the theory that it could be a mechanical issue, as stated by some Iranian officials. Also, keep in mind that this was not a MAX jet, which the MAX is currently grounded. We're looking at financials and technology, which have been leading the gains this morning.
Ines, thank you. The standoff with Iran accelerated overnight after dozens of Iranian missiles were fired at at Iraqi air bases that house U.S. soldiers. That was in retaliation for the killing of Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani. Joining us from Capitol Hill is U.S. Representative from Indiana, Jim Banks. And we're waiting for the president. We may have to interrupt the discussion, but what do you want to hear from the president when he addresses the country?
Well, first and foremost, the American people, my constituents are hopeful that the president can assure them that he has this situation under control, which I believe at this point the president has shown a great deal of wisdom and restraint each step of the way in dealing with Iran. So if the president can express that in his remarks here shortly, I know that my constituents at least will greatly appreciate that.
How much information are you in Congress getting about the events on the ground there? I know we as journalists, we don't have any information on casualties as of yet in Iraq. So what kind of briefings, and I know you're on the House Armed Forces Committee as well, what kind of information are you getting?
Well, over the last 3 years, since during my entire time in Congress, on the Armed Services Committee, we've been repeatedly briefed on Iran's provocations, their engagements, over a 3-year period of time. That's why I stand here today as a member of Congress who can tell you that Iran is the provocateur. They've always been the biggest provocateur in the Middle East. But later today, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, all members of Congress, Republican and Democrat, will be briefed in a classified setting by administration officials, everyone from the Secretary of State to the Secretary of Defense, the CIA director. They will all be in a classified setting briefing members of Congress about the actions last week of taking out Soleimani, and also to talk about where we go from here.
Does the Intelligence Committee have any insight as to why our allies in the Middle East, the Saudi Arabians, Qatar, Kuwaitis, why they aren't being more vocal in support of our actions?
I can't speak to that. I can say that Saudi Arabia is very much aware of the threat that Iran poses, and they are very outspoken about the nature of that threat. Our biggest ally in the Middle East, being in Israel, is extremely vocal and supportive of our actions to contain and hold Iran accountable for their evil actions as well. So we certainly have allies in the region who understand that. But this president has drawn a red line, if you will, in saying that we will respond and hold Iran accountable if the lives of American troops or Americans the lives are at stake or if Iran engages in any activity that kills an American, we will retaliate and hold them accountable. Fortunately, that didn't happen in the attack last night, and we're all glad to hear that news this morning. But there's no doubt that we have to continue to keep the maximum pressure campaign in place and hold Iran accountable for their misdeeds up to this point.
Congressman Rick Newman here in New York. In terms of broader strategy in Iraq, should the United States be boosting the number of U.S. forces there temporarily, permanently, or should it be drawing down the number of U.S. forces there?
Well, I hope the president will address that in his remarks as well, talk about our longer-term strategy specifically in Iraq. I believe it's fundamentally important to maintain a presence in our fight against ISIS. That's why we are in Iraq first and foremost. If we withdrew from Iraq, we know what inevitably will happen. When President Obama withdrew from Iraq, that led to the rise of ISIS to begin with. That led us right back to where we are today with the troop presence there. We can't afford that because fundamentally a rise of ISIS is a direct threat on the United States of America, and better to fight and defeat them there than to see another attack to the magnitude of what happened on 9/11. That's why we maintain a presence in a place like Iraq and Afghanistan, and why we have to keep up those efforts.
Congressman David Nelson in New York, a lot has been made of the fact that Congress was not informed prior to this strike. When a target of opportunity enters into a zone and there's perhaps minutes to make a decision, is that the normal course, or in fact, should the president have made this gesture to Congress?
Well, the president should have all options on the table of how to defend America and keep America safe. But the president and his administration did abide by the War Powers Act. They did submit a written report within 48 hours to Congress, and that report is available to every member of Congress. There were some members of Congress, as I understand it, who were briefed beforehand, like Senator Lindsey Graham, who's publicly made that publicly known that he was briefed. But at the end of the day, I don't blame the president one bit for not notifying some members of Congress immediately before the attack because of the serious nature and confidentiality, the classified nature of that attack, and making sure that it was carried out successfully as it was.
Congressman, I want to ask about comparisons between this situation and the run-up to the Iraq War, because as you know, many Americans, if not most Americans, are deeply skeptical of the events that led the U.S. to enter the war in Iraq. And now I'm seeing some skepticism around the idea of an imminent, a quote-unquote imminent threat from Soleimani that led to that assassination. Do you think that's warranted? Are you indeed convinced that there was an imminent threat, that the U.S. had that intelligence?
I think these are very different situations. Mind you, I wasn't a member of Congress when we went to war with Iraq, when that legislation was carried out to authorize military force in the House of Representatives. I believe very much that the president's actions to date have been defensive. They've been preemptive, if you will, which makes it just the opposite of the nature of engaging in an offensive front, a full-scale war with Iraq like we did in 2003. The president has reacted with restraint, from refusing to engage Iran at a higher level after they shot down our drones, taking out Soleimani after an American contractor was killed, and holding them accountable and retaliating against that. These have all been defensive actions, but preemptive at the same time, and that because of the nature of the intelligence that suggests that an imminent attack was on the horizon being orchestrated by Soleimani. Very, very different from Iraq.
Congressman Banks, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And we do want to mention, we of course are still waiting for the president's comments. But in the meantime, let's talk about more about what this escalation means for global oil markets. We're joined by Fernando Ferreira. He's Director of Geopolitical Risk Service at Rapidan Energy Group. Fernando, we saw that spike in oil futures overnight on that Iranian strike. They've come down, and now they're down about 1%. Does this action make sense to you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me over. Yeah, somewhat it does. I mean, we've been expecting a restrained response from Iran, which is what we saw last night. Oil prices spiked a little bit, about 4%, $3, and came down again. The oil market is on the fundamental side of things, it's oversupplied. So it makes sense that the markets are again focused on the EIA weekly report showing the market still oversupplied. The reaction from last night, the Iranian reaction was restrained. It avoided any casualties from the U.S. And we think that ultimately it will avoid a disproportionate response from President Trump. And I think that this is what the market is reading right now.
So what are oil traders and people who invest in oil going to look forward to hearing from the president as we await his remarks? What do they want to hear?
I think that they want to hear a de-escalatory response from President Trump to see that the U.S. will not respond to the attacks. President Trump had threatened to attack sites inside Iran ahead of the last night's response. I think that President Trump has walked back a little bit from that threat. So I think that this is what the oil market is hoping to see. No U.S. response, or at least a very restrained response, somewhat similar to what we've seen from the previous attacks from Iran, the response after the downing of the U.S. drone, the response after Abqaiq, which were non-kinetic, which were cyber. So a non-escalatory move from the U.S.
Fernando, David Nelson in New York, where does OPEC fit in all of this at this point? They seem, as a cartel-like structure, they really seem ineffective at this point. What will they do? Will they ramp up production if the oil supplies are disrupted, or will they hold steady? Hoping that the oil price goes higher?
Yeah, OPEC has a tricky job to do at this point. Like I said, the fundamentals on the market are oversupplied. We expect prices to, absent the geopolitical risk, prices should be going down. So on the fundamental side of things, OPEC is looking at the oversupplied market. So don't expect to see an OPEC response on changing production unless there is a disruption on production.
Do you think that we were watching the value of Saudi Aramco fall yesterday? The Saudis have been very quiet. Certainly they are not allied with Iran. Do you think that they are nervous that Iran may choose to retaliate if this does continue, even as a proxy battle, and maybe take out, as they did in September, take out part of the Saudi oil infrastructure?
Absolutely. I believe the Saudis are very nervous about that, and you saw this with Khalid bin Salman in Washington yesterday, urging President Trump to de-escalate the tensions with Iran. Saudi Arabia is at the top of Iran's target list, following on the September 14 attack on Abqaiq last year. From what we heard from Iran, is additional targets in Saudi Arabia that they were looking to hit. And these include offshore oil fields in the Persian Gulf. It includes the Khurais oil field, which they hit last year. It includes the oil complex in the Red Sea, which can be targeted from Yemen by Iranian proxies. So the Saudis are at the top of Iran's list in terms of oil targets, and they're very vulnerable. Iran has shown that they have the capability of hitting critical Gulf oil infrastructure. They've shown that they're willing to do it, and should President Trump continue on putting on pressure on Iran, I think that these are safer targets for Iran to hit. Iran has been testing the red lines across the region, like we talked earlier, hitting a U.S. drone, hitting tankers in the Gulf, hitting the pipeline, East-West pipeline in Saudi Arabia, and it's proven that those are safer targets. So that's likely to fall back to hitting those targets again.
Fernando Ferreira joining us there from Rapidan. Appreciate it. And we should mention crude oil has taken another leg lower, so it's now down by nearly 2%. Let's talk more about the market reaction we've been seeing as we await President Trump's appearance there. We saw predictable market movement, perhaps, at least initially, the rise in gold prices, lower yields on U.S. bonds. But it seems as though the signals are not entirely clear. Joining us now from Chicago is Charlie Bourbonskoy. He's vice chairman and head of the investments group and portfolio manager at Ariel Investments. Charlie, it's great to see you. I think investors are having a tough time here sussing out what exactly they should be doing as we see this drop in oil. One of the questions we were discussing in our meeting this morning is, if you're an investor, which of these indicators do you look at? Because things aren't necessarily showing a clear picture of how we should interpret what's going on.
Yeah, so I would say versus a year ago, the whole market was nervous. We had an inverted yield curve. We had people predicting a recession. Everybody was worried about Brexit. The market was clearly pessimistic. Bond yields went to 135 on the 10-year. The market was pessimistic. And so the right thing to do at that time was to be greedy when others were fearful. It was to buy when there was maximum pessimism. Today, it's a little different. In fact, I would say right now there's general optimism. A lot of the optimism gauges are showing that people are bullish. Unfortunately, retail investors have a bad habit of putting money into stocks after a run-up rather than when stocks go down, which is when you should buy. So we would say today the market is fairly priced. Value stocks are clearly cheap versus growth. Bonds are very expensive, so you should avoid long-term bonds. But I can't pound the table on stocks like I could a year ago.
Charlie, we saw gold go over $1,600 an ounce last night. It has fallen back below. You just talked about people timing the market, but we know you shouldn't do that. At least we're told not to do that. But how do you protect yourself if we have enjoyed the run-ups we've had in different asset classes if you are nervous?
You know, that's a great question. I think what you have to do as a value investor is try to find stocks that are inexpensive relative to their underlying value. And I can't tell you which way the market's going to go next month, but good investors can tell you what is attractive relative to its value. So, for example, something like KKR, which is just a wonderful business, attracting significant inflows, a great economic model where they sometimes get paid 2 and 20. That stock trading at 13, 14 times PE still represents good value, and it's going to do well over the long run. There are other names that we like, so you should look for what's cheap. And generally what's cheap are value stocks, some stocks that maybe are a little bit cyclical. What's expensive are safe stocks, bond substitute stocks, high dividend yielding utilities, REITs, Coke and Pepsi, which are very low beta. Those are not cheap, and so you shouldn't buy them.
Charlie, there's been a lot of talk about this rotation into value from growth, right? And there's been some signs that perhaps it's going to be a little bit more sustained. But we've sort of seen feints in that direction before that have not been sustained. So what do you think is going to change sentiment around those stocks? Because, I mean, it's great to buy value, but it's got to pay off at some point, right? It's got to get more expensive at some point if you want to make some money.
Yeah. No, this has been, as value investors, this has been the most painful 10 years in the last 100 years. I mean, there have been some wonderful studies done that have shown that value has outperformed growth in every 10-year period since we've been able to calculate these things, which is basically 1925. If you look at 10-year periods since 1925, value has beaten growth in every 10-year period except for the last 10 years. And that's just been very hard on people like me. And but the good news is we're making a lot of money. It's not like we're losing money. It's just that we're not doing as well as the growth investors who are buying Facebook and Netflix and Amazon. And so I'm asking people to hang in there. It's been tough. I know there have been head fakes, but we really do think the gap between value and growth is significant, and now would not be the time to sell your value stocks and buy growth stocks.
Charlie Bobrinskoy of Ariel Investments, thank you very much. And again, we are waiting for the president to begin speaking. A large crowd assembled there. This was initially supposed to be just the poll reporters that were witnessing the president's remarks. Now it is the entire press corps. We don't yet know for sure if he'll be taking questions, but it seems likelier than not. Let's get more on all of this. Ian Bremmer is here. He is Eurasia Group and G0 Media President Ian Bremmer. Thank you for being here, Ian. Sure. You guys just released your 10 risks for 2020. You did. And you also released some red herrings, things that maybe people thought were a risk that you don't think is as big a risk. One of them is a war with Iran.
Yes.
And now,
shocking.
Yes, and now it seems like perhaps, at least, I mean, it's awfully early in 2020, but it seems like maybe that red herring is being borne out.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that once the decision was made to assassinate Qasem Soleimani, I changed my New Year's resolution. to trying to help talk people off the ledge and say that World War III is not imminent, right? I mean, it is very clear that Trump has not wanted war with Iran. And if he had wanted to wag the dog, he had had plenty of opportunities to do so. Part of the reason that this was getting dangerous was precisely because the Iranian economy was imploding, but they had no sense of what the red lines were. They were taking all of these incremental steps. They were hitting tankers, they captured one, they were hitting drones, the Global Hawk, $130 million piece of equipment knocked out of the sky. They're showing it off, right, in Tehran, bringing in the school kids to check. And then they hit the Saudis. And I mean, any other American president, you hit Saudi Arabia, most important oil processing facility in the world, and he does nothing? Any other president would have done something, right? And so clearly the Iranians are feeling like this process of incremental escalation is working for them. In fact, the Saudis started to negotiate. The Saudis, they actually had a prisoner exchange after that. So if you're Iran, if you're advising the Iranians, you're saying, okay, let's keep doing this because Trump talks big, he's hurting our economy. There's no other way to make him take us seriously other than showing that we're really gonna go down this road. So they do. And what do? They hit Baghdad. They hit our embassy, the most expensive, largest U.S. embassy in the world. They hit Kirkuk, our base. They kill an American. They injure some soldiers. And then the Supreme Leader does perhaps the ultimate thing for Trump. He goes on Twitter and he says, the Americans can't do a damn thing about it, right? And Trump shows them that's the red line. Now, showing them that's the red line and taking out Soleimani, finally, the Iranians have some communication from the U.S. We know what you'll tolerate, what you won't tolerate. And given the massive power imbalances between the U.S. and Iran, that's actually a de-escalatory step.
So what happens next?
So what happens next is, well, the Iranians are backing down. They're backing down in a huge way. I mean, they've hit the United States. They told Baghdad in advance what they were going to do. They clearly did that with the intention of not having American casualties, and quite fortunately, there haven't been. The Iranian foreign minister came out publicly and said, we're going to hit you harder if you do anything to us. We just killed the head of their military. I mean, like, what else are we going to do to them, right? So this is obviously the Iranians suing for peace, saying, okay, we really don't want to further escalate. We're going to behave now. I'd be stunned if the Iranians engaged in direct attacks against the United States in the near future. Now, they have said they're leaving the nuclear deal. But even there, the headlines are worse than the reality. They're still adhering to the plutonium portions of the deal. They're still adhering to the inspections portion of the deal. They are enriching more uranium. They're doing so incrementally. Everything about what the Iranians are now showing is they'd like to figure out a way to de-escalate.
What I hear you saying is that the president did the right thing.
Look, if you ask me, do I think it was right for the United States to unilaterally withdraw from the Iranian nuclear deal, which actually set off this escalation? The answer is no. I don't support that policy. If you ask, once he did that, and given all of the escalation we saw from Iran, was it right to hit them back hard at that point? The answer is yes. Now, so, I mean, it's more nuanced than, do I love Trump or no? Look, I'm personally not emotionally damaged by Trump. Right? My analysis doesn't come from, I hate this man. And I think it's important to be able to say that because so much of what I've heard this weekend doesn't seem rational, right? It doesn't seem to recognize that actually, if you're the president of the world's most powerful country, you can miscalculate more. That's reality. It's not fair, but it's reality, right? And so Trump miscalculates a lot. But it's not just that he's lucky. You are luckier intrinsically when you're this powerful. You know, it's like you're luckier intrinsically when your parents have enough money to get you into Harvard, right? I mean, you're just luckier. You know,
Ian, you said you'd be stunned if there were further direct Iranian attacks on U.S. personnel or assets.
Yeah.
What about asymmetrical warfare, terrorism, something like that? Do you think the Iranians are done, or is there more coming?
Well, the Iranians are not done. This is not mission accomplished. And if Trump goes on stage and actually rolls that out, that would be a big mistake, right? Part of the reason is because the Iranians don't have complete control over all of these proxies. That's even more true now that Soleimani's dead. Right? I mean, this guy was a singular figure, and his charisma and his network in building up these proxies and getting them to follow him is not going to be replaced easily, despite the fact they have someone else in the position. So, I mean, if you ask me, do I believe that there could be rogue forces among proxies that will take a whack at American assets in the region? The answer is certainly yes. We've seen rocket attacks against American bases in Iraq, for example, consistently over the past few months. I doubt that that's all going to stop. That's very different from saying, are we going to be at war with the Iranians? So looking forward in 2020, I believe the likelihood of negotiations and diplomacy with Iran is actually greater than the likelihood of war with Iran. It's going to be hard to get to negotiations, but if you wanted to make that bet, you'd clearly make the bet towards
Well, what about a
negotiations.
terrorist the likelihood of planning a terrorist attack?
My concerns about terrorism come largely not from the Shia, but from the Sunni. The fact that the United States now has fewer forces at its disposition to engage in intelligence and counterstrikes against terrorists in Iraq and in Syria. We've suspended those operations in Iraq, and if we are forced to take our troops out of Iraq, and again, we're not there yet, there is only a caretaker government in Iraq. We sent a letter, we rescinded it, it's not a real letter apparently. All of that tells me that sure, I mean, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, other such organizations are going to regroup, they're going to get stronger. I would also say that to the extent that they pose a danger and a threat, they are primarily a threat on the ground in the region. They're secondarily a threat to our allies in Europe, and they are then marginally a threat to the United States. Trump has said that publicly when he said, why do we care if ISIS forces escape from Syria? They're just going to go to Europe. I wish he hadn't said that. I think it's a horrible thing to do to American allies. It is also reality, and so we should admit that too.
Ian, we have more questions for you, but we're going to take a break first because we're still waiting for the president there to speak as well. We're going to get more thoughts from Ian Bremmer and more at some point, comments from President Trump. Stay tuned.
We're awaiting comments from President Trump about the situation with Iran. We have Ian Bremmer, the president of the Eurasia Group, is here, and I believe, David, you had a question for him.
Yeah, I do. You know, you brought out the elephant in the room for me. You know, I'm a money runner, and you mentioned the Saudis. You know, the fact that oil, that we are largely energy independent at this point, isn't that the big elephant in the room here, and why we maybe not as so forceful in defending Saudi Arabia in the future?
That's the way that the White House thinks about it, clearly. I've had those conversations directly with the leadership, and they're like, hey, we don't need the Middle East the way we used to anymore. Why are we acting as if we do? There is much more asymmetry. Part of the asymmetry is that the United States is, you know, I don't know, energy independence is the wrong term. It's not like we don't get anything from the region, but we are exporting now net. We're not importing. That clearly matters. Another thing is that if you ask me, is the United States in decline? Globally, our influence is in decline versus the Chinese, but our influence versus our allies has actually gone up. Right? Not just our oil and gas production, our food production, the state of our military, our technology companies, where we are geopolitically, the dollar. I mean, we actually matter a lot more than our allies do today compared to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I don't think that the narrative doesn't reflect that in any way, shape, or form. Now, that doesn't mean that it's good to be unilateralists. That doesn't mean we don't need our allies at all. It doesn't mean America First is the right ideology. But we have to at least recognize that the United States shouldn't be thinking about the world objectively the same way we did 10 years ago. I mean, our national interests are evolving, they're changing. China matters a lot more, as theirs are. And, you know, the fact is, in the same way that we need to push the Europeans to do more in NATO, we need to also be asking ourselves, why do we continue to spend all of this time and treasure and blood on fruitless efforts in the Middle East? The one thing I found very amusing when Secretary Esper came out yesterday and said, we weren't going to start a war in Iran, but we're going to finish one.
Looks like
Go for it.
they've just opened the doors. We should point out, too, that he's surrounded by his cabinet.
As long as I'm President of the United States, Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Good morning. I'm pleased to inform you the American people should be extremely grateful and happy. No Americans were harmed in last night's attack by the Iranian regime. We suffered no casualties. All of our soldiers are safe, and only minimal damage was sustained at our military bases. Our great American forces are prepared for anything. Iran appears to be standing down, which is a good thing for all parties concerned and a very good thing for the world. No American or Iraqi lives were lost because of the precautions taken, the dispersal of forces, and an early warning system that worked very well. I salute the incredible skill and courage of America's men and women in uniform. For far too long, all the way back to 1979 to be exact, nations have tolerated Iran's destructive and destabilizing behavior in the Middle East and beyond. Those days are over. Iran has been the leading sponsor of terrorism, and their pursuit of nuclear weapons threatens the civilized world. We will never let that happen. Last week, we took decisive action to stop a ruthless terrorist from threatening American lives. At my direction, the United States military eliminated the world's top terrorist, Qasem Soleimani. As the head of the Quds Force, Soleimani was personally responsible for some of the absolutely worst atrocities. He trained terrorist armies, including Hezbollah, launching terrorist strikes against civilian targets. He fueled bloody civil wars all across the region. He viciously wounded and murdered thousands of U.S. troops, including the planting of roadside bombs that maim and dismember their victims. Soleimani directed the recent attacks on U.S. personnel in Iraq that badly wounded 4 service members and killed 1 American, and he orchestrated the violent assault on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. In recent days, he was planning new attacks on American targets, but we stopped him. Soleimani's hands were drenched in both American and Iranian blood. He should have been terminated long ago. By removing Soleimani, we have sent a powerful message to terrorists. If you value your own life, you will not threaten the lives of our people. As we continue to evaluate options in response to Iranian aggression, the United States will immediately impose additional punishing economic sanctions on the Iranian regime. These powerful sanctions will remain until Iran changes its behavior. In recent months alone, Iran has seized ships in international waters, fired an unprovoked strike on Saudi Arabia, and shot down 2 U.S. drones. Iran's hostilities substantially increased after the foolish Iran nuclear deal was signed in 2013, and they were given $150 billion, not to mention $1.8 billion in cash. Instead of saying thank you to the United States, they chanted death to America. In fact, They chanted death to America the day the agreement was signed. Then Iran went on a terror spree, funded by the money from the deal, and created hell in Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Afghanistan, and Iraq. The missiles fired last night at us and our allies were paid for with the funds made available by the last administration. The regime also greatly tightened the reins on their own country, even recently killing 1,500 people at the many protests that are taking place all throughout Iran. The very defective JCPOA expires shortly anyway and gives Iran a clear and quick path to nuclear breakout. Iran must abandon its nuclear ambitions and end its support for terrorism. The time has come for the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Russia, and China to recognize this reality. They must now break away from the remnants of the Iran deal, or JCPOA. And we must all work together toward making a deal with Iran that makes the world a safer and more peaceful place. We must also make a deal that allows Iran to thrive and prosper and take advantage of its enormous untapped potential. Iran can be a great country. Peace and stability cannot prevail in the Middle East as long as Iran continues to foment violence, unrest, hatred, and war. The civilized world must send a clear and unified message to the Iranian regime. Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated any longer. It will not be allowed to go forward. Today, I am going to ask NATO to become much more involved in the Middle East process. Over the last 3 years, under my leadership, our economy is stronger than ever before, and America has achieved energy independence. These historic accomplishments change our strategic priorities. These are accomplishments that nobody thought were possible. And options in the Middle East became available. We are now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. We are independent, and we do not need Middle East oil. The American military has been completely rebuilt under my administration at a cost of $2.5 trillion. U.S. armed forces are stronger than ever before. Our missiles are big, powerful, accurate, lethal, and fast. Under construction are many hypersonic missiles. The fact that we have this great military and equipment, however, does not mean we have to use it. We do not want to use it. American strength, both military and economic, is the best deterrent. 3 months ago, after destroying 100% of ISIS and its territorial caliphate, we killed the savage leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi, who was responsible for so much death, including the mass beheadings of Christians, Muslims, and all who stood in his way. He was a monster. Al-Baghdadi was trying again to rebuild the ISIS caliphate and failed. Tens of thousands of ISIS fighters have been killed or captured during my administration. ISIS is a natural enemy of Iran. The destruction of ISIS is good for Iran, and we should work together on this and other shared priorities. Finally, to the people and leaders of Iran, we want you to have a future, and a great future, one that you deserve, one of prosperity at home and harmony with the nations of the world. The United States is ready to embrace peace with all who seek it. I want to thank you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That was President Trump speaking at the White House following last night's Iranian airstrike on Iraqi bases with the U.S. presence, I should say. Excuse me. Eurasia Group President Ian Bremmer is with us, as well as Yahoo Finance's Emily McCormick joining us now, and BNY Mellon Chief Market Strategist Alicia Levine. So he didn't take questions. We thought he might, but he did not indeed take questions. What's your take on that commentary, Ian?
Less is more.
For once.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of restraint, it's kind of remarkable.
Well, and yesterday as well. One tweet, basically saying all good, nothing. I mean, he has chosen to take both the Twitter path and the speech path today and not escalate. I mean, last night, I thought the best news last night when I saw that the president was not going to give a speech while the missiles were flying. We didn't have information. I was like, thank God.
And Iran seemed to be saying that too, perhaps.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the potential to get this wrong. I mean, Trump, when he gets himself in trouble, he's getting himself in trouble. He shoots himself in the foot. He gets rid of Comey. Look at what happens, right? I mean, so many of the crises are self-inflicted. Impeachment, all about this call to the Ukrainians that all of his advisors told him, don't do it. They try to protect him from himself. In this case, he just gave a speech that was written by the advisors, and look
at how the markets are reacting. So as we look at that, Alicia, I am curious. He did send a message, a warning, a threat, or a request to our European allies in NATO. How is that going to be received? He wants them to pull out of the nuclear deal with Iran.
Yeah. I'm going to leave that question aside for a second, because what I heard in this speech was essentially an invitation to Iran and the invitation to talk, and the invitation to de-escalate verbally, work against ISIS, and to kind of bring this to some kind of conclusion. I think the Europeans are going to be very hard-pressed to pull out of the nuclear deal unless there's some signaling from Iran that they're willing to do this. Just to roll back for a second, if Iran wanted to kill Americans, it could have killed Americans very easily. So last night was really a soft response. I mean, I was sitting there with my jaw on the ground, like this almost looks like kabuki theater a little bit. And I thought the president's speech was acknowledging that it was a moment. The Iranians did not take it to where they could have taken it, and the president was responding, saying, okay, this is it. Let's do something about this. And I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation that down the road there's some kind of communication here to move forward.
Well, and I think that's the question that's now remaining is what is that next step here? Because this was such a muted retaliatory action that we saw from Iran. Is there anything else that could potentially escalate this further? And could this, spiral downward? Is that a threat that is actually still on the table here? Because markets appear to be pricing that out.
As I said, the likelihood at this point that the Iranians would directly engage in anything that looked remotely retaliatory, given the level of what they've just experienced from the United States, seems very low indeed. That's not what we should be focusing on. We should focus on accidents. We should focus on the fact that the region itself is, look, Iraq, let's focus on Iraq. We've got a parliament in Iraq that's voted to pull the American troops out. The U.S. said they don't want to do that. We have a caretaker prime minister. He said that the U.S. should leave, but he's not really in charge right now. So what's going to be the disposition of U.S. forces on the ground in Iraq? What's going to happen in Syria as a consequence of all this with the supply chain? I mean, there's a real question as to, does the U.S. care? What's our strategy in the Middle East? That's an interesting question.
So you raise a question, and as again, we look at these markets seem to like what they heard, at least the Dow being up and the S&P 500 being up. If you go back 20 years, the original Camp David peace accords, that was, nobody knew the negotiations were going on between the Israelis and the PLO. Fast forward to today. Who brings the United States and the Iranians to a negotiating table? Is it the Swiss? Is it the Danes? Who is it?
Trump has already reached out and asked a lot of people to do that for him. If you remember, Prime Minister Abe from Japan made a trip to Tehran to try to facilitate between the two sides. Didn't work, but certainly trusted there. President Macron was the person that was trying to facilitate a phone call between Trump and President Rouhani on the sidelines of the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly meetings back in September. That failed, but it certainly was an effort. He would be very credible, though the relations between Trump and Macron are not what they were. The Kuwaitis, the Qataris, the Swiss president. I mean, there are a lot of people that can play this role. I would be surprised, given the speech that we just saw, if there isn't some outreach of that sort happening right now. I think there will be. And then the question is, can the Iranians say yes? Because the Iranians are under a lot of pressure and they're not a unified state. You've got the supreme leader and you have the president. The president's been much more interested in diplomacy. So is the foreign minister. The supreme leader has not. It's not like North Korea, where you say, okay, one guy says we'll do talks, and if they don't go well, you shoot the guy that did the talks, right? In Iran, the president can actually get ousted. He can be forced out. The supreme leader runs the place. The IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, not the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. It's Islamic for a reason. It's under the mullahs. It's theocratic. It's an open question. So there is a lot of behind the scenes. I doubt the decision to be that restrained by the Iranians was taken easily or without confrontation inside Iran. And I think the decisions about the next step right now are going to be as contentious inside Iran. We're talking about the future of their country. For the U.S., this is way over there. Most Americans don't care about it, won't vote on it. The markets can shrug it off. For Iran, this is actually what brings people out on the streets, and it matters a lot more for them.
And right now we are seeing the markets here shrug it off and then some, because we're seeing them take a leg up. Ian, stay with us. We're going to be right back after this break. President Trump spoke just moments ago following last night's Iranian airstrike on Iraqi bases. The president confirmed that there were no U.S. casualties in that, which, as we've been discussing, seems to have been quite deliberate. Ian Bremmer is still with us on set, as well as Alicia Levine and Emily McCormick. Ian, I want to turn, if we could, back to your risks, your top risks for 2020, because as you said, a U.S.-Iran conflagration was a red herring.
Yeah.
Your top risk happens later this year, which is the U.S. election and the credibility of that election. How does this play into that, or does it play into that? Does it give Trump a stronger hand, in other words?
Two pieces here. The first is that inside that risk, we said that internationally, we were less concerned about wagging the dog than petting the dog. In other words, that Trump wasn't going to try to engage in warfare to get the office to swing the election in his favor, but he was interested in engaging in deal-making with other countries around the world, rogue states around the world, even if they weren't great deals and they weren't in the national interest of the United States. We saw that with the Taliban in Afghanistan, with the offer on 9/11 to come to Camp David. We've seen it with the Summit Tree with the North Koreans, and we'll see it now with the Iranians. So the fact that diplomacy looks increasingly likely with the Iranians doesn't mean that when Trump gets close to a deal, he won't be inclined to give away the store to say, I'm the guy that can do the great deal much better than Obama, right? So I do think that there is a risk of that internationally. That's a lot less problematic from a market perspective than the potential of rockets flying. In terms of the election itself, no, I don't think this is going to end up affecting the elections much at all. I think Democrats that hate Trump will say that this was enormously dangerous and he got himself into this trouble to begin with, and there's truth to that. I think Republicans will say this is a massive win. We got rid of a major adversary of the U.S. There's truth to that too, but I don't think it'll play.
Isn't the risk, and I may have misread, isn't the risk that you're worried about that people don't trust the election process anymore?
That's right. In other words,
to trust the outcome.
That's right. In
no
other
matter who
words,
wins.
it has less likely, it's less about whether it's Trump or a Democrat. It's more that you're going to have had an impeached president who will be acquitted. He will have been impeached for specifically trying to rig the election in his favor through politicizing an investigation of his opponent. And he's going to be running. And he's going to have the powers of the presidency to continue to use, to not defend electoral sanctity against external intervention from the Russians, to potentially take people off the rolls, disenfranchise people from voting, all these things that will make the election process feel delegitimized by the country. And we haven't had something like that, frankly, since 1876.
So right now, Alicia, the S&P 500 is at an all-time high. It just hit an all-time high in the wake of these comments and the sort of relief that the president perhaps was restrained and that Iran appears to be restrained. How long can that last?
So we think this lasts for the year. So if you look historically,
even given what the risks that Ian is talking about.
Yes, I think there's electoral risk, but I don't see it as the lack of faith in the institutions or the electoral process. I see it more within the primary season on the Democratic side. So I see volatility coming from the primary process on the Democratic side. So there'll be a trade there. There'll be a softness there. But basically, when you have a year following a 30% year, or something really 20+% return for the S&P, the following year is positive. It's not as strong, but we expect, something like 10 to 12% this year is something reasonable. I just want to point out the Fed cut 3 times last year, and Trump is about to sign a trade deal, which is essentially taking the CEO confidence, we'll move it to a higher level. We're expecting higher CapEx, and if that happens, you strengthen the economy. It's a little bit Svengali, but it is a bit textbook, right? So to increase the trade war, have the Fed cut, and then sign the deal, you're set up for a growth surprise here in the U.S. Not so much the first quarter, but probably by the second half. You have all this global liquidity that was pumped into the global economy, and that you should see that by the summer, essentially. It takes a year.
Ian, going back to the point that you made about domestic politics being a risk, what election outcome then do you see as being, quote unquote, less risky and the least risky? And is that for markets, or is it for, geopolitical tensions, or what do you actually mean when you say
for markets?
Risk?
Again, we're talking to Yahoo Finance here. I think clearly the least risky outcome would be a landslide, a clear win by either the Democrats or the Republicans. I agree there's softness in the primary process because people are scared about Bernie Sanders maybe getting the nomination. I think there's a very low risk of that actually playing out, and also because even if Sanders or Warren becomes president, they're not getting 60 seats in the Senate. So their ability to actually move things, the markets would overprice that, and then it would end up washing back in. On the other hand, if you have an outcome that is fundamentally contested, an American Brexit, where the issue when the UK voted for Brexit was not that they voted for Brexit, it was we don't accept the legitimacy of that poll. We're driving ourselves crazy for years to the exclusion of all other governance because we're so angry that you guys did not handle this properly. And I think that there is a real danger of that happening in the U.S. in 2020. This is an unprecedented environment where people really, we haven't seen it in our lifetimes, where people are coming to the polls and it is likely to be seen as fundamentally illegitimate by one side or the other, assuming it's close. Right? Assuming it's close. And right now it looks like it will be, but it might not be. And if one side, Democrat or Republican, takes all the swing states and a few on the other side, then I think it's pretty clear we've dodged a bullet, we got lucky, we get through it, and we've got a new president. But that's not what we look like we're heading towards right now.
So even though we have stood down, perhaps, and Iran has stood down, still some risks on the horizon. Ian Bremmer, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Eurasia Group President. And as we mentioned, the S&P 500 is at a record high right now in the wake of the president's comments. We see the S&P 500 up 0.7%. The Dow as well up about 0.75%. And the NASDAQ already had hit that high earlier in the session. So all three major averages on the rise right now. Coming up, the other big story in the world that we've been watching, Carlos Ghosn tells his story, calling his choice to escape Japan the hardest decision of his life. Plus, take a look at some of the losers on the Dow today. Walgreens down after reporting earnings. Former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn speaks out for the first time since he fled Japan. At a press conference in Beirut, Lebanon, he described how he was, quote, brutally taken on the day of his arrest back in November of 2018. For more, Yahoo Finance's Akiko Fujita joins us from the newsroom. Akiko, he talked for about 2.5 hours and really gave an impassioned but also very detailed defense of himself.
Yeah, no question about that, Julie. This was classic Carlos Ghosn. Hearing from him for the first time since he was detained in Japan back in 2018. He was defiant. He was emotional. He reminded those in the press that were gathered there about the success that he had achieved leading that alliance between Renault, Nissan, and Mitsubishi. Now, he didn't get into specifics about how he escaped from Japan, but at one point he did liken his surprise arrest to the attack on Pearl Harbor. As for why he chose to leave Japan now, he said he realized that if he didn't get out of Japan, he would die in Japan.
This was not about justice. This was, as I felt, I was a hostage of a country that I have served for 17 years. I dedicated my professional life. I was proud of it. I revived a company that nobody else before me was able to do. For 10 years, they were in the dirt. All of a sudden, a few prosecutors and a bunch of executives in Nissan say, you know what? This guy is a cold, greedy dictator.
Ghosn still faces a number of criminal charges in Japan, including that of underreporting his compensation by as much as $48 million. And he pointed the finger squarely at former Nissan executives in terms of what he said was this plot against him. He denied every one of those charges and started to rattle off some names of those he thought were involved, including that of former Nissan CEO Hiroto Saikawa, who was Ghosn's successor and at one point considered a very close ally of him inside of the company. As for how this case moves forward, where Ghosn said that he had not received any insurances from the Lebanese government, that they would not prosecute him in any way, but he did, in his words, say he was confident that existing practices and laws will be respected. One more thing to note here, guys. I thought it was interesting. Ghosn was very critical of that alliance between Nissan and Renault, saying that he believed that since he had left, that alliance had lost its way, which certainly points to the fact that he is still very much plugged into this business, even after being detained for so long. Back to you.
Akiko, thank you. The digital health market continues to grow, and Cigna Express Scripts hopes to make a big splash with a new digital solution. Yahoo Finance's Angelique Kemlani is here to tell us about it.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's one of those really interesting things where you're trying to create a whole community, right, around something that's new and emerging, and this market is really hot. It's on fire right now. You've got people both in the startup space and the big tech companies fighting, for the next big thing. So I got a chance to talk to the CIO of Express Scripts about what they're trying to do. So take a listen.
We recognize that we're not going to be able to invent every solution for every patient who has a health need or has a health issue. So by partnering with large companies, small companies who are innovating and creating, whether it's digital devices, whether it's applications, whether it's telehealth services, we can connect the people who need those services with the people who have created those services in ways that if you were just bringing to market a digital solution, you wouldn't necessarily have the access. And we can do it in a way that helps give our clients who pay the bills and the patients who use the services the assurance that the solutions that we've chosen, it's a formulary. We've vetted them clinically, we've vetted them for safety, for the likelihood of effectiveness, for the user experience. And so we're giving them some assurance that these are either going to work or likely to work or have a chance at working. And I'm using the words very carefully because there's more than 300,000 digital solutions out there. Most of them are untested, most of them are unvetted, and many of them will not work. And even those that work will work for some people some of the time, right? So this whole idea of being able to figure out which ones work, which is what we're doing with our clients, and then match them to the people who are most likely to benefit is really what resonates and is making sense.
So as you can hear, it's something that is new, and they did, he did say, that was the Chief Innovation Officer, Glenn Stanton, he did say, if there are companies that prove that they're not working and, these digital health tools are not working, they'll actually take them off the formulary. They're open to saying that, which is really brave and new, and I think is a result of all the scrutiny that pharmacy benefit managers have had over time, because that's their business.
Makes sense. Yeah. I also find it so interesting that you've got health, you've got food, you've got all kinds of other industries out at CES. Thank you so much, Anjali. Appreciate it. Coming up, President Trump delivers a harsh tone in his response to the Iranian attack on U.S. oil. More on that ahead. Plus, Delta CEO Ed Bastian is going to join Yahoo Finance right after this.
Little after 12 noon in New York City, 2.5 hours into the trading day, and we are trading higher. Going to talk about all of that because last night Iran launched an attack, firing numerous missiles at multiple military bases in Iraq, those bases housing U.S. troops. President Trump just addressed the country about those attacks. He was at the White House. He said damage from the attacks was minimal and that no Americans were harmed in the strikes. The attack caused oil to jump. Crude has since settled and it's now trading lower than it closed yesterday. It's below $60 a barrel, at least West Texas Intermediate. Welcome to On the Move. I'm Adam Shapiro.
And I'm Julie Hyman. Thanks for being with us.
So the latest headlines gripping the globe further highlight the immense stress for people who travel and travel internationally. Easing that stress has become one of the missions of Delta Airlines and Delta CEO Ed Bastian, who became the first executive of a major airline to deliver a keynote and exhibit at CES in Las Vegas. Ed Bastian joins us now, and it's good to see you, Ed. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Adam, how are you today?
Really good. Listen, I want to get to the very cool and exciting innovations that you announced yesterday, but let me address some of the headlines very quickly with you because a lot of people are talking about this, and that's Iran and the price of oil. Price of oil is now below $60 a barrel, so I don't think you face really some fuel shock there. But this whole experience that the country is going through with what's going on in Iran, how does that affect an airline and travel? Because you have international routes, you go to the Middle East.
Well, certainly one of the bigger impacts is the price of fuel, as you mentioned. Fuel today is down a little bit, but it has spiked over the course of the last week. You know, we've built our business model to accommodate oil probably between $60 and $80 a barrel. Historically, we've been at considerably higher levels, and we've proven the resilience of that business model. So at this point in time, it's nothing that has us changing any plans with respect to our growth in 2020. And we're reasonably confident. Relative to travel, we don't fly into the Middle East. So for us, it hasn't been a source of any kind of travel avoidance.
I flew to Israel years ago, and it was on Northwest. It was before the merger, so forgive me. I was thinking of it in that context. Let's get to the really cool stuff, especially with what you're doing at CES. And where to begin? I mean, you're talking about partnerships with Lyft, that you create this personal concierge service through My Delta app. So explain to me how that changes, because right now I have to go to your app to find out about the flight, and then I have to go to Lyft to order the car. But in the future, you're delivering something much more simpler and more efficient.
We really are, Adam. One of the things that we're trying hard to do at Delta is use and leverage the technology and the strength of the Fly Delta app, which is already one of the top-rated apps in all of travel, to do more for our customers in terms of all of our partners, all the connectivity that we're looking to have. Lyft is one of those illustrations, and I had John Zimmer with me on stage yesterday during the keynote talking about how we're integrating our two product lines that much closer, so you can use Lyft to get better insight as to how much time it's going to take you to get to the airport, working with TSA and CLEAR as to how much time you need to expect in the security waiting queue, using Lyft on the back end to have a confirmed car there waiting for you and make certain that you're taking as many of the stress points out. And then longer term, because I gave a 5-year vision, is that we can use the app as far as getting bags from your home to your hotel without you having to even worry about managing checking and onboard finding bin space and waiting at the carousel. So there's a tremendous amount of value leveraging the app into a true digital concierge and giving Delta strength as an airline in terms of reliability, the performance, the quality of the brand and the services that we provide. We think we have the credibility to pull it off.
How long until I can actually do all of that and then perhaps even pay for some of these services with My Delta Miles?
You're going to be seeing it over the next couple of years. We're going to roll it out in pilot. Certainly the Lyft opportunities are coming now, and you'll see that this year. And then the next step, as you mentioned, is that we're going to be able to use SkyMiles as a currency for payment, whether you're paying for airfare, you're paying for any of the services, you're paying for your Lyft, or you're paying even to shop in an airport.
Two other things that really just looked very cool to me is you have this virtual, I don't even know the parallel reality. I can look at a board at the airport with 99 other people, and I will see on that board only the information relevant to me. They will only see each one of those 99 information relevant to them. You're already doing this, I think, in Detroit. Is this going to be rolled out across the country?
We're going to be rolling it out in Detroit as the first pilot starting this summer. So it's not there yet, but we'll be there this summer. And it truly is amazing technology, and we call it science fiction yesterday. You have to see it to believe it. And we in our booth, if any of your followers are out here at CES, stop by the Delta CES Experience booth at the convention center because we have it on display. And you're absolutely right. It's technology that is designed to personalize your experience coming through an airport, and you can visualize walking into an airport terminal with the big overhead boards and all the gate information, the times, and it's very confusing if you are a regular traveler. If you just think if you're an occasional traveler or you're traveling from a foreign country, it gets very confusing. So wayfinding is important to us. Having this technology will absolutely greet you by name. It will personalize what you need to know with relative to your trip. How much time do you have on board? If there's someplace you wanted to stop by on the way out. And then the people walking right alongside you will get their own individualized messages. So it's cool technology. We talk about virtual reality. We talk about augmented reality. Parallel reality. Yesterday we made the first public display of it anywhere in the world.
And what about this process of AI using, or no longer having to queue up in the long line at the gate and then the log jam? I'll be told when my seat is available and then I can get on the plane. How quick till we get to that point? Because you're working on that.
That's rolling out later this month, virtual queuing, so that today with the app we will push notify you when it's time for your plane to board, And that's helpful, but to a point, and what we want to do is be able to push notify you when your individual seat is boarding, so you know when you have to be there. All these things are designed to help take some of the stress and the crowds away from the boarding gate. We know that's probably the biggest pinch point we have in the ground experience. We're also doing a lot of other work in addition to with all the airport infrastructure we're building at LaGuardia and JFK and LAX and Salt Lake and Seattle to try to create more real estate and more amenities and more room for customers to spend time at the airport without being crowded.
Ed, my last question is based out of something we discussed when we spoke 6 months ago. And I know we've got earnings coming up next week. It's not about earnings, it's about the future for Delta and your fleet. Because back then you were talking about looking at some Airbus aircraft in the future. And then we had the tragedy last night, another Boeing aircraft had crashed. And I'm just curious, do you have concerns going forward with Boeing? I know you're going to get peppered about this on the earnings call soon, but is there anything about that that is upsetting to you at this point?
Nothing more than we haven't already discussed. For us, we're anxious to see the MAX back into the sky. I think having it out as long as it's been out is not good for anyone in the industry, even though we don't fly the MAX, because we need Boeing to continue to work on development and innovation of future technologies. So that's been our message to Boeing, is to not lose sight of the future. They're clearly distracted, and last night's unfortunate news, which is just tragic. I don't know. I don't have any inside information regarding that, but certainly we're looking to Boeing to hopefully get through their challenges with the MAX and be able to get the technology and the next generation aircraft that we really need to continue to advance our opportunities to grow.
Ed Bastian is the CEO of a company that has 80,000 employees, moves 200 million people a year, and we know them as Delta. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Adam.
Let's get back to that broader news that's going on. President Trump spoke moments ago following last night's Iranian airstrike on Iraqi bases, confirming that there were no U.S. casualties, by the way. We have team coverage to break this down with Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith on Capitol Hill and Inez Ferre at the New York Stock Exchange, where we are seeing records for the major averages. Jess, let's get to you first. What are your takeaways from the president's comments, and what happens next?
Well, President Trump says it appears Iran is standing down. As you mentioned, he said no Americans were harmed in the attacks last night, and he says there were minimal damages to the military bases in Iraq. He says no American lives or Iraqi lives were lost because of precautions taken and early warning systems that worked. He also announced new sanctions on Iran, but no military action. He said those sanctions will stay in place until Iran changes its behavior. And he added that the administration is still evaluating its options. He says the U.S. is ready to embrace peace, but he says Iran needs to give up its nuclear ambitions and end its support of terrorism. Let's watch.
Our missiles are big, powerful, accurate, lethal, and fast. Under construction are many hypersonic missiles. The fact that we have this great military and equipment, however, does not mean we have to use it. We do not want to use it. American strength, both military and economic, is the best deterrent.
President Trump also stressed that Iran would never have a nuclear weapon. That was the first thing he said when he came out before the cameras. He also talked about the 2015 nuclear deal, calling it foolish and urging U.S. allies to break away from that deal and work toward a new one. He also called on NATO countries to become more involved in the situation in the Middle East. But again, the headlines here: no Americans harmed in last night's attacks, and new sanctions, but no military action. Congress is set to get a briefing on the situation at 1 o'clock this afternoon, so we'll be sure to keep you updated if we learn any new information throughout the day. Adam and Julie.
Jess, thank you. Inez Ferre is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. She's taking in trader sentiment for us on these developments. We certainly saw some pops after the president's speech.
We sure did, Adam. And one trader saying, now we're running. You're looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Dow, which are in the green, and they moved further into the green after President Trump spoke, saying that Iran appears to be standing down. So the S&P hit an all-time high. The NASDAQ also reached an all-time high. What did move lower, though, was oil. Oil is down around 4%. WTI down more than 4%. Brent down more than 3%. Near the lows of the session, the tensions, despite these tensions, no oil facilities have been hit. There's plenty of supply, and also there's no sign of an escalation. And that's really what traders have been looking at here. I also want to mention what's happening with gold. Gold is down around 1% as the geopolitical tensions appear to be easing.
Inez, thanks very much. And for more on the developing news coming out of Iran and from the U.S., let's bring in Hussein Ibish. He is Arab Gulf States Institute senior resident scholar. Hussein, it's good to see you again. The president seems to have extended the olive branch now to Iran. No?
I don't.
Tell me how you would characterize his comments.
No. I think what's clear is, and it's been clear from the beginning, he doesn't want a war. And he's made that clear. What he wants is a deal, a better deal than Obama got, or something where he can say, I did better than Obama, because that's what he loves to do. And I think it's been fairly clear from the beginning that Iran doesn't want a war either. They want economic relief. They want relief from the sanctions, right? But I think what the president has done in this statement is actually, again, committed a kind of diplomatic malpractice by saying Iran appears to be standing down. I mean, I actually agree with him. I think insofar as this is the Iranian response, it was carefully calibrated not to kill Americans and possibly not even kill Iraqis. I think there was advance warning, not only technologically, but there's every indication that the Iranians told the Iraqi government, which then told the American government exactly when and where they were going to hit this base, and they were very careful not to actually kill any Americans because they don't want another escalation. But to say publicly that they're standing down is just, it's political grandstanding on the part of the president, and it's really very unhelpful. So I wish he hadn't said that, because it kind of baits the Iranians in a way. You know, it'd be much better to say very little rather than to speak this loudly. It's very bad practice, statecraft.
Hussein, this is Alicia Levine. You know, just quickly, I actually think, if I can disagree with you for a second, that by saying that, in a sense, the president was saying, we're open, and we're recognizing what you did, and we're acknowledging it, and we're acknowledging it because let's try to get around the conflict. And let's not forget that exports of Iranian oil in the last 18 months are down 80%.
Oh, they're desperate.
They're desperate. Sure. They are. You know, they are a rich country, with a poor prospect right now. So it seems to me there is a wide range of outcomes here that does not necessarily lead to war.
So I agree with that. And I said from the beginning, I didn't think Iran would respond in a very violent, negative way. I thought they would look for an opportunity to move into at least a long pause to see what's opened up for them diplomatically and economically and politically, and really test the waters. And so I'm not at all surprised that they did a symbolic attack that carefully avoided killing anybody. And there are a lot of people running around saying they're not going to be satisfied with this, but I kind of think they probably will be, or at least a lot of factions in Iran will want to now pause and take up Pompeo on the idea that we want de-escalation, which also all the Gulf Arabs are pushing for. I think everybody who's sensible realizes de-escalation is in everyone's interests, especially in Iran's interests, and that they can try and see what kind of breathing space they can get out of Europeans and East Asians and their Arab neighbors and others for a little economic relief here if they just cool it. I do think there's a prospect of indirect negotiations opening up in the next few months if that happens, because I think it's clear everybody would rather have a deal. At the same time, I think goading them by saying they're standing down is the wrong way to get there. That's all I'm saying. But I've been one of the optimists here, saying that I don't see us necessarily at all on a path to war. And I feel a bit vindicated today by the limited response Iran has taken, and the fact that the United States is not responding militarily to this low-level provocation as well.
Hussein, turning to some of the comments that Trump had made, appealing to some of our allies, appealing to NATO to increase its presence in the Middle East, appealing to the UK, Germany, and France to pull out of JCPOA. Do you think that's just grandstanding on the part of Trump? Or, I mean, what is the likelihood that any of these actions take effect, and what does that actually mean for Iran?
I think there is some basis for more burden sharing with the Europeans, especially in terms of maritime security. I think the Iranians had a lot of sympathy in Europe between May 2018, when Trump first withdrew the U.S. from the nuclear deal, and May 2019, when the Iranians started this pattern of attacks that has generated this crisis, which they were looking for. Now they have a crisis. It's not the one they wanted, but they have a crisis, so they've been looking for it, and now they've got it. But, I think that when he talks about the JCPOA and the nuclear deal, it's dead. He killed it in May 2018. And for the Europeans, they've just been getting more and more frustrated with Iran moving away from it. The interesting thing about Iran's movement away from the nuclear deal is that Zarif, the foreign minister, was very careful to say, we're not leaving it altogether, and we are prepared to go back to all of our commitments under this deal if sanctions are lifted, the sanctions that were put in place after the U.S. left. I mean, there are other sanctions, but he's not talking about those. That means, again, what Iran is looking for in all of this is sanctions relief. They're looking for some economic oxygen, which has been really effectively denied to them by the president's policies, by the U.S. policies. But what needs to happen now is to find some way of moving the ball forward, because we did get into a very difficult, dangerous situation of tit-for-tat exchanges of attacks that could lead to unintended consequences that could spiral out of control. What's really great this morning is deterrence has been restored. Iran obviously held its punch, and I think is likely to look for a pause. If we operate in that pause to explore what can be done with Europeans, Arabs, and others, we could find ourselves in a much better situation in, say, 8 months or 9 months from now.
Well, here's hoping. Hussein Ibish, thank you as always for your perspective. I appreciate it. Let's talk about the oil fallout right now. It is down sharply right now, down by 4%. It was below $60 a barrel, has bounced back above that level. Let's bring in Toby Lofton. He's Hennessy BP Energy and Midstream Funds Portfolio Manager. Toby, thank you for joining us. What do you make of the events of this morning? And that's a pretty big drop in oil prices. Is that justified given what we heard from the president and what happened overnight?
Hey, Julie, thank you for having me. Sure, yeah, we're seeing it, price retreat right here. But, the way we look at it at the Hennessy BP funds is through the lens of a longer-term investment horizon. And we believe that oil prices are going to stay within a $55 to $65 range. Speaking of WTI, West Texas Intermediate, and when you think about the reasons why, it goes back to a number of reasons, but primarily the meeting that took place December 6th with OPEC. That whole meeting, in our opinion, was set so that OPEC could reestablish its credibility, the support for oil prices for the Saudi Aramco IPO. And then lastly, just Saudi's policy as an individual nation to be viewed as stable and credible, and to get back to inventory levels that are the 2010 to 2014 inventory levels. So that put a put in the marketplace, if you will. So that's how we see it at the moment.
Toby, I'm going to back up and ask a basic question because I don't know the answer to this, and a viewer actually brought this up. The oil that we produce in the United States, now we are this huge producer of oil, largest in the world. How much of that are we able to use ourselves for the things we need, or do we still need to import oil from other parts of the country for some of the power that we rely on in the country, in the United States?
Yeah, it's actually a really good question, and there's a really long, complicated answer that we don't have time to go into. But the short answer is that most of the shale revolution oil is called light oil. The gravity of the oil is light. And so essentially what's happening is yes, we're using a lot of that oil, but we're also exporting it. In fact, we're well north of 3 million barrels per day in exports. And that's significant. That's a huge opportunity for not only the U.S.-based producers, but also the midstream companies that are basically providing the infrastructure to get that oil out of the country. And that's an area of the energy value chain that we're extremely excited about for a number of reasons. But we do use quite a bit of oil. The growth in oil demand really comes from the emerging economies, but ours is pretty stable.
Toby, even with today's move, we do have crude oil prices, at least West Texas Intermediate, right about the midpoint of that range of 55 to 65 per barrel that you mentioned. So at this point, is the risk to crude to the downside or the upside, given the events that we've seen play out?
Certainly to the upside in our view. And the reason for that is you go back and you look at the September 15th Abqaiq facility attacks, the December 6th OPEC meeting, and then what's happened in the last 48 hours. And to us, that just puts a put in the marketplace on oil, and it's strengthening. And so that combined with the U.S. producers adopting a more capital discipline approach, where it's no longer drill, baby, drill, or just drilling for the sake of growth, but really a free cash flow story that eventually the energy sector, specifically the producers, are going to become more and more attractive relative to other S&P sectors from a free cash flow point of view. And so that's how we see it playing out.
Mm-hmm. All right, Toby, we'll check back in with you over the next couple of months to see what that evolution looks like and what the stock prices do in the coming months. Toby Lofton of Hennessy Funds, thank you.
Coming up, Impossible Foods gives up on McDonald's, why the company's choosing not to partner right now with the Golden Arches. Plus, planning for retirement, how the cost of health care can impact your golden years.
We're going to take a little macro break right now and talk about some of the trending tickers from Yahoo Finance, some individual stock stories that are driving moves today. Walgreens Boots Alliance, the big pharmacy store chain, out with profit that missed analyst estimates, in part because it was getting lower payments from insurers for the pharmaceuticals that are sold in its stores. So those shares down 6% in today's session. On the flip side, we all had earnings from Constellation Brands, the big booze company, as well today. That company raised its profit forecast. In part, is seeing strength in its beer brands like Modelo and Corona. So those shares are up by 3%. And then there's the situation with Macy's. You know, we've been talking a lot about the so-called retail apocalypse with all the stores closing. Macy's is closing more stores, as it announced today. 28 of them, one Bloomingdale's, is going to be closed in the coming weeks. The company also said that its sales fell 0.6% in November and December, the holiday sales. However, that was a smaller drop than had been anticipated. As you can see, those Macy's shares have been bouncing around a little bit today, but right now they are up by 1.5%. So still some individual stories to keep your eye on, even as we see these big macro stories, and even as, of course, as well, we see the major markets, the major averages at records in today's session, with the Dow now around the highs of the session, up 0.75%. We'll be right back.
The rising cost of health care is a top concern among Americans preparing to enter retirement. A new report from the University of Wisconsin found nearly 1/3 of more than 2,000 people surveyed will skip a test or treatment due to the costs. Joining us now is Michael Collins, faculty director for the Center for Financial Security at the University of Wisconsin, which is a partner of the Funding Our Future campaign, a group we feature each week only on Yahoo Finance. And you advocate for a secure retirement, at least Funding Our Future advocates for a secure retirement for all Americans. How do seniors or people who are financially strapped get about, delaying these health care issues? That eventually catches up to you.
Yeah, it's an issue for all of us, seniors included. More and more our healthcare providers are charging us fees. So it's a deductible, a copay, some co-insurance, and that might be collected at the time of service. It might be something they collect later on. But people know this and they avoid care because they can't come up with, what might seem like a small amount of money to be able to get care. So like you say, we see up to 1/3 of people saying that they're not getting medications or not getting tests or treatments because of those out-of-pocket costs.
So what can we do about that?
The biggest factor we see that is related to people not getting care is not having basically emergency savings, small dollar savings between $500 and $2,000 that they can access pretty quickly. We have lots of ways to encourage people to save for retirement, things like, our 401ks, there are other kinds of tax advantage plans, but we don't really have much to help people have cash in a pinch. And so, we've seen some employers offer some emergency savings, kind of sidecar accounts with retirement accounts. Some people with their health care have health savings accounts, which is an option for some, but those aren't available to all.
In your work, who's doing something that does seem to work to alleviate this problem? And is it a good example that could be used nationwide?
I think the examples of emergency savings and, so-called sidecar accounts with retirement accounts where you have sort of access to flexible money where you can, if you need cash in a pinch, you're not going to credit markets, you're not, borrowing from friends and family, but you're able to come up with the cash you need to get a procedure or to have a test done.
Rising healthcare costs just continue to be a systemic issue for Americans. So I think there was a report in the Wall Street Journal or Washington Post actually talking about American households paying $8,000 more than Switzerland households, which is second highest in the world. So what are these systemic concerns that we're still facing, and do you see any end in sight for them?
Yeah, I think, we all have to come to the reality of healthcare is getting better and better, but the costs are going up more and more. And so, it needs to be part of our so-called financial literacy as we plan for retirement, as we plan for our financial lives, that healthcare is going to take 15, 20, maybe up to 25% of our budgets. We see, especially among older people, it can be, 1 out of every 5 or 4, dollars they make is going to go to healthcare. So we have to plan ahead. We have to have these savings accounts ready, or health savings accounts or other kinds of savings accounts ready. And let's recognize all healthcare plans, whether it's Medicare or plans that you have through work, are doing more and more cost sharing. So higher deductibles, higher copays, more co-insurance. It's just kind of the future that we have to plan ahead for now.
Michael, this is Alicia. I'm just curious whether you think there's a legislative solution here, because one of the topics of conversation that's come out of Washington is the fact that all these costs are actually privately held, and that there's no large database for people in cities, for instance, to compare doctors and specialties about who might be the cheapest doctor to go to for certain tests. Do you think there is a tech and information solution here also, in addition to the HSA and the savings side?
There is. I think, some of what you're describing is, can I shop around better and, find the best price for care? There's still this sort of spot price that I have to pay, which is, my copay. Regardless of how much the total amount is, I'm still going to have to pay a sort of fixed amount of that cost. And that's what people are really bad about forecasting. They don't know how much it's going to be. They don't know if they have enough to cover it. And so as a result, they kind of sit on their hands until really it's an emergency, and then it's really costly. So tech tools might help people to be better estimators of what things are going to cost, and not just what the total cost is, but what their out-of-pocket costs are going to be. And I think that's where a lot of the tools have some real advantages for people. They can see how much they've paid maybe down on the deductible, or maybe what their copay responsibilities might be. We haven't seen a lot of those yet, though, so I think there's a lot of room in the tech world to try to address this better.
Michael Collins, thank you for being here on The Move.
Appreciate it.
Coming up, another Boeing aircraft crashes, killing all 176 people on board. More on the latest tragedies surrounding the company ahead. And before we go to break, let's take a look at the losers on the Dow today. Boeing is one of them. It's coming up on 12:37 here in New York City. We're 3 hours into the trading day. Stocks are higher. All three major averages touched record highs. Let's take a look at the 10-year Treasury yield as well. You would expect to see selling there, and indeed we are. We're seeing the yield up 3 basis points, 1.86%. Iran retaliates. The country fired more than a dozen missiles at U.S. Iraqi air bases last night in response to last week's airstrike that killed a top Iranian general. President Trump just addressed the attacks from the White House. He said damage was minimal and no Americans were harmed in those strikes. Another Boeing aircraft, though, crashes, killing all 176 people on board. More on the latest tragedy surrounding the companies ahead. And Impossible Foods gives up on McDonald's, why the company may not be partnering with the Golden Arches after all. Welcome back to On the Move. I'm Julie Hyman.
And I'm Adam Shapiro. 176 people are dead after the crash of a Boeing 737 aircraft near Tehran. The Ukrainian International Airlines jet was flying to Kyiv when it experienced a technical problem. System Logic CEO and co-author of Meltdown, Chris Clearfield, joins us to discuss this. And Chris, I know you're a pilot, not necessarily those kinds of aircrafts. I believe that was a 737-800.
Right.
But when something like this happens, how quickly do the investigators kind of reverse engineer to avoid what, in Meltdown, you talk about the dumb business decisions can teach us about going forward?
Yeah, it's in aviation, it takes a long time. And I think that that's one of the things that I would caution here. The plane crashed just a few hours ago, really, and we already see sort of news coming out and some explanations of what might have happened. But I think we need to be really, really skeptical and take it really slow. I know the initial report said that there might be a technical issue or some kind of problem with the engine. These airplanes are designed to fly with one engine and designed to contain catastrophic failures. And so I think there's a lot more that we need to know.
Chris, I'm just wondering if I heard earlier today that Iran found the black box but is not necessarily releasing it. to Ukrainian Airlines. Have you heard the same thing? And if so, what does that suggest to you about what actually happened here systemically?
Well, I think it's, obviously we're in the backdrop of a lot of geopolitical tensions here with this story. And I think it's pretty unfortunate because aviation safety really affects all of us. And, in a case like this, what we really want is we want the most capable investigators kind of bringing their technical expertise to bear. That's pretty well recognized that that's the National Transportation Safety Board. And there are colleague agencies from other nations, and it's just unfortunate if we're not able to get the data to the right people so that they can make as good a determination of what happened as possible, so we can all be safer.
Chris, let's put this this crash and this tragedy aside for just a moment, because I do want to bring it back to Boeing itself. What culturally does it need to do? Where did its bureaucracy and systems fail? And what does its new CEO need to do? I mean, even if we don't know if this crash is because of errors made at Boeing, but clearly other errors have been made at the company.
Right. Yeah. I think it's really interesting. We know, of course, that this wasn't a 737 MAX aircraft. So kind of the technical connection with all the other Boeing stories, there isn't one. Boeing, the culture, I think, needs to be very sensitive to trying to learn very quickly from any mistakes that Boeing might have made. And I think what we saw with the handling of the MAX was some initial resistance on what kind of problem this was, and maybe some overconfidence in how pilots, quote unquote, should have been able to handle this from Boeing's perspective with the MAX. And I think that, what we need is, I think, some humility from them. And I know that they are deeply thinking about how to transform and to be safer and more effective. And I think we just really need to see them double down on that.
All right, Chris Clearfield from System Logic, the CEO, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up, retail apocalypse. Macy's shutting the doors on 28 stores to start the year. Plus, before we go to break, let's take a look at what's going on in the markets here. We've backed off the highs just a touch, but all three major averages still in the green.
Let's take a look at the top trending stories on Yahoo Finance right now. Australia's wildfires continue to blaze. So far, those fires have destroyed more than 12 million acres of land and killed at least 25 people. According to AccuWeather, the total damage and economic loss caused by the wildfires is nearly $110 billion. This morning, ex-Nissan chief Carlos Ghosn made his first public appearance at a news conference that lasted nearly 2.5 hours. Ghosn said, and this is a quote, "I did not escape justice. I fled injustice and political persecution." He also likened his arrest by the Japanese to the attack on Pearl Harbor. Bad news for Macy's. It is closing 29 Macy's stores and one Bloomingdale's location. This holiday season, the department store retailer same-store sales fell 0.6%. A Macy's spokesperson told Yahoo Finance, quote, "We are aligning teams and resources around our most important strategies, which has involved some headcount reduction." They also said we can expect a full update and 3-year plan at its Investor Day on February 5th.
Well, Impossible Foods may be giving up on McDonald's. The company is reportedly no longer looking to form a deal with the company to carry their plant-based burgers at the fast food chain. Yahoo Finance's Heidi Chung joins us with more on the plant-based burger battle. Plant-based burger battle. Say that 5 times fast.
I'm not going to try it, Julie, but yeah, a lot of stuff going on in the fake meat industry today. First, let's start with that Reuters story that came out saying that Impossible Foods and McDonald's are no longer in talks about a potential partnership. Now, that was reported by Reuters late yesterday. Now, Pat Brown, the CEO of Impossible Foods, told reporters that there's no point in vying for more partners here if they can't meet the production capacity and they can't supply companies such as McDonald's. Now, all of this, of course, comes on the heels of that announcement yesterday by Impossible Foods at CES that it will be partnering with Burger King to test out the launch of its new pork and sausage products. I also want to mention that back at the end of July, Impossible Foods actually addressed this issue that they were having supply and production issues, and so they partnered with a meat supplier, the OSI Group, to make sure that they're able to ramp up production and meet the demands such as Burger King's new products that they're offering in those stores. The second piece of news here, though, is that Beyond Meat is actually expanding its partnership with McDonald's in Canada. Now, it was also announced back in September that 28 stores in Canada would be testing out the new PLT sandwich, which features the Beyond Meat burger patty. Well, now that's expanding to 52 locations in that region, and it'll be starting on Tuesday for 12 weeks. So this will give McDonald's a better idea of how the demand is sort of playing out in that region. Now, I reached out to Impossible Foods for comment on that Reuters story and to also confirm whether or not those comments from Pat Brown were actually accurate. And the company just said, we simply do not comment on prospective deals. Julie.
All right. African-American professionals make up only 3.2% of executive or senior leadership roles in the U.S., according to a new study by the Center for Talent and Innovation. Yahoo Finance's Reggie Wade joins us with more on this story. Reggie?
Yes, we spoke to the center as well as the Executive Leadership Council who co-sponsored this. And yes, only 3.2% of African Americans make up the positions in executive leadership positions in corporate America. And the problem gets deeper when you look at the Fortune 500. There are only 4 black CEOs currently of the Fortune 500, and minorities in general make up just 16% of the board seats among the Fortune 500. So this is a growing problem that many professionals are trying to get into. How could we address this better?
And so what are do they give any recommendations as to how to improve it?
Yes, Aaron Bertrue of the Milken Institute says he doesn't think overt racism is the problem. He's like, it isn't like black people are saying, you know, I can't get business loans, or people saying we won't give you these loans. He thinks it's unconscious bias. So he thinks if we get more African Americans and more minorities in the decision-making positions at certain companies, this might be a step in the right direction.
Reggie, and I'm wondering if any earlier issues have actually arisen as well as in your reporting. And what I'm thinking of specifically is educational opportunity, especially opportunity for higher education accessibility. Is that something that you found as leading to this down the line as well?
It has, and that's one thing that the study brings up, that black males especially, there's a wider gap between attending college, between black males and any other group. So that's something that the Executive Leadership Council is trying to address by having programs that get young black males right out of high school and teach them leadership skills as soon as they get into college so that they'll be ready for a business career if they so choose.
You know, Reggie, I wanted to talk to you about mentorship because, you know, when I talk to very successful women, one of the things really across the board that everybody talks about is that somewhere along in their career, somebody mentored them. Yeah. Whether it was a man or a woman or a Martian, but somebody mentored them in a way that helped develop them. Do you think that sort of more mentorship opportunities through HR departments in these large corporations could be a way to kind of immediately address this issue?
I think it can, because one of the problems that the study highlighted is a lot of African Americans don't feel that they have the same support system as their colleagues that are other races. So I think you hit it right on the head. I think good mentorship could help, and that's some of the things that the ELC is doing in their program. Especially they partner with Robert Smith's organization to help black interns when they get those positions, get mentored and help them through the process. And they've actually seen some good results.
All right, Reggie, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Well, coming up, President Trump delivers a harsh tone in his response to the Iranian attack on Iraqi bases. We've got more on that ahead. Plus, take a look at some of the winners on the Dow today. United Health is gaining more than 2%.
We've been following the retaliation by Iran on Iraqi bases which host U.S. soldiers. We spoke to Eurasia President Ian Bremmer earlier, and here's what he had to say.
Do I think it was right for the United States to unilaterally withdraw from the Iranian nuclear deal, which actually set off this escalation? The answer is no. I don't support that policy. If you ask, once he did that, and given all of the escalation we saw from Iran, was it right to hit them back hard at that point? The answer is yes.
Okay, so comments on what he had to say.
So I think that actually the U.S. was correct in pulling out of the Iran agreement, particularly because the previous administration really wanted this agreement so much that it really ignored the conventional warfare aspect and the capabilities and the proxy warfare that Iran has done and would do with the cash. And I think that that was a major mistake, because the truth of the matter is, while there's fear of nuclear weapons, the everyday fear is actually on the conventional side and what Iran and its proxies can do in the region with regular warfare. So I think the U.S. was correct in doing it. I also wonder whether if the president and the administration had been quicker to respond to some of the provocations in the last 6 to 8 months, whether we would have gotten here or not, because it was very clear that the administration did not want to enter any kind of conflict in the Middle East and wanted to pull out, actually. So I'm wondering, had there been any kind of response at all earlier, whether we would have gotten here at all.
I mean, I just look at the history of U.S. involvement in the Middle East and Afghanistan in my lifetime, and indeed beyond my lifetime. We have never done a very good job.
Not true.
Over the long term.
Okay. Because I get
there have been momentary
sure,
there have been momentary pauses, but it's just been kind of one disaster.
It's very hard to nation build. End of sentence. You know, whatever the good intentions are, no matter how many billions and trillions you put into the effort, it's very hard to nation build.
Well, but I think overall what we have now is that the main leverage that Trump is really saying that he's going to impose is sanctions. So we have that continuing. That's why we have the market reaction that we had today, really that exuberance over the fact that we aren't going to get, at least at this point, further military confrontation. And so I think that's where we stand now. And right now things are looking more positive. It is this olive branch that we had earlier today in those remarks.
Even though it was interesting that Hussein Ibish kind of pushed back against that. He objected in particular to the president saying Iran appears to be standing down, right? Because he said that was sort of speaking for the Iranians perhaps and poking them a little bit in a way that maybe wasn't necessary to do.
Well, the president actually, we had his comments live. Here's a little bit more of what the president had to say.
We must also make a deal that allows Iran to thrive and prosper and take advantage of its enormous untapped potential. Iran can be a great country. Peace and stability cannot prevail in the Middle East as long as Iran continues to foment violence, unrest, hatred, and war. The civilized world must send a clear and unified message to the Iranian regime. Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated any longer. It will not be allowed to go forward.
But as Ian pointed out, who do you negotiate with? Do you negotiate with the supreme leader, who has the Islamic Guard on his side, or with the actual government, with the president, who's not so much perhaps aligned with that and wants to talk?
Look, Iran has a domestic problem. I mean, if you've been watching the news, you see all the protests about the declining economy and the squeeze that the average Iranian has because of the sanctions. That's a very interesting question. I suspect that within a year's time, we'll see some sort of negotiations. It feels like both sides are stepping down and kind of publicly doing it, not killing Americans, announcing your strike, and then the president saying, Iran is a great people. It feels like an invitation to me.
I want to take a pause from this and just mention we've got some breaking news on Grubhub. And so those shares, I believe, are surging here. There's a report that the company is exploring its strategic options, including a potential sale. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. So you see the leg up, the dramatic leg up that those shares have taken. Grubhub has been struggling, right? There have been some reports about potential abuses by its website and its interactions with restaurants. There's competition, obviously, from Uber Eats. Grubhub shares, though, up 11% on this particular report. So the food delivery business has been quite an interesting one to follow. So we'll see where this situation ends up. If you look at the broader markets, we've got records that we touched earlier in the session. We've backed off a little bit from those levels, but not from the NASDAQ, actually. It looks like it's back at the highs.
All right, but the trading day continues, and Wi-Fi PM is going to take you through the next hour of trading.
Alicia, Emily, thank you.
It is 1 p.m. in New York City, and the major indices are rebounding after a measured President Trump eases fears over rising conflict in the Middle East. On tap for today, more on where tensions between the U.S. and Iran head from here after Iran retaliates with missile strikes on bases in Iraq. We'll chat with a former Iranian presidential candidate for more on whether a path to peace is now possible. Plus, Deloitte's chief global economist will join us to break down how a rearranging of world power is painting a very different economic picture compared to last year. And disgraced former Nissan chairman Carlos Ghosn speaking out for the first time since escaping arrest and trial in Japan by traveling in a box to get away on private jet. Why he says he's innocent and wasn't escaping justice, but rather the injustice of the Japanese legal system. All that and more. This is Wi-Fi PM. Good afternoon, I'm Zach Guzman, and joining me on Wi-Fi PM today is Yahoo Finance's Sabeel Marcellus, along with Independent Women's Forum board member and former New York Congresswoman Nan Hayworth, back with us in studio. Good to see you as always, Nan.
Yeah, great to be with you. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year. It's been a while. Good to see you as always, Sabeel, as well. Yes. We're checking the market action. Right now, green across the board and a huge swing today after President Trump spoke. Earlier today, we're seeing the Dow up 200 points, the S&P up 21, and the NASDAQ up nearly 1% as well. We'll see what happens. But again, that big swing we saw this morning around 11:30 Eastern Time, President Trump spoke to the world, and he was vowing to keep pressure on Iran after the Middle Eastern country fired missiles on U.S. targets in Iraq. Take a listen to his remarks at the White House earlier.
The United States will immediately impose additional punishing economic sanctions on the Iranian regime. These powerful sanctions will remain until Iran changes its behavior.
All right, so joining us now is American-Iranian Council founder and president Houshang Amirahmadi, along with Yahoo Finance's Kristen Myers. And I want to start with you, Houshang, when we're talking about the developments across in the Middle East. You're, of course, obviously a former Iranian presidential candidate. Your reaction to what we're seeing out of President Trump this morning, kind of a measured response and calling for peace in the Middle East?
Well, I think President has made a good decision that not to respond militarily. I think sanctions will be more than enough to get the Islamic Republic out of business. I believe the regime is in its way out. The people are in the streets. Just last November, the regime had to kill 1,500 Iranians on the streets of Tehran to win a battle with them. It has a serious trouble in the Middle East as well, even among the Shia population in Lebanon and Iraq. You know, it's a stronghold, so-called. So I think, and also at home, they are trying to engineer an election in about 2 months, and they are stuck with it. So again, I think the best approach to the Islamic Republic is stay the course with maximum pressure, not to get engaged in military operations beyond what has so far happened.
So, Professor, President Trump said earlier today that it seems as if Iran is choosing to back down after these strikes that we saw last night. Do you actually believe that, or do you think that we could see in the future maybe attacks that could be attributed to proxies, perhaps, or even cyber attacks, which has been talked a lot in the last couple of days?
Well, first, I think for this round of conflict, I think the Islamic Republic is down. I think it's finished for what it had to do. It had to take so-called revenge for the assassination of General Soleimani, and they are now happy that they have done it. In fact, instead of hitting America, they hit Iraq. Okay, so again, it's a joke back in Tehran. The joke is that, yeah, Islamic Republic took revenge, but instead of doing it to the Americans, they did it to Iraqis. So again, I think the regime is, in fact, is in a really no-win situation here. In the one hand, I have to say that the Islamic Republic really wants a war. They really do want a war with the US. The regime knows that if it sits back and just stay with the pressure from inside, that is the Iranian people and the sanctions, it is gonna to one day, sooner or later, go away. It's gonna to be destroyed, overthrown.
Yeah, but
on the other hand, it really wants it really wants a war, but it cannot win a war with the U.S. So it really is in a no strategic situation. It doesn't know what to do.
Sure.
Neither a political solution nor a military one.
Professor Amarmani, though, I'd like to ask you, though, we've been hearing a lot made about this attack specifically in the way that the missiles were fired after a warning that was given by Iran to Iraq in saying, look, these missiles are fired. A heads up, why that would happen, is that more in kind of painting the picture of a military that knows it can't win this war, so needed to respond and did this attack, but in a way that ensured there wouldn't be any deaths, even though we heard reports from Iran media that there were, despite what we heard from U.S. and Iraqi media saying that there were not any casualties here. So your thoughts on how measured this response was?
Well, I would assume that the Americans and the Iraqi media are telling the truth. The Iranian media has to make it as if their missile attack was successful, that they killed a few. But as I said, it is more like a public relation struggle here. The Iranians are trying to make it as if they were successful. Honestly, I think that before they strike the bases in Baghdad, not only they told Baghdad that they are going to do it, but they also asked Baghdad to tell Americans that please be careful and pull your peoples out, because we don't want to have anybody killed. We want just the buildings destroyed. They just had to show destroyed building to the Iranians.
A show of force.
Again, I think it's more like a ploy. I believe it's more like a ploy. I believe, I have said it before, that mullahs in Tehran did indeed conspire with Americans in the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. Remember, the mullahs don't like military people. They don't like the Revolutionary Guard. They really didn't like Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani had become a serious obstacle to their sort of deal, any deal with the U.S. In the one hand, U.S. really wanted Qasem Soleimani and the regime out of the region. On the other hand, they could not really convince Qasem Soleimani to do it. So again, they just eliminated him.
So to talk about President Trump's strategy here, so how crippling have the economic sanctions been so far on the ground in Iran? What does it look like on the streets? And President Trump's putting additional economic sanctions, so what is that going to do?
Well, first, the Islamic Republic's problem is not just economic sanctions. It's mismanagement. The regime really has lost its mind. There is nobody there that can think for the regime anymore. They are all over 80. They are really basically finished, even in terms of the mindset, the thinking, the strategic thinking. So the mismanagement is the key issue for Iran's economy. But then again, sanctions really hurt. I mean, the regime is now down to 200,000 barrels a day for the sales of oil, and nobody even dares to do other kind of businesses. I believe their main source of income now has become taxes on the people, but in an economy that is in recession and with an unemployment around 30-some% and inflation over 40, that economy can't really provide enough tax to the government to do its business.
Yep.
So again, very soon you will see the regime in serious financial trouble if the U.S. goes along with other sanctions. I don't know exactly what it is that they have in mind, but whatever new sanctions, it will be further crippling.
So, Professor, I want to pick up on something that you mentioned a little bit earlier. With Soleimani now dead, you had mentioned that he was an obstacle for the mullahs inside of Iran. And we heard, obviously, President Trump's remarks earlier talking about that the United States wants peace with anyone who also wants peace with us. What then do you see as going forward the path of the relations between the United States and Iran? With Soleimani gone, and as you were just mentioning, the economy in Iran not sustainable for prosperity, do you at all envision perhaps a deal, a negotiation, or any kind of peace between the two countries going forward?
Yeah, well, I can see negotiations coming soon. The Islamic Republic really has no option. It has cornered itself. It has now eliminated a major obstacle, Mr. Soleimani. The United States is obviously has always been and is willing to negotiate, and of course on its own terms, and it has certain conditions. But those conditions largely has already been met. Conditions about Iran's involvement in the region and the nuclear issue. The stumbling block here is the missile that exists here, the missiles, Iranian missiles, and those missiles are controlled by the military, the Revolutionary Guard. It is not controlled by the clerics that rule the country. Now, if the U.S. was to push the clerics on any compromise over missiles, it is very possible that the Revolutionary Guard and the military of some sort there may wage a coup in Iran. I believe very soon, in less than 2 months, there will be some kind of a military takeover in the country, that Mr. Rouhani's government will be finished, and that new government, that could be a semi-military government, could then immediately enter into negotiation with the U.S. I believe the U.S. has only one option with Iran, to negotiate with that military government. I hope it is not fully a military, it is somewhat military. I believe it has no option with the mullahs, because at one point mullahs were very strong and they could really call the shot.
Yeah.
But they immediately realized after making some deals with the U.S. that they really are stocked with the military. They thought, and they still think, that eliminating Soleimani will open the road. But they are mistaken, because there are many more Soleimanis in the military, in the Revolutionary Guard, and these people are determined to take over.
Yeah,
so I think the only obstacle in the way of a military takeover is Mr. Khamenei himself, because he plays the game of a revolutionary person, and the Revolutionary Guard likes his revolutionary slogans. But over time, Mr. Khamenei has also shown very openly that it is not really in the side of the revolutionaries or the Revolutionary Guard. Increasingly, the revolutionary forces, the Revolutionary Guards, and the people who are on the hardline side are disappointed with Mr. Khamenei.
Yeah,
so
and the longer this draws on, I mean, there's a lot more
takeover.
disappointment potentially on the table there. But as you say, potentially opening the path to peace, at least maybe 2 months down the line. But Houshang, Amir Ahmadi, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us today. All right, well, gold and oil prices are getting whipsawed in the afternoon trade as President Trump said Iran was standing down. Both Brent and crude oil prices are sinking roughly 4%, moving closer to 5% after the president's remarks. And joining us now to discuss is Path Trading Partners co-founder and chief market strategist Bob Iaccino. And Bob, I just want to get your thoughts. I mean, obviously, when we're watching oil overnight, obviously the flip side to what we're seeing right now. So what do you make of the swing that we're seeing in oil as the president again kind of spoke to a path to peace in the Middle East?
Well, Isaac, I think it's pretty obvious to active investors and traders what's happening here. The worst case scenario for the U.S. economy was some sort of activity in the Strait of Hormuz that cut off crude oil supply. That's the worst case short term. I'm not smart enough to say if cyber attacks would have been worse, right? I'm a commodity analyst and a stock analyst. So from the perspective of the overall markets, some sort of major disruption to the supply could have spiked prices in the time when the Fed really doesn't want to be involved to try and calm any sort of inflation fears, especially if they're from exogenous sources like energy prices. The tactic that Iran took for retaliation, and your previous guest said it seems somewhat of a concession, a neutered retaliation, is really good for the markets overall. The interesting part to me is crude oil has now gotten back into its old channel. So it's not just responding to the lessened geopolitical tensions. That old channel was generally about a high of, say, 59.70 to 60.50 was the upper end of that channel. And we had operated inside that channel since about May of 2018, never breaking out of it. Now we've got the EIA figures this morning, which showed a little bit less demand on the ground in the refinery utilization figures, and then a fall of the supplies of crude oil to basically right around the 5-year average, but gasoline 5% above the 5-year average during a time when crude oil seasonality is pretty weak.
And then, I mean, we're watching gold as well. It's kind of painting a similar picture when we talk about risk on, risk off. The drop in gold after the president spoke, kind of painting the same picture in your mind.
Yeah, a couple of things about gold. Gold obviously has the sort of luxury, no pun intended, to kind of keep its bid. The longs in gold have been getting long based on other geopolitical tensions like the trade war since about 1495. So right now where gold is, there's not a lot of pressure to sell it off like there is for the speculative crude oil positions. So gold can kind of hold up and see if what the president said about Iran standing down is actually the case. See if the way the president implied that negotiations were the next step via NATO or globally, see if that's actually correct. Gold doesn't necessarily need to sell off as much. Also, with commodities, you always have to look at seasonality. It's always a factor. And gold seasonality from January to March is actually pretty strong. So there's a factor there as well with a tailwind.
So we saw markets breathe a sigh of relief. We saw the S&P 500 hit all-time highs. But in terms of oil specifically, so most of us are saying this is a de-escalation of tensions with Iran, but President Trump is escalating sanctions on them. So do you expect some more reaction in oil?
Well, I think that's part of why we're back into the channel. The sanctions reduce demand. They reduce economic activity just generally. How big the sanctions are, I don't know. I don't know what the sanctions are, what parts of the economy they affect, and whether it's going to affect transportation or energy at all. But any implication of decreased global economic activity, which, as you point out, these sanctions will mean that, are going to decrease demand. And crude oil, save for the geopolitical factors, has been a demand story. The demand based on potentially trade tensions easing has not appeared yet. Certainly wouldn't. We don't even have the deal signed yet. We don't even know if the deal, phase one with China, is going to be signed. So if that gets done and if demand appears, we could see us get back above 60. But that's the fear I have, is it's a demand story right now. And since the Iranians potentially decreasing supply seems to be off the table, at least for today, it's a much weakened story.
Yeah, and Bob, I mean, as our last guest just mentioned, with the regime backed into a corner, you never know if it could then shift back into a supply story. If anything, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, as you highlighted, a quarter of the globe's oil production passing through that straitway. Something to keep an eye on. But Bob Iaccino, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time. And Kristen Myers, thank you, as always, for sitting down as well. Coming up, we'll head out live to CES in Las Vegas to speak with Deloitte's chief global economists on how a rearranging of global power is setting 2020 up for a very different economic picture right after this. All right, well, it is day 2 of the annual Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, and Yahoo Finance's Dan Howley is there live with the latest. Dan?
Yeah, we're here with Ira Kalish. He is the chief global economist for Deloitte. And, we're talking at CES, but first, we have to talk about the news about Iran and President Trump saying that they're going to hit Iran now with sanctions rather than a retaliatory strike following the missile launches by the country. I guess, what does this mean now going forward? We're seeing oil and gold fall. Stocks are rising tepidly. What does this mean now then for the global economy?
Well, the response of the financial markets suggests that investors believe that the worst may be over. We don't know for sure, but I think there had been a lot of concern there'd be a wider war, and now it appears at least that both sides might be standing down, which suggests that maybe there won't be a wider war, and investors clearly like that.
All right. I guess, with the expectation now that things are kind of settling, we should turn to CES. The big tech show here. So,
okay.
Obviously one of the big kind of to-dos is 5G. We're hearing about that everywhere. Parent company Verizon, you have AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, they're all talking about this, and they're all saying it's going to transform the economy, similar to the way 4G did. So I guess when you look at something like that kind of disruptive technology, do you recognize kind of what the future might hold for it, or how do, I guess, companies and countries plan for this kind of tech?
Well, I mean, there are a couple of aspects to this. One is there is a technology trade dispute between the U.S. and China, which may influence how 5G is rolled out, whether there'll be one global standard or 2 different standards or more. And if there is further trade tension between the U.S. and China, that could affect the ability of U.S. and Chinese technology companies to cooperate in the development of 5G and in the development of the applications of 5G. That dispute could slow down that development. But 5G obviously is hugely important, and new technologies like this are what in the long term drive productivity growth, drive the ability to produce more with fewer workers. That raises living standards. The reality though is that there's a long lag between innovation and implementation and productivity gains. So we may initially get 5G and we won't get big productivity gains. Instead, we'll get disruption of business, disruption of labor markets, and how that pans out is hard to say. One of the things we saw with 4G is that it ultimately led to the development of new apps that very few people were able to anticipate. So with 5G, we may get new types of industries, new types of jobs that currently we're not really thinking about. And so the disruption to the labor market may lead to the loss of jobs, but it may also lead to the creation of jobs that nobody's thought of yet.
Okay. Ira, thank you so much for speaking with us today. Zach, back to you in New York.
All right, appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Just after the break, former Nissan chair Carlos Ghosn speaking out for the first time since fleeing charges and escaping trial in Japan. The bizarre press conference and why he says he wasn't running from justice, but from injustice. When Wi-Fi PM returns in 60 seconds. Welcome back to Wi-Fi PM. We are checking the market action we're seeing right now in green across the board. What a difference a couple hour makes. The Dow up 191 points, the S&P and the NASDAQ in the green as well. We'll see what happens throughout the show. Well, Carlos Ghosn is speaking out in his first public appearance since his escape from Japan. The former Nissan chief slamming the country's justice system today. Take a listen.
I did not escape justice. I fled injustice. This was not about justice. This was, as I felt, I was a hostage of a country that I have served for 17 years. I dedicated my professional life. I was proud of it. I revived a company that nobody else before me was able to do. For 10 years, they were in the dirt. All of a sudden, a few prosecutors and a bunch of executives in Nissan say, you know what? This guy is a cold, greedy dictator.
All right, so Yahoo Finance's Julia Roche joins us now with more on this. And Julia, I've seen a lot of Prison Break movies, seen a lot of Prison Break shows. There's never a scene like that where a man is in suit and tie giving a press conference.
No, but guys, this has just become so high profile, so well known globally, just because in Japan, at least in the auto world, he's such a highly regarded leader, and he had this tremendous rise, a tremendous turnaround at Nissan, and then now really a fall from grace, if you will. And he had this escape from Japan. If you were looking for details into how exactly he was able to flee Japan during his bail, you were not going to get it today in the press conference. I think that a lot of people wanted to know, how did you do it? What were you in? Who helped you? No, this was really about his message, really slamming the judicial system in Japan. And I gotta say, I'm not someone who usually would follow Carlos Ghosn. I do follow the C-suite pretty closely, and he's a pretty good salesman, because when you listen to him first, you're like, wow, that is really pretty inhumane. Not being able to talk to not being able to talk to your family, being able to only communicate through your attorney holding a letter through a piece of glass. Those sorts of things kind of like tugged at you a bit, and then it kind of shifted a little bit, because then it was he went to slamming the company, to slamming Nissan. He was there for 17 years, responsible for the turnaround, and he said, look, they want to turn the page after Carlos Ghosn. Well, they've turned it because he's not there. So it's kind of an interesting, I've never seen anything quite like it. An hour and 15 minutes slamming the Japanese judicial system, slamming Nissan, going after executives, naming names of folks, not necessarily naming anybody in the Japanese government, because he was very cautious there. Also going after the well-known law firm Latham and Watkins. What an interesting thing to cover today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his defense strategy, it's basically to put the Japanese judicial system on trial instead of putting himself on trial, escaping the country. But it's reminiscent of what President Trump has been doing with the impeachment, basically putting the Democrats on trial and calling it a witch hunt and the whole impeachment process on trial. We can't do that if we get a speeding ticket. I mean, you can't go to court and say, you know what, I think the speed limit is the problem. That needs to come down. So do you have any evidence that his strategy is actually going to work, that Japanese officials might actually, let him face justice in Lebanon, or are they going to want him back?
I'm not an expert on international law, so I have no idea, but I got to say this, though. If you're going to highlight if there really are inhumane practices or injustices within the system, or if he said they don't comply with, standards, international standards, or the
dignity he mentioned.
United Nations standards when it comes to the justice system, saying that 99.4% of people there are convicted. This is probably the person who can highlight these real issues, if they exist. If these are real issues, here's someone who could actually highlight this problem and have a stage, a global presence where people might actually listen. But I don't know, so I'm not the expert.
It also doesn't really make up for the fact that there's serious charges here.
Well,
it's one thing to say, look, there's problems with justice.
This is basically a competition between the sensationalism of the publicity, the negative publicity that Carlos Ghosn can bring on the Japanese government, and their way of doing business and their way of dealing with business leaders, which could have implications for Japan's economy, potentially, versus the actual validity of the charges and how they need to be adjudicated.
Well, I think I should also point this out, because Nissan put out a statement. It was dated January 6th, and I think it's worth just pointing out that they said, look, we find his escape from Japan, which they say the prosecutors in Japan say that violated the terms of the bail agreement. We do know that. Extremely regrettable. And the automaker said that they did a robust, thorough internal investigation, and they found that he was not fit to serve as an executive. They go on to say the internal investigation found incontrovertible undoubtable evidence of various acts of misconduct by Ghosn, including misstatement of his compensation and misappropriation of the company's assets for his personal benefit. Of course, the statement continues, but that is the question around the charges. How valid are the charges that he faces? So that remains to be seen and remains to be litigated.
Yeah, we'll see where it gets litigated.
Well, it's not
right?
a question is that he got out of there, and yes, he did have options depending on whether he wanted to go to Lebanon or Brazil. Lebanon won't. It doesn't sound like they want to do that right now. And he says there are other countries out there that he could have gone to that also would not do the same thing. But very strange, very interesting. Julie LaRoche, thank you so much for bringing us that. Let's check in with Ines Ferre on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, though, for more market action. Ines?
Zach, the markets moved more solidly into the green after President Trump spoke earlier today, saying Iran appears to be standing down. The S&P and the NASDAQ both touched record highs. And WTI, I want to show you what's happening with oil because that has been moving lower today. You're looking at WTI down about 5%, Brent down more than 4%. Meanwhile, we're watching Grubhub. Those shares are soaring after a Wall Street Journal report says that the company has hired some financial advisors to advise it with regarding some strategic options, including the possibility of a sale of the company. Some other strategies would include what to do if an activist investor shows up. And also, of course, these food delivery platform companies have been under pressure in their last quarter after reporting their latest quarterly results. The company had lowered its guidance because of slower customer growth. It had sent shares down, tumbling about 30% in one day back in October. Zach?
Yeah, but I mean, since then, that was around like $40 a share that it fell to, and now just seeing the rebound up to 57 after they themselves hinted that there might be consolidation in the space. So very interesting to watch Grubhub. Thank you, Ines. We'll check back in with you later on in the show. But next on Wi-Fi PM, more on the front with Iran as a measured President Donald Trump responds to a retaliatory missile strike, where conflict in the Middle East heads from here when Wi-Fi PM returns. Good afternoon and welcome to Wi-Fi PM. I'm Zach Guzman, and joining me today is Yahoo Finance's Sabeel Marcellus, along with Independent Women's Forum board member and former New York Congresswoman Nan Hayworth. Guys, a lot to get to today. A very busy show. We'll check the market action to start. The Dow, you can see they're up now more than 200 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ in the green as well. A lot to do with what we heard from the White House earlier today. President Trump ramping up his rhetoric on Iran's nuclear program after the Middle Eastern country fired missiles on U.S. targets in Iraq. Take a listen to his remarks at the White House earlier today.
As long as I'm president of the United States, Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
All right, so joining us now is the director of the Iran Project at the International Crisis Group, Ali Vaez, along with Heritage Senior Research Fellow, Lieutenant Colonel Dakota Wood. And Ali, I want to start with you. We just heard from President Trump in what he said this morning. And his opening line there, very interesting. What do you make about the pressure that he's placing back on Iran?
Well, I think it's a good sign that the president decided not to further escalate, and in response to the off-ramp that the Iranians offered with their retaliatory measure last night, which basically resulted in no American casualties and fatalities, to draw a line under this confrontation so far. But what one has to remember, the president also doubled down on the maximum pressure policy, which is the root cause of the current tensions between Iran and the U.S. So I think we're only buying time until the next confrontation between the two countries.
Well, what's interesting is when we talk about confrontation, President Donald Trump did at least point to the prospect of peace to wrap up his speech. I want to play what he said and get your guys' reaction on the other side. Take a listen.
I want you to have a future, and a great future, one that you deserve. One of prosperity at home and harmony with the nations of the world. The United States is ready to embrace peace with all who seek it.
All right, so Lieutenant Colonel, I mean, you just heard the president there. I mean, there seems to be at least a push for hope when he was addressing the people of Iran, saying that he does hope for a better future than the one you deserve. What do you make of that, and how we could potentially get there if people get what they actually want to see in the Middle East? Your take.
Well, I think it's a continuity of 40 years of U.S. policy with respect to Iran, that we want to see a peaceful region. We want to see somebody who contributes to the global economy, who doesn't support terrorism. I mean, the evidence is overwhelmingly incontrovertible in terms of Iranian support to groups that have used terrorism and violence to impose their will on other people. So that's been a consistent U.S. message, and I think President Trump is very much in line with previous administrations. Where he differs is actually taking action against key people who have been at the heart of fomenting this kind of instability and providing funding, materials, weapons, training, and support to groups that seek the overthrow of other countries, like Hezbollah, constantly attacking Israel. Hamas has not been helpful. Houthi rebels, it kind of goes on and on. Not to mention the attacks on U.S. personnel, again, across decades, most recently, obviously, here in the last week. So I think Iran has been put on notice by President Trump that his administration is not going to tolerate the sort of behavior we've seen for 4 decades.
Gentlemen, Nan Hayworth here, and one of our previous guests, Houshang Amir Ahmadi of the American-Iranian Council, made a striking assertion that actually the theocracy, the mullahs, wanted to see Soleimani eliminated, and that therefore there might be some element of cooperation in some way, or at least a harmonization. That's a striking assertion. What do you think, and could that have some validity, and what would that mean for a peace process?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll jump on that myself. I
Sure,
mean,
go ahead.
There is this idea that there are these monolithic authoritarian centers in many countries, and that's just not the case. Every country, every regime has dissension, has friction, has opportunists in there. So I'm not aware of any facts that came out that would support that assertion, but I wouldn't be surprised if the number 2 guy in Iran had become too popular, right, for the Ayatollah. So I don't dismiss that, but I haven't heard any evidence that would support that sort of an assertion.
And Ollie, real quick, your follow-up to that question.
I really think that amounts to a conspiracy theory. General Soleimani was Iran's most effective military leader for advancing Iran's regional policy. There's no evidence whatsoever over the years that he was insubordinate to the supreme leader. So I really don't buy into that theory at all.
So, Ollie, you were saying that a possible flare-up and escalation in tensions could still happen. So what do you think that's actually going to look like? Is it because President Trump is still putting additional economic sanctions on Iran?
Look, 3 years ago, we didn't have Iranian missile strikes on U.S. military bases. We didn't have Iranians targeting shipping in the Persian Gulf. We didn't have Iranians basically targeting oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. All of this, the original sin was committed by the Trump administration when it decided to withdraw on from the nuclear deal unilaterally and also impose sanctions on Iran. So again, the underpinning issue here has not changed, and as long as that continues, the pattern that we have seen in the past 6 months, which has brought us 3 times to the brink of a military confrontation with Iran after the shoot down of the drone, after the attack on Saudi Aramco, and this time with the assassination of General Soleimani, will continue. As long as the president sticks to his maximum pressure policy and doesn't decide to opt for real diplomacy with people who are not seeking regime change in Iran, but who are willing to come to a mutually beneficial deal with the existing Iranian regime, I think this situation continues at the risk of putting the entire region on fire.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel, just to follow up on that, I mean, when we look at the latest Reuters Ipsos poll of about 60-40, the split between Americans who are disapproving of Donald Trump's handling of the Iranian situation so far, I mean, when we move forward from here, if he is serious about the proposal for peace, how does that really stack up against what Iran's pushing for here in terms of the removal of foreign troops from the region altogether? I mean, how do you get both of those things handled here as, again, pressure here, I guess, in terms of the way that Americans are thinking about it, might want to see some sort of change?
Well, I mean, I always resist speaking for the American people. I mean, I can't talk to 300 million folks, but I think it is a fact that we don't immerse ourselves in history. And again, the last comment that was made there about things not happening until the current president came into office ignores 40 years of history where we've seen the Iranian regime attacking and killing American citizens, being behind the bombing of the barracks in Beirut back in the 1980s. I mean, again, the historical record is incontrovertible. So we finally have somebody who says we're just not going to tolerate that sort of thing, right? The president does not want a war, especially going into a presidential election cycle here in the United States, but he also can't turn a blind eye to the disruption that Iran has caused with global energy markets, their support to various terror groups in Syria, the mess that is occurring in Yemen as well. So I think the American people actually look to somebody who's decisive. I think the president was very blunt in placing blame with the previous administration. It freed up $150 billion worth of money that wasn't used to improve quality of life in Iran. It was actually used to support various terror groups across the region. So I think that kind of decisive action, the muted response by Iran with its overnight missile strike, where it could have done so many other things, I think it actually held back because it feared a counterstrike of the United States, which just wields enormous military power, which we have not used in the region here of late.
All right, well, this issue will continue to be one we're talking about, so we'll have to have you gentlemen back to continue the conversation. But for now, Ali Vaez and Lieutenant Colonel Dakota Wood, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Coming up, billionaire presidential candidate Mike Bloomberg announcing his economic agenda, why he's notably flipping his stance on raising the minimum wage, and how he plans to match Trump's advertising spend, at least when it comes to America's biggest stage, right after this. Welcome back. 2020 candidate Mike Bloomberg unveiled his all-in economic agenda, and the plan is a grab bag of proposals to raise the minimum wage, ensure gig workers have collective bargaining rights, and give more help to startups and small businesses. We should note his campaign provided few details about how he would pay for these initiatives. But guys, I mean, obviously President Trump has made the economy a focal point of his presidency, and things have been going generally pretty well. When you look at the headline numbers, of course, when it comes to individual sectors and how Americans in certain industries might be impacted by those policies, that's a different story. But interesting to see Mike Bloomberg, a mayor of New York who was once so outspoken against the idea of raising the minimum wage, now coming
For good
around
reason.
to pushing.
Good
Well,
reason, it's
why
policy.
say good reason?
Well, because the minimum wage, we want every American to have a high wage. So that's not the issue. The issue is, how do you get there? And when you get there by government fiat, that actually doesn't help workers. What helps workers, and we know this, is full employment, because then the demand for labor increases. And that's why wages are going up under this administration. We actually have achieved even greater employment. And, you know, some would say, not without some justification, we're building on some recovery from previous years, but it's really taken off. That's wonderful. But when government fiat mandates it, what happens? Expensive workers become more expensive. Businesses seek to downsize. We know this well.
Yep.
People lose jobs, and it artificially inflates the cost of living.
That's what he said about minimum wage back in 2012.
Yeah, let's just remember.
Right.
So
and he was right.
Michael Bloomberg's change of heart is basically about running for president. I mean, he's trying to win the Democratic
As a
nomination
Democrat, right.
against people like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren.
right, Sibyl.
So him saying he's opposed to raising the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour would not do well.
You are absolutely
at all.
right.
So, but as an employer with his own media enterprise, you can understand why he was opposed beforehand. But in
Completely.
terms of what Michael Bloomberg is rolling out right now, I have to say, we're not really seeing original ideas. And if he thinks he is going to win the nomination on this, he better think again. We're going to need a lot more creativity. A lot of these ideas have already been recycled.
Well, he's certainly original in the way that he plans to spend money. That is one thing that we've seen Mike Bloomberg do.
He has a lot of it.
'Cause he's got a lot of it. He's got a lot of it. You know who else has a lot of it? President Trump also has a lot of money as well. But both of them will allegedly be going tit for tat here and dropping $10 million each for ad space during the Super Bowl next month, both reportedly securing a 60-second spot to air nationally during the biggest football game of the year. I, for one, have always thought that the Super Bowl is, you know, you can't touch it. It's supposed to be one of those sacred grounds where politics cannot enter. No offense, Dan. Where it's the game, right? And now it's dueling political.
We took away the kneeling during the national anthem for political reasons because people didn't. A lot of people were opposed to that. Others believe that it should have continued. But long story short, we took that part of the politics out of it, and now Trump and Bloomberg are putting more of it. It makes sense. 100 million people watch the Super Bowl. I mean, that's ratings numbers that anybody who works in TV would die for. So of course, you know, they're both going to spend in total $20 million.
But yeah, as someone who's won an election, Nan, I mean, is that where you should be putting your money to work?
Sure, it's high visibility. No, I mean, and look, if Mike Bloomberg's doing it, President Trump, who has the resources because they are pouring in, and that is a big story, and they're coming in from small donors too, not just big donors. So it's a smart thing, and he's got a great ad shop because they did ads for my.
A little shout out there.
Yeah. No, they actually, he has tremendous people doing his ads.
So we're going to see a great
and
Super Bowl.
And he's got a great message.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a winning message. So it's the only reason to watch the Super Bowls for the ads. Who remembers the game if the Giants aren't playing?
It's true. I just didn't know that if anybody out there watched them for political ads too now. Now there's political ads along with all the Budweiser ads to expect as well. We'll see what happens, but I, for one, watch it for the game. Call me old-fashioned. After the break, more challenges to California's new law to protect gig workers, why it's leading to some unintended freelance firings. But is it a sacrifice that protects workers overall? We'll debate that right after this. Welcome back to Wi-Fi PM. Companies like Uber, Lyft, and Postmates are refusing to adhere to California's new gig economy law. The new state mandate forces businesses to reclassify contractors as employees, and some industries are already feeling the impact. And joining us now is Campus Reform Editor-in-Chief Cabot Phillips. And Cabot, I mean, you know this area very well.
Yeah.
You deal with freelancers. We're talking about AB5 here and how it changes the way that companies can work with them. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I run an online news publication, Campus Reform. We rely on a full-time team of reporters in D.C. that are employees, but we have about 100 freelance reporters around the country. California, we have more freelance writers than any other state, and because of this law, if they write 35 freelance articles for one publication, that publication then has to decide that they are a full-time employee, offer all kinds of benefits, which for our small organization would put us out of business if we had to hire all of our California freelance writers as full-time employees. So I'd have a conference call this week with them and say, look, guys, you're doing great work. I understand a lot of you use this money you make as a freelance writer for us to supplement your income and to pay for college. But once you hit 34 articles, we would go out of business. We just can't have you keep writing for us at 34 articles beyond that. And so this is another law that, of course, the intentions are good. The intentions seem like they're trying to help the little guy and help freelance workers. But in the end, I think we're going to see more of what I had to do, where people are saying we just can't deal with the costs, scaling back. And I think it will start to cost people jobs and opportunities.
I mean, it's very similar to the minimum wage argument we were just having here. But I mean, to your point, generally good intentions with this, just a little bit of blowback. Isn't that kind of how the political system's supposed to work, where you test this out and fix it?
Well, ideally, yes, this is true, the push and pull of the political system. The problem with doing things through government means is that government is inherently coercive. Markets have to invite, markets have to respond quickly. The government responsiveness is attenuated. Now we have to have lawsuits against the state of California. Meanwhile, these gig workers are going to suffer. They are not benefiting from this, and that's the problem. Government fiat intervening in the markets generally is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And here's a perfect example.
But I'm so glad you're on the couch and joining us here on the show, because I always want to talk to like someone who's actually launched a business who this impacts, because it kind of makes you guys look like you've got an icy heart if you don't want to actually offer benefits to people who are working. As someone who works and has benefits, it's important.
Yeah.
So do you not see another way where people could work for you and still get benefits that are important?
Yeah, I think there's a trade-off where I started as a freelance writer myself, and it gave me freedom. It gave me the opportunity to still pursue my degree at the time, and I was looking around and I understood, hey, I'm not a full-time employee, so they don't owe me that because this is a voluntary agreement we're entering into. And so I had a student actually ask me, well, can I opt out of this? Can I say I don't mind if I don't get the benefits because I'm still getting the benefit of experience and getting pay without having to be in an office 9 to 5? And I said, no, you can't opt out of it. And I think that's the whole idea of this, is that it's a voluntary agreement. That's what a free market is. It's exchanging goods and services voluntarily. And when you add that coercive element to say, if you are going to work for them, you now have to do this for them. I think that's where the problem comes in, because we, on our end, I view it as we're offering these freelance writers training, or we're paying them in a voluntary agreement. Now the government is stepping in saying, we have to also go beyond and do this, and that's not something that's financially tenable for us in the long run.
Yeah,
so it makes us look like the bad guys when in reality, we're giving opportunities to a lot of college students that now might be missing out on.
Yeah, and undoubtedly there's probably some of those freelancers that get promoted into full benefit positions as well. And that's kind of the push here from Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez, who is behind AB5, kind of speaking out that there are actually some pushes, even at other publications, Vox Media being some of them, that had to deal with cutting freelancers, also hiring some of those freelancers as full-timers, getting benefits there. So not all negative, just comes down to who gets what opportunities are being shaken out here. But very interesting to see unintended consequences play out. Cabot Phillips, thank you so much for joining us, though. Nan Hayworth, thanks to you as always. Sabeel Marcellus, thanks as well.
Thank you.
Let's check in with Ines Ferre on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange for more market action. Ines?
Zach, I'm here with Alan Valdez. Alan, this relief rally that we're seeing here after President Trump said Iran appears to be standing down. This is what we're seeing here. I mean, we really saw these markets go more solidly into the green.
Sure, especially last night, if you followed the futures. I mean, they were down. You know, people were worried, is it continue? Everyone's taking a breath. The Iranians are stepping back, it appears, according to the president. The president's being restrained here. So I think overall, it's maybe the end of a problem right now.
And oil is really taking it on the chin right now. It's down around 5% with WTI down under pressure, and it really went more under pressure even after President Trump spoke, because investors seem to feel like there's no escalation of this coming. I mean, there weren't any oil facilities which were struck with all these tensions, and no escalation. Do you agree?
Oh, exactly. I mean, that's it. I mean, they ratcheted up because of tensions, and now it appears, if you look at the market, I mean, we're up huge today. If you look at the market, the tensions are over, and they're a good indicator usually of events like that overseas. So basically, it's business as usual here. The Dow's saying that.
ADP private payroll numbers came out for the month of December, better than expected. Is this a good indication for what's to come in the jobs market, do you think, on Friday?
Oh, I hope so, and it looks great. I mean, judging by that number, you got 135 million Americans, an all-time record, and with Americans working, they're spending, they're making money, and that is a critical component to this market, unemployment and jobs.
Thanks so much, Alan Valdez. Zach?
All right, coming up, President Trump backing away from further military conflict with Iran. A top intelligence experts weighs in on the developments next. The ticker all over it starts in 2.
Good afternoon and welcome to the ticker on Yahoo Finance. I'm Shauna Smith. Checking in on the market action. We're seeing a record day actually on Wall Street. We have the S&P moving higher, up just around 18 points right now. The Dow up 182, and the Nasdaq also holding on to gains, up around 0.7%. Well, President Trump says that Iran appears to be standing down after the Middle Eastern country fired missiles at U.S. targets in Iraq. Jessica Smith joins us now with the latest from D.C. Jess?
Shauna, the big headline from President Trump's briefing was that no Americans were harmed in last night's attack, and there was minimum damage to U.S. military bases in Iraq. President Trump announced new economic sanctions on Iran, but he did not announce any military action at this point. So that was the big question that people were looking for the president to answer. He said that the U.S. is ready to embrace peace, but Iran needs to end its support for terrorism and it needs to give up its nuclear ambitions. He called on U.S. allies to break away from the 2015 nuclear deal, which he calls foolish, and he says that they need to work toward a new deal. He also called on NATO to become more involved in the Middle East. Here's President Trump.
Peace and stability cannot prevail in the Middle East as long as Iran continues to foment violence, unrest, hatred, and war. The civilized world must send a clear and unified message to the Iranian regime. Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated any longer. It will not be allowed to go forward.
Within the past hour, the administration briefed lawmakers about the situation with Iran. And as we're starting to see lawmakers leave that briefing and talk to reporters, Shauna, the reaction seems to be largely split along party lines.
All right, Jess Smith, thanks so much for the latest on that. Well, joining us now, we have Jeff Barden. He's Chief Intelligence Officer at Treadstone 71. And Jeff, we just heard Jess talking about the fact that the U.S., President Trump saying that the U.S. is ready to embrace peace. When we talk about this de-escalation that we're seeing, it looks like the markets at least is buying it today. How confident are you that this will actually remain on track?
I think it'll stay steady for a while, Sean. I think at this time, everybody wanted to step back from the brink, and and it's a smart thing to do. But Iran didn't want to go any further. I think they were quite surprised by the action that was taken by President Trump with respect to Soleimani at this time. So I think it'll hold for a while as long as no one steps out of line. And at this point, it's a good time to reset right now, where cooler heads can prevail, and people can sit back, and we don't have to go after each other. I think they know where we stand at this point, and they get a feel for it, and they're also unsure how we're going to respond.
Jeff, if cooler heads don't prevail and we see some sort of further retaliatory measures from Iran, what do you think that could entail?
Well, from a cyber perspective, which is largely where I lie, I think they've been very active over several years now in building up their cyber defensive and offensive capabilities, and a lot of this has been involved with just cyber espionage. They've been collecting a ton of information across the West, the United States, the Israelis, and we really haven't seen them leverage that information in any major attack. They've been building up their defensive posture with their DESFA firewall, and I think what we've seen has really been testing and playing with their espionage and their sabotage capabilities. So whatever we do see, I believe it'll be something new. We track and we pattern all their activities, and they know we do this, so I think we'll see something that is unusual, something that we haven't expected, but something that will also be a direct embarrassment to President Trump, something that will hurt him politically.
Does that mean that they could potentially target him in regard to the 2020 election?
They're still building their capabilities. I mean, the Russians definitely are much stronger and much more functional and much more capable, motivated, and lethal, per se, than the Iranians are. But the Iranians should not be taken lightly of their capabilities. They're very smart. They're very strategic. They watch what's going on politically out there. So even though it may be a tactical attack of some type from a cyber perspective, I think the strategic outcomes will far outweigh the tactical wins, much like the small drones hitting the Saudi facilities this past year. It was just showed how, at that time, the weakness of our defenses were not geared towards small, low-flying drones. So that caused a lot of political backlash, and also at an opportunity for Putin to come in and start selling the S-400 missiles.
Jeff, you say that Iran is likely to target Saudi Arabia extensively, especially Saudi Aramco. What type of fallout could that have?
That could be significant. I mean, right now you've got the Saudis and the Iranians are competing for the religious leadership of the Muslim world. Of course, we have the Shia and the Sunni sites, and the Saudis are the custodians of the two holy mosques and the heir apparents to the leadership. But Iran has been slowly, with their proxies, kind of surrounding them, with Hezbollah in Lebanon, Syria, with Ansar Nasrallah in Yemen, and other proxies that are set up around the Gulf area. So I think Saudi's feeling a little bit hemmed in with respect to that, and we may see some significant hits from the Saudis. They may lash out, but they got to be careful of the oil facilities, because Saudi's oil facilities are largely right across the Gulf, and as you saw from the missile attacks from last night, The Iranians do have a lot of intermediate, and mid-range ballistic missiles that can hit and do much more destruction than a drone.
Jeff, do you think we look back a year from now? So even though the tension seems to be de-escalating, at least for right now, the tension between the U.S. and Iran is still extremely high. Do you think that in a year from now, when we look back, do you think the U.S. and its allies will be in a more safe position or be more on edge?
I think we'll see a little bit different approach. I look at it from it's an election year coming up, and I don't believe the Iranians really care to have Donald Trump in office for another 4 years. So we may see a different approach from them with respect to influence operations and media manipulation. They've been performing these activities largely around the Middle East in different areas, but I think you've seen it. They've been kind of sloppy in their activities and what they've done. They may shift a little bit to better planning with respect to these activities. Again, how to hurt the president politically so that his opponents in the upcoming election will have a better standing. So I think they may back off to not give him a military win or windfall anymore, and they may work behind the scenes with respect to kind of the Russian style to influence people and leverage the divisions in favor of a Democratic candidate.
All right, Jeff Barton, thanks so much for joining me today.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Well, Brent and crude oil prices are sinking after the president's remarks on Iran. Joining us now to discuss more about this and the broader market reaction, we have John Petridis. He's portfolio manager at Tocqueville. And John, when you take a look at the reaction that we're seeing in the markets today, the Dow now up over 200 points at this point, S&P hitting an all-time high. Do you think this is a major sigh of relief here for the markets?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, think of the news flow we've had over the last 15 hours. We've had Iran launch 12 missiles. We've had a Ukrainian plane explode on our Tehran tarmac, killing, unfortunately, 176 people. And the Iranians will not release the black box. And to cap it off, we had an earthquake near a nuclear facility in Iran. And here we are with the markets rallying. So I think there is a sigh of relief rally, that there is no further aggression at this point in time. But this is clearly not an issue going away. Geopolitical risk is always on the back burner as a risk to investors' portfolios. And I think just the temperature got heated up higher.
John, how resilient do you think this market is? Because even though we have so much risk out there, all the things that you just went through, we're still having the markets at all-time highs. Is this something that you think can continue over the short term at least?
Well, I think in terms of if the market go higher, we're on the cusp of earnings season and companies reporting. And in a weaker global economy, let's see if companies can get back to positive growth in terms of earnings on a year-over-year basis. And that's going to help push stocks higher. Listen, stocks are not cheap. We're at 18.5 times earnings on a forward multiple basis. That's a premium to where we have been trading. And with interest rates being so low on the bond side, investors have been running into stocks as a relative trade. So, you don't have much of a margin of safety to throw the markets off. But I think what's helping the market go higher is that China and U.S. relations in terms of coming to a trade war is getting closer to that phase one deal signed on January 15th. And that's going to be the bigger impact for the market going forward.
John, you mentioned earnings there. That's only just about a week away. Part of earnings season, or kicking off earnings season, I should say, is a lot of the big banks. Are you seeing any opportunity in the financial sector at this point?
Yeah, I think the large money centers are still very attractive. Let's see, again, the banks are a really good barometer to see where the economy is headed, particularly their loan portfolio. Are we seeing more charge-offs? Are we seeing more defaults on their loan portfolio? That's going to be crucial to see how the U.S. consumer, which is basically holding up the global economy right now, how the U.S. consumer is faring, and how have the banks been operating in essentially a historically low interest rate environment, because banks, as we know, make more money on their spread than their loan book versus what they're lending and what they're offering savers. So I think it's a good barometer of where we're going to be.
John, our viewers out there, some of your clients maybe who are looking to add maybe some more defensive positions into their portfolios at this time when there is heightened risk in the markets, how do you best suggest that investors do that at this point?
Yeah, we've been favoring the higher dividend yielding stocks where we're finding quality in the dividend, right? Companies that have low debt on their balance sheets, that have a good history of growing their dividend and good cash flow, and those stocks that are lower beta, low volatile. So in our enhanced income strategy, we're looking at, the higher dividend income plays. We're looking at some of the master limited partnerships. We're looking at REITs. We're looking at preferred stocks. So we're looking at an environment where there's $10 trillion of yield that's negative in the world, and we're looking at these risks in the stock market where there's volatility and stocks could be are elevated from a valuation standpoint, and we're trying to hit it down the fairway to look at those stocks where we're getting income, but then we're managing the volatility in the portfolio.
All right, John Petruti, thanks so much for stopping by today.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, coming up, Carlos Ghosn holds a wild press conference defending himself against the criminal allegations that he faces in Japan. Will it sway public opinion in his favor? We've got those details. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's get to our big three tickers of the day. Former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn delivering a wild press conference after his stunning escape from Japan. Boeing sinking after a 737 passenger jet crashes in Iran. And Walgreens tumbling after a big miss with its latest quarterly results. Well, first, let's get to Nissan because former chairman Carlos Ghosn is speaking out in his first public appearance since escaping Japan, slamming the country's justice system during a news conference earlier today.
This was not about justice. This was, as I felt, I was the hostage of a country that I have served for 17 years. I dedicated my professional life. I was proud of it. I revived a company that nobody else before me was able to do. For 10 years, they were in the dirt.
We have Julia LaRoche joining us on set. And Julia, when you take a look at what Carlos Ghosn did his press conference, it was over 2 hours long. Yep. He's obviously very eager to clear his name. I know you watched the whole thing. Do you think he made any progress in that?
I think that remains to be seen because, look, we still have to figure out how is this going to proceed, this trial, these allegations, these charges that he faces, which he also, by the way, he calls them completely baseless, rather. I think this press conference was more about the judicial system, the legal system in Japan, very light on answers as to how he escaped. I think there's a lot of curiosity, especially from the press. How exactly did he pull off fleeing Japan, breaking those bail terms? That wasn't what happened here. He was really just digging in on his inhumane treatment, if you will. And I gotta say, I think he did a pretty good job of selling that. One of the examples he gave was saying, look, I didn't have contact with my family. The only way I could connect with them was through letters that my attorney would hold up in front of the glass partition while he was in prison. He talked about being in solitary confinement, slammed that as being, in violation of norms, global norms, standards, the United Nations standards, if you will. It was really an indictment of the judicial system there. He also, named some names. He called out folks, executives at Nissan. He called out Latham Watkins, the well-known law firm. He fell short of calling out specific names within the Japanese government. He made a case that, look, he wants to be very sensitive there because, look, he's in Lebanon, had to be very sensitive, toe the line, if you will, on that. And he also, again, went through the charges. He stands by that he's innocent, that they're completely baseless.
Julia, do you think he wants to seek revenge too, just because when he was attacking the Japanese judicial system as it is now, he was saying a lot of the things that you were just laying out, just in terms of the fact that he didn't think it was fair, the solitary confinement, the fact he wasn't able to speak.
He didn't think he'd get a fair
family.
trial.
He didn't think he'd get a fair trial because of the 99 or more than
99.4%
conviction rate. So do you think he wants to see some sort of revenge against the Japanese at this point?
It's hard to say what his mindset is, but when he was highlighting those kind of stats, it really makes you think, wow, 99.4% are convicted. He said, look, I'm a foreigner. I would probably not stand a fair trial. And he said if he didn't escape, he said he would have died in Japan. So if anyone can shed light, if what he's saying is the reality there, and that's what it is. I mean, here's someone who was highly regarded as an executive who turned around an auto company. Auto company's crown jewel in Japan, spent 17 years at Nissan. Turning that around, was well respected. He mentioned a lot of books were written about him and his management style. So it's interesting to see this play out. This is not going to go away. And I mean, here's someone who might actually shine a light on something. But again, this remains to be seen. How much merit are there to the charges? Nissan put out a statement just yesterday and said they did a robust internal investigation and they stand by what they found, that he misused company funds allegedly, and that they found that him leaving Japan, violating the terms of the bail agreement, they said that was regrettable. So this is a story we will definitely be watching.
All right, Julia, thanks so much. Well, traders have also been watching Boeing today after a Ukraine-bound 737-800 airliner carrying at least 176 people crashed shortly after takeoff in Iran. Now, it's important to note that this is a relatively new plane that was built in 2016 and has a pretty good safety record. Heidi Chung is with me now. And Heidi, what is the latest here just in terms of what do we know about this crash and then the potential implications for Boeing?
Hey, Shauna. Yeah, so this is very preliminary. We don't have a lot of information here, but I do want to run through the information that we currently do have. Now, Boeing shares are off more than 1% today, and that's a day when we're seeing the Dow rally more than 200 points. Let's go over the details. So this Boeing jet was a 737-800 jet. Now, that is an older model of the grounded 737 MAX jet that we have been talking about here for almost a year, actually. And like you mentioned, this plane was only 3 years old and had just been inspected 2 days before the crash. Now, the specific jet that went down does not use the same flight control system that was implicated in the 737 MAX crashes. And Ukraine International Airlines was the airline that was flying this jet that was departing Iran and headed to Ukraine. Unfortunately, shortly after departure, all 176 people on board were killed when the plane went down. Now, Iranian officials are saying that the cause of the crash here was due to technical issues that eventually led to an engine fire. It could take months, though, here, Shauna, before we actually know what happened. Of course, all of this comes at a very tumultuous time for Boeing. We have a new CEO coming to the helm on Monday. We have David Calhoun succeeding former CEO Dennis Muilenburg. So that is also a big deal for the company. And this week, we had gotten reports that perhaps Boeing was looking to increase its debt load as we continue to see costs mount as the 737 MAX jets are still unable to fly in the skies. So a lot of things going on here for Boeing. Optically, certainly this does not look good. And so we are definitely monitoring all of the information that we are getting so far.
Heidi, real quick, just to follow up on this, the fact that it did crash in Iran and considering the increased tensions between the U.S. and Iran, does that complicate trying to figure out what exactly happened in this crash?
Absolutely, Shauna. So if we take a look at international law, the country where the crash took place typically leads the accident investigation, and other countries often step in to help, like the U.S. But because this was a Boeing jet and because tensions are running extremely high between Iran and the U.S., we might see the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board actually not able to step in unless they seek special permission to participate in the investigation. So certainly that is a concern going on. Iran has reportedly recovered the actual black box from the aircraft, but it's totally up to Iran on what they do next in terms of investigation because it happened on their soil. But we did hear from Secretary of State Mike Pompeo earlier saying that the U.S. will continue to follow the incident very closely and is prepared to offer Ukraine all possible assistance that the U.S. can.
All right, Heidi Chung, thank you. Moving on to another big mover today, and that's Walgreens. Now, shares are slumping after the company missed quarterly earnings estimates on both the top and bottom lines. You can see shares off nearly 6%. Now, Walgreens saying that it is, though, maintaining its outlook for the year despite a soft first quarter. We have Melody Ham with more details. And Melody, when you take a look at these numbers, profits for Walgreens falling 25% during the quarter. What do you think the cause of this is?
Yeah, I want to point out that earnings per share did come light of estimates, came in at $1.37 compared to that $1.41 that analysts did expect. And then revenue as well fell short of the $34.6 billion expected, came in at about $34.3 billion. Overall, it has been a tough year for Walgreens. I do want to note that it was the worst performing stock in the Dow when you look at a 12-month period. Shares are down about 21%, and that's almost the inverse of the Dow's rise over the last 12 months. I think overall it's because pharmacy companies are being squeezed. Not that this is any consolation, but if you look at CVS shares, they are down today as well because the secular trends that are happening where pharmacy benefit managers as well as insurance companies are trying to really pass off those costs of prescription drugs onto the pharmacies themselves. I listened in on the earnings call and CEO Stefano Pessina said, he's trying to console investors overall, saying that, hey, we're going to stick to our guidance as we look at the earnings forecast for the year. We hope that we will stay in line with our expectations. But overall, I anticipate, especially with the exiting of the sale of e-cigarettes, which didn't necessarily impact sales this quarter, we do expect that to hit full year earnings coming in at about 6 cents per share. So overall, when you look at the industry overall, something kind of as obvious as the fact that when people go in to pick up their prescription drugs, maybe they're only getting the drugs. They're not getting the shampoo. They're not getting the Swedish fish. They're not getting all these other things that perhaps over the last couple of years, people are going to buy online. So I think just the tectonic shift in consumer behavior is also a major player here.
Yeah, certainly the increased competition from big names like Amazon. A lot of people are favoring Amazon, like you're saying, Melody, not really going to Walgreens or CVS, for that matter, to buy a lot of their goods that they were just a few years ago. All right, Melody Ham, thanks so much. Well, straight ahead, we have commodity prices seeing yet another set of wild swings amid the crisis between U.S. and Iran. Details on the potential fallout for investors next. Welcome back to the ticker. Let's check in on the markets. We are seeing a rally underway with the Dow up just around 200 points, S&P at an all-time high, and the Nasdaq up nearly 1%. Well, let's get to Inez Ferrer. She's standing by on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And Inez, it looks like the leader today, sector-wise at least, is technology.
That's right, Shauna. Technology, communication services, financials, all of those are leading the gains today. And you just mentioned record highs. Well, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We're looking at Tesla as the best performer on the NASDAQ. Tesla reaching another record high today, actually a few dollars away from reaching the $500 level. The best performer on the NASDAQ, and Argus now is the street firm which has the highest price target, or one of the highest price targets on Tesla, with a $556 price target. That was up from $396, with the analyst notes of course citing the better than expected fourth quarter deliveries and the ramp up of vehicle productions at its Shanghai factory. And then on the S&P 500, Constellation Brands is seeing a pop, one of the best performers after its fiscal third quarter results, with profit and revenue beating expectations. The company raising its full year guidance. Beer sales grew by about 8% in the last quarter compared to the same quarter last year.
All right, Inez, thanks so much. Well, a couple of other movers in the markets today. Brent and crude oil prices sinking after the president's remarks on Iran. Now, during his address, the president also doubled down on American dominance in energy.
We are now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. We are independent, and we do not need Middle East oil.
Joining us now is Alan Nuckman. He's the chief market strategist at Agora Financial. And Alan, when you take a look at, when you hear what President Trump was saying in regards to energy, oil, though, obviously is somewhat affected by the increase in tensions. We saw oil spiking following the higher tensions with Iran starting last week. How do you see that playing out in the energy market?
Well, oil, I use that more of a barometer of economic growth worldwide than anything else. We saw a short-term spike, obviously, with this geopolitical action that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But will be interesting to see how we hang around the 60 level. Crude oil had traded between 50 and 60 for the longest time, many, many months. That target's 70 on the upside, and now we'll see how this 60 pivot acts here in the next few sessions. But from looking at a macro standpoint, and crude is just one piece of the puzzle here, every market I look at right now is showing signs of stability. We saw the VIX come right back down. It's negative on the day. We saw the stock market make new highs. We saw gold blow off and then come back down. It's negative on the session. Crude oil, like you said, is actually negative. So a lot of these worries and fears, the markets are moving past that, and we're seeing this overall bull trend just continue.
Alan, do you think the markets are viewing this more as just a flare-up, at least at this point?
Well, I think so. Let's remember where we've been in the last 10 years. This is the latest crisis du jour. And if I look at the VIX, which is over my shoulder, the fear factor, we're at 13. The spike high that we saw after last week's assassination and then after last night's missiles was about 16. We were at 18 just in November, and last December we were at 36. So the VIX, the fear factor, is so much lower than it's been. You've seen a series of lower highs over the last few years, and you've also seen a series of higher lows in the stock market. So the correlation is continuing, and yes, we're going to get these periodic flash points, and the VIX will flare up, but it's been beaten down every time over the last 10 years, every time it rallies.
Alan, when you take a look at where the markets are trading today, we have the Dow up nearly 200 points, S&P hitting an all-time high, NASDAQ also at a record. Do you think that it's justified when there's so much uncertainty still in the markets?
Yes and no. So, the stock market is a measurement of people's sentiment, obviously. But what is the choice? People aren't going to put their money in treasuries with these kind of yields. So the president set up an ideal situation for the stock market to succeed, pushing interest rates down. His next lever of power is to knock down the dollar, and that can be supportive of the stock market as well. So, yes, stocks have come a long ways. That doesn't mean they can't go a long ways further. If you look at the NASDAQ, tech has rallied more than 50% from its lows last December. It's December depths when we were very worried about the trade issues. We have the same headlines here in 2019, and now the trade issues have not been solved, but the markets are reacting differently to it. So I think people are focused on how well corporate America is doing, and we're going to see earnings growth probably this quarter, and that earnings recession is going to come to an end. People are going to still see the value of investing in the stock market. So I think from a choice standpoint, to get that yield, that's where money's going to flow.
Alan, you mentioned the importance of earnings. If we do see earnings disappoint, come in below what the street is expecting, how big of a pullback, or do you think it could trigger a pullback soon?
Well, we haven't seen that. Year after year, quarter after quarter, they've set this low bar, and we've hurdled it each and every time. So I'm not smart enough to say this is the quarter that we won't be able to do it. The banks kick off here, and let's remember, the financials still haven't recovered fully from the financial crisis of 2009. If you look at some of those bank stocks, haven't taken out those highs, whereas everybody else has. So there's a lot of upside in banks. And look at the headlines. You'll see that JP Morgan is going to make $6 billion, or Goldman Sachs is going to make $3 billion, or Citibank's going to make $5 billion. Now that's pure profit for the quarter. So, focus on that for a minute. Just digest how well the banks are doing. We're talking pure profit, and that's just one quarter. So that's, I think, a symbol of the profitability that some of these stocks are in right now.
Okay, well, we'll get results from the banks starting on Tuesday. Alan Nuckman, thanks so much. Well, straight ahead, should the U.S. be bracing for a major Iranian cyber attack in the wake of yesterday's missile strike? We have a top expert joining us to weigh in coming up. Welcome back. President Trump is vowing to keep pressure on Iran after the Middle Eastern country fired missiles on U.S. targets in Iraq.
The United States will immediately impose additional punishing economic sanctions on the Iranian regime. These powerful sanctions will remain until Iran changes its behavior.
The president also signaling that the Iranian regime appears to be, quote, standing down. But cybersecurity experts fear that Iran will retaliate using cyber warfare against U.S. facilities and its allies. Joining us now is Morgan Wright. He's senior fellow at Center for Digital Government. And Morgan, when you take a look at what could possibly happen, when we talk about the fact that Iran could potentially retaliate some sort, cybersecurity or cyber threat, a cyber attack could be a likely scenario. How do you see that playing out?
Look, we've constantly been under attack by Iran. I mean, this has been going on for years. In fact, there's another story out. Governor Abbott in Texas is reporting about 10,000 attacks a day that are Iranian-based. So this is nothing new. We are constantly under attack by Iran. What will change, though, are the types of targets that Iran goes after. And to really see what they're going to do, you look at the targets they've gone after in the Middle East, because, look, cyber conflict, cyber warfare is the fifth domain of war: sea, air, land, space, cyberspace. It has the lowest, highest reward and the lowest risk in terms of a kinetic action. We haven't yet used kinetic actions like bombs, like we did with Soleimani, in response to a cyber attack. So I think they think this is a way that they can go after certain infrastructure, banking, finance, things like that. It's high reward for them, low risk. I think we'll see it amp up a little bit, but I don't think you'll see too big of a change of behavior because I still think they want to let this play out a little bit, let it tamp down, get some amnesia, some fatigue, and then hit some targets of opportunity at a later time.
Morgan, what about targeting some of the U.S.'s allies?
Absolutely. I just was talking to some folks about the UK. UK is one of our great partners in this. A parliamentary report just came out in 2018, said that the government still had not done enough yet to protect what they call their national critical infrastructure. The power grid, whether it's in the UK, it's in the US, it's our Five Eyes alliance partners, you know, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Those things are all targeted. And we know, look, right now, Shauna, there are over about 20 Iranians still under indictment here in the United States by DOJ for various crimes. One of those was actually attacking a dam in upstate New York, and had it not been offline for just some routine maintenance, they might have caused significant damage. So we are still going to be, targeted by these guys. I don't want to overestimate their threat, but look, anybody capable of building nuclear bombs and doing what Iran does, you never want to underestimate their capability, whether it's in kinetic warfare or cyber warfare.
When you say it's important not to underestimate, as a whole, how sophisticated do you think a potential cyber attack from Iran could be?
What you do is you go back and you look at the ways that they've attacked, like Saudi Aramco. Some of the things they did when they took out, a massive amount of servers. They destroyed their infrastructure to where you actually had to go back in and replace things. So I think that they are capable of doing things that could cause significant damage. Whether or not they could do it in the United States to that kind of scale kind of remains to be seen. I mean, we've been building up defenses for a long time simply because we were so bad at it. We kind of sucked at cyber defense. We really needed to get religion about this. So I think overall they might be able to hit some things and impact them, degrade them for a while. I don't think you'll get a massive attack that will take down things for an extended period of time like what happened in Saudi Arabia or some other countries. But look, it doesn't take, if you hit a critical system, public safety, communications, power, if something goes out, I mean, there still could be lives lost, but I wouldn't look at it at this point that Iran's going to launch it in the next day. But look, we've got to be prepared for what they will do 6 months and a year from now. Again, because why? Because it's high reward and low risk.
Morgan, what about the potential for a nuclear threat? Just because tensions seem to be simmering down, at least today, I would think that that still is potentially on the table at some point.
Oh, it absolutely is. And look, if you go back, what started with Dutch intelligence, an informant, a source that they had, led us to build a tool called Stuxnet and Flame that we used to take out a lot of the capabilities of Iran centrifuges. And that was a collaborative project with Israel. I guarantee you I don't have access to classified information anymore, but I would promise you I would be shocked right now if the U.S. and Israel are not working together to deploy to prevent this absolutely kind of thing from happening. Like Secretary Pompeo said yesterday, the last thing we want and the last thing they want to allow is to have a nuclear-armed Iran in the region. So I think this might, give them a reason to pull out of the deal completely and say, look, we're going to move forward. But at the same time, they open themselves up then to targeted attacks against the centrifuges again and against their infrastructure that are supporting and building their nuclear capability.
All right, Morgan Wright, thanks so much for joining me today.
You bet, Shauna.
Well, coming up, Apple disclosing impressive new numbers about the growth of its services business. The details on what it means for the company's prospects in 2020 just ahead. All right, welcome back. Let's get to our next group of tickers. Macy's delivering an unexpected holiday sales surprise while announcing new store closings. We also have Apple revealing some impressive new figures out for its services business. And Walmart may have robots do most of your grocery shopping sooner than you think. Well, let's get to Macy's. The retailer will close 28 stores and 1 Bloomingdale's location. This is according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. Now, Macy's, in a statement to Yahoo Finance, says in part, "We implemented a number of changes at Bloomingdale's to set the brand up for further success. We are aligning teams and resources around our most important strategies, which has involved some headcount reduction." Well, Heidi Chung is back with me. And Heidi, when you take a look at Macy's, obviously it was a huge underperformer in 2019. The company also out today saying that they reported same-store holiday sales that fell less than what the street was expecting. How do you read into this in terms of what we can expect from Macy's this year in 2020?
Shauna, it's just been tough times when we take a look at the department stores, and Macy's was not immune to all of the pressure and competition in the retail space during that time. It was indeed the second worst performing stock in the S&P 500 last year, so certainly not a good year. And things are looking better, but we can't say that Macy's has essentially turned a corner here. So yes, holiday sales and the holiday season was better than expected, with same-store sales falling only 0.6% in those 2 months. But the reason why this is good news is because the holiday season is very, very crucial for retailers, and retailers generate about a fifth of their annual revenue just from that period alone. So certainly this is good news. And CEO Jeff Gennette saying that they're starting to see some serious improvement. And the third quarter, we can't forget what happened in the third quarter, Shauna. It was very, very bad. Same-store sales fell 3.9%, and it also slashed their profit outlook, and that sent shares tumbling. So expectations were low. They beat expectations this holiday season. The company says that their digital sales were better, and the stores that they revamped, I think there were about 150 stores, those also performed better during that season as well. But this company has a lot to prove to investors. Their issue for a long time has been that they can't seem to manage their inventory, but you put on top of that the pressures from the tariffs that we've seen through the ongoing trade war between the U.S. and China. They are facing a lot of headwinds, and they need to make sure that they're planning out a strategy that is not only going to help make sure that they can boost profits, but also that they're not necessarily having to cut so much cost and reduce headcount like they said they've had to do. Now, they are going to have their investor day February 5th, so I'm sure management will get a ton of questions on what the strategy is going to be going forward to make sure that Macy's does not see the slump that it did last year.
All right, Heidi Chung, thank you. Well, Apple's App Store is seeing some booming sales. Now the company is saying that it set records for single week and single day sales over the holidays. And customers spent a record $1.4 billion between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Melody Hom is back with me. And Melody, when you take a look at these record numbers, it looks like things are working out for Apple, to say the least, in its services sector.
Yeah, Shauna, although I do have to say the key here is when you think about growth. And growth is still up year over year, but it pales in comparison to that 30% growth rate that the App Store did see in 2017. I also have to clarify that overall, Apple does not break out exact revenue that they generate from App Store sales. And I have to note that 70% of the purchase price of an app on the App Store goes to the developers themselves. And that equates to about $15 billion in revenue for 2019 for Apple alone. I have to say, looking at the overall services sector, we know this has been Tim Cook's kind of talking point over the last year. We are seeing it pay off, but we still do not know some key figures, and that is, of course, the Apple TV Plus subscription numbers or Apple Arcade, the gaming foray, and any kind of subscription numbers there. But, you know, we know Apple Card was debuted last year. We, of course, know that the App Store has generated a lot more buzz, and surprisingly, even though it seemed to have peaked early on, we're seeing more people be willing to pay that $3.99, $2.99 for select niche apps. I, for one, use Dark Sky, which is a very hyper-local weather app, and that was probably the last app I bought, you know, in 5 years. So clearly developers are coming up with interesting ways to figure out how to monetize their products.
Yeah, that's interesting because they talk about the fact that they are being able to monetize their apps more effectively. When they talk about the potential for Apple even growing this business even more, Dan Ives of Wedbush was out with a note today, Melody, and he was saying that the company has a 1-2 punch when it comes to the 5G supercycle and also its services business. So when we talk about the fact that maybe Apple won't have the repeat year that they did in 2019, it seems like they have a lot of things at least going for it this year.
Yeah, Shauna, it of course makes sense to get folks in the Apple ecosystem with the hardware, and now they realize that the upgrade cycle has slowed down to 4 years plus. So of course, now the only way is to infiltrate with software, and I think this is more and more of a way to get customers further entrenched. I am curious to hear about those subscription numbers, though, that have yet to be disclosed.
Me too. All right, Melody Hahn, thank you. Well, Walmart is adding robots. Now the retailer telling Yahoo Finance it's piloting a robotic system for its online grocery pickup. Its Alphabot uses autonomous technology to gather grocery items and deliver them to store associates. We have Julia back with us. And Julia, when you take a look at why Walmart is doing this, why are they? Will it help them be much more efficient than how they are today?
Look, I think Walmart, when you look at what they always say, and this goes back to Sam Walton, the one thing that is constant is change. And this is a retailer that has really upped the game, especially in the age of Amazon. Look at Walmart's e-commerce. It's just been up double digits. What is driving that for the world's largest retailer? Well, a lot of that is their online grocery pickup and delivery service, which they have rolled out across their fleet pretty much. 3,100 stores have the grocery pickup. You order online, drive up, they bring it out to your car, and 1,600 stores have the delivery option. They're just continuing to expand that. This robotic system that you're just referencing, it is from Alert Innovation. It is a company in Massachusetts. They are testing this in a Salem, New Hampshire supercenter. I have been there. I went there when this facility was under construction. So the way it works, Shauna, is you'll place your order online, and in the back of the store, in this 20,000 square foot warehouse-like space, these little robotic carts, they're moving in this retrieval system. They're getting your ambient items, your frozen items, basically your shelf-stable kind of goods, while a personal shopper at Walmart, an associate, is going around the store to pick up your fresh produce. They are trained. They go through a training program to pick the best freshest produce. They're picking up your meats, those sorts of things, while this system in the back, the retrieval system, is bringing goods to another associate who's helping bag it, and they're making those orders, get those orders out to customers faster at a lower cost, and freeing up the associate to do the other work, because this is the future, and I think it's a really neat thing that they're doing.
It doesn't sound like that it'll result in job losses. I think a lot of people, when they hear robots, they think, oh my gosh, my job is going away. There's another industry that will be affected by this, but it sounds like they still need the workers in the stores.
And look, I'm going to give Walmart a lot of credit where credit's due. They're the largest private employer. And you're right, when you think robotics, that automatically creates fear and job loss, but Walmart has created 50,000 new jobs. Folks have gotten trained for these jobs as personal shoppers. That is only continuing to grow. They're continuing to invest in their so-called academies. They have about 200 stores. They're doing re-education for their workforce to train them for the jobs of the future when it comes to retail. So yeah, technology changes jobs, but also creates new jobs. And don't expect a broad rollout at the moment for Alphabot. They're going to pilot it. They're going to get customer feedback, associate feedback to see how this can scale, how it can grow, how it can change the game. And keep watching Walmart when it comes to technology. I mean, I got to say, I saw this in person. I met the man behind it. They call him John Lurt, the CEO of Alert Innovation. They call him the Walt Disney of retail. That is a nickname for him, and it's pretty fascinating stuff.
Pretty good nickname to have. All right, Julia, thanks so much. Well, coming up, a top expert explains why it may be the best ETF to hedge against geopolitical turmoil in the days and weeks ahead. We've got those details. Stay with us. It's now time for our ETF report brought to you by Invesco QQQ. Today we are watching iShares MSCI Minimum Volatility ETF with the ticker USMV. Now this comes as investors look to hedge against increased volatility amid U.S. tensions with Iran. Joining us now is Todd Rosenbluth. He's head of ETF and mutual fund research at CFRA. And Todd, when we have investors looking for some way to hedge this increased volatility that we are seeing in the market, what's the best way to do this through ETFs?
So there's a couple of ways you could do this. One, you could go and move money out of equities and into more bond-oriented ETFs or cash-like securities. But as we saw today, the market was supposed to pull back. Now it actually is. It hit new record highs. Dow is up over 200 points, I believe. And so you want to still have equity exposure. And so USMV and a couple of other ETFs allow you to have lower risk equity exposure. They invest in the least risky stocks within the broader benchmark. USMV is more sector neutral, not completely sector neutral, but more sector neutral than some others. So you still get a healthy weighting in technology, in industrials and consumer discretionary, and not your more defensive sectors like utilities and consumer staples.
Todd, we talk about the fact that more and more investors are participating in the ETF market. Right now, it's around $4.4 trillion in market share. When you take a look at why there's so much demand out there for ETFs, why do you think that is at this point?
So there's a couple of things that ETFs offer that mutual funds don't. So ETFs tend to be cheaper, all things equal. Partially because they're index-based. You don't need to pay as many people to do stock selection. There's an index that you're tracking. They're much more tax efficient than mutual funds. And so you don't end up paying capital gains throughout the year unless you end up selling, which is more common with mutual funds. And I think investors are just frustrated with active performance active mutual funds underperforming a benchmark. And so they've gone to products like the Vanguard 500 ETF that charges 3 basis points, or iShares 500, which charges 4 basis points. Instead of trying to beat the benchmark, they're trying to replicate that benchmark.
Todd, why do you think, so as it stands right now, Vanguard and BlackRock, it looks like, has the majority of the shares when it comes to the $4.4 trillion that is invested right now in ETFs. BlackRock and Vanguard both pulling in about 68% of the new money last year. Why are they the leaders, or the recent leaders, I should say, in this space?
So what we've seen is they're using the scale to their advantage. I mentioned 3 and 4 basis point products. That's really low. You know, you're nearly getting equity exposure for free with brand name benchmarks, brand name asset managers. And so we're seeing investors that are moving into the ETF market are buying broadly diversified strategies in the equity and the fixed income space. And these firms have that brand and have that advantage to be able to price things competitively. We are seeing more competition. There's new firms that are entering. So JP Morgan, for example, has been more aggressive. They only launched about 3 or 4 years ago. They're now a top 10 firm within the ETF space. JP Morgan obviously has the financial strength to put money to work to be able to compete in this space. But there's other firms as well that are nipping at the heels of iShares and Vanguard.
All right, we'll ask about those next time because we're out of time. Todd Rosenbluth, thanks so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Well, it's time for our last tick of the day, and it is Grubhub. Now, shares are soaring after the Wall Street Journal reports that the delivery giant is considering a sale. Grubhub has reportedly tapped financial advisors to help, including what to do if an activist investor comes to light. We have Melody, Julia, and Heidi all back with us. And Heidi, let me go to you since I know you covered this space. We're seeing a huge move to the upside for Grubhub. Shares are up nearly 12%. Why do you think this could be a strategic play by the company?
Shauna, it's been tough out there, especially if you're a Grubhub investor. We've seen some bad times for Grub in the past year, and I think it's about time that Grubhub starts to think about the crowded space that they're in, and in light of the heightened competition, this kind of move makes a lot of sense. Now, I reached out to Grubhub to see if they would comment on that Wall Street Journal report, and a spokesperson wrote back saying, as a matter of policy, we do not comment on market rumors or speculation. But like you mentioned, the stock spiked 15% following this report. And so it seems to me a consolidation was expected in this space, and we might see that in the coming months.
All right, Heidi, thanks. I want to move on to another story in the food space here. We have McDonald's striking a deal with Beyond Meat. This is in Canada. They're having a burger trial in 52 Canadian outlets. Julia, let me ask you about that, just in terms of what this could potentially mean for Beyond Meat. Bernstein was out saying that Beyond Meat shares could be worth $130 if we see some sort of broader McDonald's partnership.
Yeah, Shauna, I mean, it's only great news for Beyond Meat as they continue their expansion, and especially when you think about burgers. what comes to mind first? Well, it's McDonald's. So it's a huge deal for them. I mean, pioneering this in the Canada market, 52 stores that you were just referencing. It is a little surprising, though, to see shares off slightly today on the news. But, I mean, good news for them. It's going to be basically the vegan burger wars, if you will, between the Impossible Burger and Beyond Meat. So stay tuned.
All right, Julia, Heidi, and Melody, we'll get you next time. Thanks so much for joining the show today. All right, let's go beyond the ticker. We have Samsung reporting a drop in revenue in its fourth quarter, despite being a leader in the 5G smartphone space. We have Yahoo Finance's Dan Howley live at the 2020 Consumer Electronics Show, CES, in Las Vegas. And Dan, break this down for us just in terms of what this could mean for Samsung.
Yeah, obviously Samsung has a huge presence here today. Basically what they're showing off throughout the show is a lot of new laptops, some new cell phones, some focus on its 5G Galaxy Fold, and obviously 5G has become a major aspect of their sales going forward. They have another device, there's multiple devices here that are 5G focused, and that's probably part of one of the biggest pieces of the show. 5G, and then obviously privacy becoming another bigger part. That's what we're hearing a lot of people talking about. Google obviously brought it up, as well as we spoke to an FTC commissioner who spoke highly about it, as well as a CTA head who had spoken highly about privacy being one of the more important aspects of the show this year. So obviously 5G, privacy, those are the major aspects for CES 2020.
All right, Dan Howley, bringing us all the latest content from CES. Thanks so much. Well, let's take one more look at the markets before we let you go. We have the Dow up 228 points right now. The leaders in the Dow, we have United Health, that stock up just around 2.5%. American Express and McDonald's are rounding out the top three performers. S&P holding on to gains, and the NASDAQ also moving to the upside. Well, stay tuned right here on Yahoo Finance. The final round is next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jen Rogers in New York, and this is the final round. Relief rally on as stocks reverse a huge overnight drop as President Trump says Iran appears to be standing down.
Miles, other than this, with the NASDAQ and the S&P hitting record highs with oil reversing lower. We'll have more on all of that coming up in just a bit.
Plus, Boeing shares in focus after a 737 crashes in Tehran. We break down the fallout, and Ghosn speaks out. We have all of his explosive allegations and why he thinks prosecutors leaked false information. Plus, Lulu shares stretching to new highs as Wall Street gets bullish. It's our call of the day. With us now, Yahoo Finance Editor-in-Chief Andy Serwer and Editor-at-Large Brian Sozzi to talk about all of today's market action. And there certainly is quite a bit of it right now. You can see it is green across the screen there. The Dow is at more than 200 points. Stocks rising to session highs following President Trump's news conference, where he said Iran appears to be standing down following an attack on an Iraqi airbase. Both the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 hitting record highs, while the Dow jumping as much as 213 points. Now, before we dig deeper into the markets, let's go right to Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith for the very latest out of this developing story from Washington, D.C. Jess.
Yeah, Iran is still very much top of mind in D.C. right now. The administration just briefed lawmakers within the past couple of hours, and the initial reaction we're seeing from lawmakers is split along party lines. Republicans are largely backing the president, but some Democratic lawmakers have said they are still not convinced there was an immediate reason to take out Qasem Soleimani. President Trump defended that move when he was speaking to the nation earlier today. During that address, he said that no Americans were harmed in last night's attack. He also said there was minimum damage at the military bases. He went on to say that he is ready for peace. The U.S. is ready to embrace peace, but he added that U.S. forces are ready for anything. Let's watch.
Iran's hostilities substantially increased after the foolish Iran nuclear deal was signed in 2013, and they were given $150 billion, not to mention $1.8 billion in cash. Then Iran went on a terror spree, funded by the money from the deal, and created hell in Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Afghanistan, and Iraq.
Now, President Trump did urge U.S. allies to break away from the deal. He also said that NATO should become more involved in the Middle East. And the White House, just in the past few minutes, did say that President Trump spoke with the Secretary General and made his case directly to him. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on this developing story throughout the day.
Jessica Smith live from Washington, D.C. So let's dive into the markets right now. As we said, a relief rally is on here. And Miles, if I got this script in the West Wing or somebody were writing it now, I would say, no, I don't. You have this strike, the president comes out, and then the markets hit record highs. It's the truth is stranger than fiction sometimes here.
Well, the writers of those shows, I don't really think pay attention to the stock market. So, of course, they would write that into the show. But we pay attention to the stock market. And so what we know about this market is that the trend remains higher. The trend has been higher for several months now because the trend is determined by what's happening in the economy, what the market thinks is going to happen in the economy, and by what the Fed is doing. And all those things have added up to a market that has been in a pretty solid uptrend now for several months' time. And I think that while these events around the edges can add short-term volatility, and Andy, I know that we discussed this just a couple of days ago, it's like there is a story to the market, and these outside events are not necessarily enough to change that overarching narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play it out for you, Jen, the way you would, which is, okay, let's just take a step back today. Ballistic missile attacks, plural, horrible plane crash, and renegade rogue CEO denounces establishment. Market's got to go
After escaping Japan.
I mean, and having a bizarro press conference in Beirut, of course. I mean, you know, you can't make it up, and you'd also, the market's got to go down. But the market is so irresistibly prone to rising right now. It reminds me, you know, of a fishing float, you know, a bobber, red and white, little round ball. Try pushing that down in a glass of water and then taking your finger out. I mean, it's like that, boop, right? I mean, you just can't keep it down. I mean, it really is, that's what it seems like to me.
Unless you get a fish and you set the hook.
Ah, well said.
I mean, what is the sort of the black swan? What is there? Is there anything at this moment? Are we so conditioned to buy every dip?
Yeah.
The trend is to the upside, and every central bank has our back here.
I still think you have a lot of people who waited out on the sidelines in that November, December market rally of last year, and they have been trained and conditioned to buy the dip in large part because of the Federal Reserve and their various liquidity actions. So when they see this dip, they'll assess it, and what we're seeing here is that relief rally as a result.
All right, for more on today's market action, let's go to Inez Frey. She is live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Inez.
Miles, and oil is under pressure, down more than 4.5% for WTI, just under $60 a barrel. And just talking to energy traders here, they're telling me, look, with all these tensions, no oil facilities have been hit, no U.S. casualties, and also, of course, a de-escalation, a feeling of de-escalation with all of this, especially after President Trump spoke. Now, you guys were just mentioning earlier record highs for the NASDAQ and the S&P. The best performer on the NASDAQ right now, drum roll please, Tesla. Tesla reaching another all-time high. The day high has been $498. And by the way, Argus now has one of the highest price targets on the street for Tesla with a price target of $556. And then if we're just taking a look at the Dow, I want to bring to your attention Walgreens has been the worst Dow performer today. This is after their fiscal 2020 first quarter results, missing on earnings and revenue estimates, but maintaining its full year guidance despite the soft quarter. Miles, Jen.
All right, Inez Frey live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Can I just say it? Mm-hmm. Do you want the market to go down, Jen?
I don't want the market to go down. I just want
and I know you would take exception with that question.
Comfortable with it going higher. I like to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And I don't like complacency in people, and I don't like complacency in markets.
Yeah.
And I just think it's worth kicking the tires and looking at what's going on.
I mean, two things. One, I don't think we've hit that complacency, though. That's what's almost more scary. And two, can I just make a point? Apple, which is at a more or less a new high, 1.4 trillion. It's now hit 1.4 trillion.
Be a $2 trillion company. We're going to
see. Now that's what I like. That's what I like when people start saying things like that, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, Joe, we had Gene Munster on this morning. He thinks they're going to put out 5 iPhones this year. Instead of 3, 5
does
iPhones.
$2 trillion seem like something in the ballpark for
His
Apple?
target takes them to 1.7 trillion by year end.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just reporting.
You're more than halfway there with Brian Sozzi.
Gene
taking
Munster.
you to 2
Gene
trillion.
Munster.
All I learned in 4th grade was how to round decimals. At 1.7.
1.7 is 2?
2 trillion.
Oh, listen
pretty
to you.
Quickly.
That's funny.
We'll see. A Ukraine-bound Boeing 737 carrying 176 people crashed outside of Tehran today, killing all passengers and crew members. The crash, of course, comes against the backdrop of increased tensions in the Middle East. And joining us now with the latest on this developing story is Yahoo Finance's Alexis Keenan. And Alexis, this also comes against the backdrop of 2 737 MAX crashes.
Yes.
How does this play in to everything? You've been closely following it.
Does it
at
play
all?
in? And Boeing is not answering that question at this point. They've been rather quiet today, saying just this in a tweet. This is a tragic event, and our heartfelt thoughts are with the crew, passengers, and their families. We are in contact with our airline customer and stand by them in this difficult time. We are ready to assist in any way needed. However, The Guardian is reporting in the last couple hours here that the black box will be withheld by Iranian authorities. They will not share it with international, perhaps U.S. authorities. Hope that that's not the case. Really important here to get to the bottom of what caused this engine fire. Now, I have been talking this afternoon with professors of aeronautics from MIT as well as the University of Toronto, asking them, is it possible that Iranian authorities could know right off the bat within hours of this crash that it was in fact an engine failure or an engine fire that was the cause? They both agree. Probably not. It would be very challenging to make that call that early on. They said that they would need the flight data recording information or a more reliable video to even take a stab at it.
I mean, Alexis, to get to the questions on people's mind, one, did the Iranians, were they somehow responsible for the downing of this plane even? And two, is this crash connected to the previous crashes?
Right.
Right? And we don't know the answers to either of those questions right now.
We don't know the answers, though these two professors that I have been speaking with, they said that absolutely they would be able to tell the difference between an engine fire and an engine failure caused by perhaps a component. Remember that Southwest flight that crashed in 2018, where that component, that blade, came out of the engine and went into the fuselage and damaged and killed one passenger. There was that flight that it can happen, but they said absolutely investigators would know the difference between a missile strike, and specifically because heat-seeking missiles, guess where they go? They go right towards the engine because that is the hottest component of the aircraft.
Right.
Developing story. I'm sure we'll hear more from, hopefully from the company, from you as well as this plays out.
It's kind of amazing.
Another story that you would not
inflating these
right?
stories.
It's like if you wrote it, I would say no movie.
This one,
no movie.
This one you can't. This one you can't put.
Well,
in this
and I mean, you know,
it's too
again, you kind
implausible.
of can't talk about this, but I will. I mean, given that it's a Ukrainian plane, you wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
think the Iranians would shoot down a Ukrainian plane. It's horrible to even
I mean,
talk about. But
Yeah, the majority of the passengers were Iranians, followed by Canadians as the next largest
But
population.
it was a Ukrainian
nationals.
carrier, is that right?
That's right.
Alexis?
Ukrainian carrier in Iran, just outside of their international airport in their capital.
Right.
The Mad Libs of 2019.
Yeah.
Ukraine, Iran,
Right.
Boeing in one place
Right,
at one time.
exactly. That's the point.
Yeah.
Bermuda Triangle. Yeah.
Yeah,
Seriously.
exactly.
Seriously.
Thanks, guys.
Alexis
Thanks,
Kading, thank
Alexis.
you.
All right, coming up here in the final round, Carlos Ghosn speaking out. We have all of his explosive allegations and why he thinks prosecutors leaked false information. But first, let's take a look at where European markets finished today's session.
Fugitive and ex-Nissan boss Carlos Ghosn made his first public appearance since fleeing Japan. In a news conference earlier today, Ghosn accused officials there of trying to force a confession, prompting his escape.
Escaped justice. I fled injustice. This was not about justice. This was, as I felt, I was the hostage of a country that I have served for 17 years. I dedicated my professional life. I was proud of it. I revived a company that nobody else before me was able to do. For 10 years, they were in the dirt. All of a sudden, a few prosecutors and a bunch of executives in Nissan say, you know what? This guy is a cold, greedy dictator. I did not escape justice. I fled injustice.
With us now is Julia LaRoche. Julia, wow, that was quite the press conference.
Oh, guys, everybody watched it.
It was must-see TV. Is there any evidence to the claims about Japanese officials and the force here of trying to get him to confess?
Look, I think that remains to be seen. He did bring up some valid points that 99.4% of people within their judicial system get convicted. And he said, look, I'm a foreigner. It's probably going to be worse for me. And he basically said that if he did not escape Japan, he would die there. And he also made a case talking about how he was not able to talk to his family. So he was kind of winning, I guess, viewers over. Look, I couldn't talk to my family for months and months. The only way I could have contact with them is with my attorney holding up a letter to the glass partition while I was in prison. He said that he was thrown into solitary confinement, that this was in violation of international standards, UN standards, those sorts of things. And then he would kind of lose the viewers because he would go in on some of the allegations, bringing up the parties that were held at Versailles. Where you kind of get, well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Ghosn. I think that would lose you. So the question here is, how valid are the allegations that are against him? Because Nissan put out a statement before the press conference and said, look, we did a robust internal investigation. We found that his behavior was basically incontrovertible and that he wasn't fit to serve as an executive. And he went after Nissan. He went after executives. He named names when it came to Nissan. He said, look, the company has been underperforming since 2017. And he said he was the only one who could turn it around in his 17 years there. And like, oh, you want to take a page, turn the page from the Carlos Ghosn chapter? Well, you have. And he said they're masquerading now as this alliance between Nissan, Renault, and Mitsubishi. He also called out the law firm Latham & Watkins that, I guess, partnered with Nissan to do the investigation, called them out. I reached out to them for comment, never heard back. But he did kind of stop short on naming names within the Japanese government. It seems that he was trying to toe a line there, being in Lebanon for this press conference. So.
You know, it's interesting because, I mean, he may have a point, but he also may be crazy. And he's kind of a little bit crazy. I mean, look, let's face it.
Like
Hey, do that
He was kind of like a salesman.
Do that long enough, they'll make you president.
Yeah, there's that
where
point.
that could
But when
go.
you think about it, it's like, you know, well, his behavior in the press conference, you know, was on the one hand slick, on the other hand bizarre. I mean, here's a guy who escaped, you know, from...
But wouldn't tell you how he did it.
Right, but in a black box, apparently, though, Julia, right? And I mean, it was a black box, which is a term of art, is it not? I mean, he literally used a black box to
And
get out.
apparently a taxi.
The writers are just really stretching things this season.
Yeah.
I must
Right.
say, this
The
is now,
nonfiction writers.
This is
It's gonna
now,
end up in a show,
this
for
is now
sure.
the third plot hole we've identified with the narrative.
today.
Just
15
today.
minutes.
Right. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go, but I mean, if you think about it also, like the he said that is now going to take place. You got a guy in Lebanon who's not going to leave. He may go to France, he said. The Japanese are never going to give him. The Japanese are going to point. I mean, I don't know how it plays out ultimately.
Yeah, he kept on saying toward the end of the press conference, look, I love the Japanese people. And then he went on to say, like, there were more than 20 books written about me and my management style, and that he was like this highly revered figure within Japan. Because when you think about Japan, what is the crown jewel? What is the automakers? And he was credited for the turnaround there. But, I mean, let's be real. He's never going to go back to Japan.
And he didn't, I mean, I think some people were probably sitting there being like, oh, so now we'll find out how he left, and he didn't say anything.
No. I think that's why all the press was there. It was like, how'd you do it? I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask my question.
Right.
How did you do it? And he's like, he just said, I'm not going to go into that. So.
It could be useful for someone else who gets themselves in that situation.
Or for our movie.
Right.
Right.
Well, he's going to sell the rights. Remember, he already
Yes.
talked to a Hollywood producer.
I mean, you got to also consider, I mean, it's practically impossible what he did, and no one else could probably be in that position to
Gotta be
do
rich.
that.
Got to be rich.
But he did make one point. The market cap for this company is down $10 billion since he was arrested. And I think if you're a Nissan shareholder, you saw this presentation, he did. And dare I say, he came off pretty persuasive. You're questioning what those executives internally are doing at Nissan. A lot of them are still there. They're still there. What are they working on? What are they doing?
Well, yeah, he did slam them for that and said, look, if you're a good car CEO like he was, you're looking at innovation, investing in technology, the future of cars, selling cars was the other thing he brought up. He's like, look, they've turned the page. They're not investing in the next generation, the technology. the selling of the cars, the shareholder value. You kept on bringing up shareholder value.
Yeah, well, that's
the conversation.
That's Brian's
brought
point.
up shareholder value
Right.
multiple
Is he like
times.
the shareholder saying he's a crook, but he's our crook?
Is he a new activist investor? That's what he sounded like.
It's like the president always bringing up the economy.
Will
and the
he
stock
work
market.
in the industry again is the other question.
Yes, Rick
Or
Newman
other
looked
car
into that
industries.
yesterday.
Lebanese
What
car
was the
industry.
verdict from Rick Newman?
There's a Lebanese car maker that really needs him desperately.
Maybe he'll be able
There's
to
no such a thing.
consult.
He's a salesperson, so maybe so.
Yes, he was a salesperson and he
Or
was
can use a new board member.
vigorously
I
defending
know one guy who would probably take a chance on him.
Elon.
Of course.
Totally.
Right. Stop thinking of someone who plays above the law.
We'll be doing conference calls instead of,
Why not?
I don't think
Yeah.
he's going to be. Well, could he come here?
He doesn't Slack, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Slack
Conference
and
calls.
Skype,
Well, then
yeah.
his wife has that issue with whether or not she can come to the United States. She has an American passport, but there's extradition to Japan. And the Japanese want to arrest her.
Maybe he could do like a Mark Rich kind of pardon, although they haven't been convicted of anything yet, but eventually.
You could do a preemptive pardon.
A preemptive pardon. Julia LaRoche and Brian Sazi, great to see you guys. We are so excited. The three of you here are going to need to get used to each other because soon you're going to be having fondue.
Yes.
You're heading to Davos.
Oh, look at the promo.
Very fancy.
Look at that.
I don't remember taking that shot, though, that headshot. Where did that come from?
Well, you all did. This is a deep fake promo.
Oh, right.
We don't know where we got these headshots from, but we're going to have live coverage from Davos. That's starting on January 21st, and you guys are going to have a lot of fondue and some, what's that meat place? You go and eat what kind of meat?
Ooh, I'm a vegetarian right
I
now.
don't like that. You mean down the hill?
Yeah.
Where you fall? I like this place.
Anyhow, you'll be.
I'm not shoveling any snow.
Let's just talk about all the great things in Davos here.
I'm trying to
That's a short
Sorry,
list, my
Miles.
friend.
There you go. There you go. Nice little humble brag from this side of the desk. Good for you guys. All right. Coming up here on the final round.
Places you got.
Tensions easing. Trump emphasizing de-escalation with Iran, but will Iran and its proxies comply? We'll discuss coming up after a short break. But first, take a look at some of today's trending tickers here on Yahoo Finance. President Trump addressed the nation this morning after Iran attacked air bases in Iraq housing U.S. troops. Joining us now is John Sfakianakis, the chief economist at the Gulf Research Center and a fellow at Pembroke College at the University of Cambridge. So, John, let's just start with some of your biggest takeaways from the president's speech this morning. He insisted that he's seeking de-escalation. Do you believe the international community will kind of trust that that is his goal here?
Yeah, well, I hope it is, because it took everybody by surprise, the attack. But after all, I think that President Trump does not want war. This is a bad year for him to have a war in the Middle East, nor do the Iranians, for that matter. This could push the Iranian regime to its collapse. It's now to its knees. And I think that both of them are not going to be wanting a war. So right now, we're going to de-escalate from here on, unless Iran decides to go crazy. That's going to be bad. But I don't foresee it happening.
But wait, John, you really think that was it? So Iran just fires a couple ballistic missiles near some U.S. bases, and that is their complete response? There's not going to be cyber 1 month from now or 3 months from now or something like that?
Oh, cyber could be there, of course. It could be the Houthis launch a few rockets, missiles to Saudi Arabia, since they are the proxies to the Iranian regime. We could have Hezbollah in Lebanon going haywire and making some attacks as well. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Iranians want to be seen as having a frontal war on the U.S., with the U.S., on U.S. assets. So I think they got the message pretty well for whatever reason. Silently, a lot of the Gulf countries are happy. At the same time, openly, they would say they're not happy, but they're happy that the Iranians got the message that President Trump is going to create a lot of havoc. But it's not good. It's not good for everyone. But I think this is kind of it for the time being, yes.
So it's not good for everyone. Who is it bad for then?
Well, I think it's bad for the global economy. If there is an all-out war, we could see oil prices going to $150 to $100, because we would be in uncharted territory. It could be bad for the Saudi Aramco IPO, because after all, they did the IPO, and in their brochure, they said that geopolitical risk is a concern, so they would be attacked, no doubt, if there is an all-out war. And of course for the U.S., because they'll have to deploy forces, and it's not going to be a war of drones, you have to deploy forces, and people will die, and this is a bad year if President Trump wants to be reelected, for him to be having a war.
And I guess, John, maybe taking a step back here, I think a lot of American observers were perhaps surprised by the assassination of Soleimani, and they hadn't really been monitoring the situation in the Middle East over the last several months. Can you just kind of lay out the table for us where everybody was standing as we entered 2020 in terms of just general Middle East relations, where the U.S. had fit into there, and where the broad consensus perhaps was on how things were likely to evolve, I guess, before this event, and now what's your most likely outcome in the months ahead?
Well, it's an excellent question. I think that overall, there were certain red lines that were crossed since September, which ticked off President Trump. Number one was the attack on Saudi Aramco, the pipeline that took out around 50% of Saudi Arabia's capacity. Had it not been for Saudi Arabia to be able to repair those damages and have spare capacity available in storage tanks, today we would be still talking about how we're going to recover 50% of Saudi Arabia's capacity. After all, 18% of global oil comes out of the Middle East. Another red line was the downed drone. The U.S. was flying a drone and the Iranians took it down. That was another red line. And remember that President Trump had decided about 30 minutes before the attack to actually make it happen. So that was a red line. So Soleimani was a key instrumental person in creating a lot of havoc and opposition to peace. And I think from here on, we could have peace in the region.
All right. Dr. John Sfakianaki is Chief Economist at the Gulf Research Center. Thanks so much for joining us.
Coming up, Lulu shares stretch into new highs on Wall Street. It's getting bullish, and it's our call of the day. Right now, though, take a look at where some athletic names are trading in the last half hour of trading.
Welcome back to the final round here on Yahoo Finance. Miles Ludlam with you in New York. I'm joined as always by my co-host Jen Rogers, also joined today by Yahoo Finance Editor-in-Chief Andy Serwer. We've got 28 minutes to go in the session. Let's take a look where we stand right now. By my math, we've got a record high for the S&P and not for the NASDAQ. Yes, for the NASDAQ, excuse me, and we are about 10 points away from a record high on the Dow. So we'll see where we shake out into the final 25 minutes of the session. For more on today's market action, let's go to Inez Ferre. She is live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Inez.
Miles, we've been watching Boeing today. Boeing is down around 1%. There's been a lot of talk related, of course, to the deadly crash outside of Tehran involving the 737-800 Boeing jet. But just talking to traders here throughout the day, they're telling me that the Iranian officials that had said that perhaps this had to do with a technical issue which caused the engine fire. Well, investors are saying aren't really buying that story just yet, especially because there's no access yet to the black box. So you would be seeing more pressure on the stock if investors felt that this was directly related to a technical issue with that jet. I also want to mention, related to Boeing, that Cowen downgraded the stock today, not related to the crash. They downgraded the stock to market perform from outperform, with the analyst note saying that the turnaround of the company would take some time. We're also watching McDonald's, another Dow component that's been up around 1.5%, more than 1.5% today, after the company said that it will be extending its Beyond Meat trial in Canada to 52 Canadian McDonald's. You remember that last year they started this trial in some 28 restaurants in Ontario. Well, this will be extended to more restaurants and also for another 3 months. And of course, this comes a day after Reuters had reported that Impossible Foods was no longer seeking a contract with McDonald's because it wouldn't be able to make enough of its product for demand. And meanwhile, we're watching today Macy's seeing a bit of a pop after Macy's said that same-store holiday sales were down 0.6% in November and December, but that's really better than what Wall Street had expected. It's not as much as Wall Street had estimated. And Macy's, of course, is also closing almost 30 stores, some of them, many of them in the East Coast, in efforts to increase profitability. Miles, Jen.
All right, Inez Ferre, we will talk to you after the closing bell.
Let's go to our call of the day. It's William Blair on Lululemon. The firm expects Lulu to pre-announce fourth quarter results as it's done in the past, and top expectations as well. That's thanks to a robust holiday season, despite fewer shopping days and fewer markdowns leading up to the Christmas holidays. So Lulu was at a 52-week high earlier this week, beating the overall market to get back there. This has been a big winner recently, and the idea, look, we just had Macy's. Inez was talking about Macy's. We saw the same-store sales there. They were better than expected, but they were down. And
this is insulting to Lulu to discuss
to
Macy's.
put Lulu.
I'm
so sorry.
The best of times,
Lulu.
worst of times over
I
here.
should not even. It just was retail in general. It's to show how stellar
if it's good for
Lulu
Macy's,
has been.
I could only imagine.
And William Blair thinks they're going to do it again. They're going to come out, announce.
I know it's only January 8th, but Yahoo Finance 2020 Company of the Year, Lululemon, all right? I mean, I guess the year to year is sort of an arbitrary thing, but if you went from, say, June 30, 19 to June 30, 2020, Lululemon has had just an unbelievable run here. Not that their full 2019 wasn't stellar, but if they come out and do indeed, as William Blair suspects, pre-announce a strong quarter, Andy, I think it continues to add to one of the most promising fundamental stories that we talk about here on Yahoo Finance. Certainly Apple has gone up quite a bit, but we know there's a big financial engineering component to that story. Lulu is simply a company that continues to execute, continues to get people to pay a premium for a premium product.
Now, the numbers don't lie. It tripled over the past 2 years, right? It does have a multiple of 55 trailing. And so, but good stocks are always expensive. That's one of my old saws. And I don't know, but it does belie common sense in that, retail apocalypse, but also the singularity of its merchandise. I mean, it's like, there's a whole new category. They are the leaders. This is a while ago, though, and then the fools came rushing in. But I guess the fools have not been able to copy or exceed what Lululemon does. And so they still have they have a stronger brand identity today, arguably, without a doubt, than they've ever had. And it's almost hard to imagine creating a brand like that, but that's what great companies do, I guess.
And that is one of the risks here that Blair calls out. I mean, even though they're positive here, just the idea that they have this brand image, how important that brand image is in this space. The product portfolio, do they need to expand a little bit here, saying, look, they've got to figure out some sort of extension into self-care and footwear in particular, and that those are unproven at this point. If you want world domination, beyond just your ABC pants and your leggings that you can, wash forever and don't smell. If you want to really go out, you're going to have to go into other geographies and
That's
other
the Miles
areas
Udland question.
of what's the TAM?
What's the TAM? What's your TAM?
Other products as well.
$30 billion company.
$3 trillion is the TAM here.
Right.
Apparently.
Yeah, and
I don't know. Seems high.
Right. Well, and the market cap 10 times that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, it seems to work.
Yeah. I certainly agree that they were not having a lot of markdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This Christmas.
Right,
They
good for them.
They did not.
I didn't see any Patagonia either.
Were minimal.
Well, people wish that company went public.
I have my own ideas about what I would do if I ran Lululemon, but alas, I'm not the CEO.
Okay.
So we'll see what they choose. All right, a high-level executive over at Facebook is speaking out about the 2020 election, and Andy Serwer is excited about that. Andrew Bosworth, the head of Facebook's virtual and augmented reality division, published a 2,500-word memo internally that was obtained by the New York Times, and it warns employees to, quote, use the tools available to us to change the outcome of the upcoming presidential election. It warns employees to not use those tools to change the outcome. This is a drop in the bucket for Facebook, of course, coming under fire for refusing to fact-check political ads after sites like Twitter have refused to publish ads leading up to the election. And this, of course, coming on the same day, Facebook caught in its own little kerfuffle here, posting a sponsored content over at Teen Vogue that wasn't disclosed as sponsored, then it was pulled. Sheryl Sandberg posting it on her own page. It's all bad in Facebook world all the time.
Yeah, except that the stock is at an all-time high. And again, it would surprise me if
52
the opposite.
yeah.
Oh, I think it's
227 is the record.
227 is the all-time?
From the summer before.
From July.
Oh yeah. You're right. I got a little bit higher. Okay, but
52
it's
weeks.
close.
July.
Anyway, close enough. Sorry about that. Andrew Bosworth, the Boz as he is known, is
Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at his handle. And the Boz, he is also serves as
related to the Boz?
No,
or
he's not. Anyone with that last name is always invariably called the Boz, by the way, if you can ask other Bosworths. But he is Mark Zuckerberg. He's very close to Mark, and he's Mark's personal bull in the china shop at Facebook. He's the guy who walks in the meeting and, talks about the elephant in the room and doesn't mince words and is very blunt. And of course, is famous for that memo that came out in 2016 where he said, hey, listen, we just make money here, so people need to shut up and get used to it, which, got a lot of people upset. And, I think that, his memos, a memo that also was not supposed to become public, but did.
Yeah.
And so he should probably be getting used to that. But I didn't think there was anything earth-shattering, particularly in the memo.
Well, I guess to the question about disclosure of these memos, though, so he probably, not that he would want to release them themselves, but he's probably pleased that this came out publicly on some level. He says, this is the worldview. This is what happens at Facebook.
You're going to write a memo like that and send it out to the entire company and not expect?
Yeah, you know
You have to know that that's going to be coming out.
Right, and especially someone with, his, public face. In Silicon Valley, he's a known entity, a known quantity. So, it's out there, but it's just another day in the neighborhood for Facebook. Right? You talk about the market being Teflon. This is a company that's maybe even emblematic of that.
Well, and I guess, and some folks were making this point, kind of tangential to this over the weekend, but I think it was Ben Smith actually at BuzzFeed who made this point, and he's like, that the press always, every 4 years, right, we have an election and everyone gets excited about a certain thing, but the thing invariably that the current election is about is what happened the last time. So we're going to spend 2020 talking about Facebook's role in the election when the reality is that was the 2016 election, and whatever is going to change things this time probably is something different.
One thing that's worth noting in the memo, he did say that Trump got elected because of Facebook, yes, but it wasn't because of Cambridge Analytica or Russian trolls. It was because he used Facebook more effectively than anyone in the history of Facebook, which is not that long. But anyway, he used Facebook so effectively, and that's what got him elected. Now, that in itself is somewhat of a controversial statement. Maybe not that controversial, but I mean, people sometimes forget, you know, we do tend to blame the trolls and the Russians. And by the way, the Trump operation is very adept at using social media, full stop. Like the president himself, and but he has people who were there working their tails off to make this happen, right? Wonder who some of those people are. I mean, seriously, like they're kind of faceless and nameless people, aren't they?
Well, didn't Jared help run that whole team?
I don't think, with all due respect, I'm not sure Jared is the person
when no one
doing the analytics, shall
when
we
you
say.
don't want to know who did it, you say Jared was involved with
Jared
that.
was the one that brought in the team and saw that social media
could
had
very well
to be
true. Yep.
was the key.
He was right. If that's the case, he's right. He was right. And he wasn't wrong. Let's put it that way.
I don't know, Jared. I'm just reporting what I read.
Yeah.
Coming up, we discuss the situation in Iran and what it means for global markets. We've got Moody's head of monetary policy research, Ryan Sweet. Right now, take a look at where defense names are trading.
Let's take a look at some of today's winners and losers in the stock market. Stocks that read today include General Motors, carmaker warning of a difficult 2020 ahead after revealing that in China sales dropped 15% in 2019. GM expects this downturn to continue.
You know what should have happened, Miles? Carlos Ghosn should have been running that company, remember? And he regretted turning
What
that
is
down.
the extradition between China and literally anywhere else?
Detroit.
In the world? Yeah, Detroit. Lebanon, who knows? We'll find out, I guess. Let's take a look at shares of Walgreens Boots Alliance down after the drugstore operator reported lower than expected quarterly earnings and revenue, the worst performer currently in the Dow.
Stocks in the green include Grubhub after the Wall Street Journal reported that the food delivery service has hired a team of financial advisors to explore strategic options, including a possible sale.
I don't think that's how you get Google to buy you.
Go out there and say, here we've now boosted our stock. Please come buy us.
Right.
Fascinating business for 2020, that whole space.
Yeah, my concern is that I think people knew you could have gone in there and bought it already.
What are those stars called that are really dense and they collapse?
Black holes?
Yeah. You know what I mean?
The ticker on a black hole is UBER.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe Uber will be getting with Grub. Easy way to get Uber Eats to be better. Macy's shares popping after the retailer unveiled plans to shutter 29 stores, including one Bloomingdale's in the coming weeks. This is all part of the company's restructuring plan. Macy's up nicely on the day.
All right, well, a busy year's first political risk comes from the Middle East. So what does the rest of 2020 have in store for investors? Ryan Sweet is the head of monetary policy research at Moody's Analytics, and he joins us now to discuss. So Ryan, let's start, I guess, with the situation in the Middle East. Certainly the market's reaction today has deemed the U.S.-Iran situation less serious than it was a few days ago. But thinking about it from an economic standpoint, what sort of sustained impacts would we need to see out of the Middle East for you to be changing your economic outlook for this year, or have you already?
So we haven't made any changes to our forecast. For us to justify altering our forecast, we're going to have to see oil prices really spike to really dampen economic activity globally, which would feed over into the U.S. economy. But to kind of put things into perspective, at 5% increase in oil prices, that's a tenth off of U.S. GDP over the course of a year. A 10% increase is 0.2, which is manageable. It's a little blip for the economy. A more noticeable impact is if we got a 25% increase in West Texas Intermediate. So we have to go from 60 to 75 on a sustained basis, and that would only still shave less than half a percentage point off of U.S. GDP. So I think there's a couple of ways that what's going on in the Middle East could affect our economy. First, of course, is a global oil supply shock. That seems to be less likely. If these tensions flared up and the stock market responded, we got a sharp sell-off, that could dampen economic activity, but that doesn't seem like to be an immediate risk. So as of right now, I think this is just a little bit of a blip on the radar for the U.S. economy.
So certainly the wait and see part of it, we have waited. We've seen a little bit of news here as well. Nancy Pelosi announcing that the House is going to vote on the War Powers resolution coming up tomorrow. So this may be continuing to be a political issue, at least in Washington, D.C. It is a political year. It is a presidential election year. In terms of politics impacting the market, how is that factoring in to your thinking?
Well, for the most part, I think it's going to be a very contentious election year, and that's a little bit of a wild card from our forecast perspective because it's going to be a pretty nasty election. So that could affect consumer confidence, that could affect business confidence, and for the most part, throughout a business cycle, confidence really just reflects the state of the U.S. economy. And it doesn't really have a huge impact on business investment, hiring, consumer spending. In fact, the relationship between consumer spending and consumer confidence in the short run is pretty loose. But at inflection points, so if the economy is weakening, which we think the economy will grow a little bit less than 2% this year, it's not a disaster year, but it's not as solid as we saw last year or the year before. Confidence can play more of an important role. So if we start to see the collective psyche fray, business confidence is already weak because of these trade tensions between the U.S. and China. We're just looking for that straw that breaks the camel's back, that causes confidence to lead into layoffs. And if businesses start cutting workers, that's a recipe for a recession. Now, I don't see a recession in 2020. I don't see a recession in early 2021. But things could go wrong that cause the economy to underperform our expectations.
Hey, Ryan, we're sitting here talking about this market being lacquered in Teflon, and just nothing can bring it down. And so I guess that leads to the question, what keeps you up at night? I mean, what is the thing that you fear the most?
I like the Teflon. Can I steal that?
You can borrow, you can have it. I didn't invent it, like they said that about Ronald Reagan years ago. But anyway, go ahead.
Right, it's a great description. I mean, nothing seems to rattle this market. Maybe a couple things from day to day, but overall, from an economic perspective, I think the recession fears have eased. I mean, the job market's holding up really well. What worries me at night is, if the job market begins to weaken, that's going to be a problem. And I don't see that, immediately. I don't think for the rest of this year we should see job growth fine. But there's not a lot from an economic perspective that really scares me and keeps me up at night. Because if you look at the traditional causes of a recession, if you go back to the last 50, 100 years, most catalysts for a recession are an overheating labor market. We don't have that today. A Fed that makes a policy mistake by aggressively raising interest rates. The Fed's on hold throughout this year and probably into 2021, so that's not a risk. Inventory adjustments, but that doesn't matter as much to the economy these days. Fiscal policy mistakes. So your traditional causes of a recession in the U.S. aren't that threatening right now. And to get a recession in 2020 or early 2021, we're going to have to do something to shoot ourselves in the foot. So an escalation in the trade tensions between the U.S. and China, or a Middle East conflict. So right now, I think for the most part, the economy seems to be in its sweet spot. You've got GDP growth at 2%, an unemployment rate below 4%. Inflation's a little bit below target, and the Fed's going to sit on their hands for all of 2020. So I think unless an exogenous shock happens, I think the economy is going to be fine in 2020.
All right, Ryan Sweet with Moody's Analytics. Thanks so much for stopping by. We'll talk to you later this year.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, we've got the closing bell on Wall Street, less than 10 minutes away. Right now, let's check on how big tech is doing.
All right, let's take a look at the market right now with about 5 minutes to go in the session. Right now, we are looking at a record close for the NASDAQ. The S&P right now, 3 points below its record high. So unless we see a bid right into the close here, we're not going to get a record on the S&P. The Dow is about 100 points away from a record. So a pretty solid session today. We saw intraday, or we saw the S&P rather trade to what would have been a new record high. The Dow had been higher on the session.
Whoop. I do that sometimes.
I mean, you're looking for the.
I'm looking at the indices.
The return cameras are quite small, and
thanks, Miles, for bailing
it's all
me
right.
out
Jen
there.
can't read them.
I can't read them either.
Okay.
It's too far away.
We'll just ask Miles to read it to us from now
I just had my eyes checked last year, and I really should use my FSA. What's the flex spending money, right?
Yeah,
you can get glasses with that stuff.
Oh, those glasses are not fake?
No, these are real.
Okay, because
you thought they were fake?
No, like the Keanu Reeves and
I know
that little thing.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it adds an air of gravitas that I don't think I would otherwise have if I didn't have the glasses. Although one day I should just do the show without glasses, and then we'll see what the.
Well, that'll be like the two of us.
See what the gravitas is like.
You guys have plenty of gravitas, though.
Well,
Sans eyewear. So, Andy, we were just talking to Ryan Sweet over at Moody's, and you mentioned the Teflon market. He enjoyed that characterization as well. And I guess the question now as we head towards earnings season is, at what point would this market stop behaving that way? And Ryan said he doesn't really know, but is there any kind of corporate event that you see out there, or any kind of presidential outcome? We're only 3 weeks away from Iowa, that in your view could maybe change the way we're acting here.
Well, you never see the swan that bites you. The black one, the big black one, right? That's always the case. But, I think, Jen, the point that she made earlier about, the fact that the worry and the wall of worry and the complacency is specifically what you were talking about. And I think we're starting to get to that place where people, in fact, are becoming complacent, or at least just so used to everything, not every negative news event or story not really affecting things. But, you always say, and you're right, Miles, that a lot of times these foreign events, foreign affairs, political events don't really affect the market. It really is the economy, stupid, and earnings and interest rates. I mean, it really is earnings and interest rates. Yep. Now, they can be affected by all these other exogenous events, and ultimately are, right? Which is to say the business cycle. But right now, there's nothing to see, which makes me feel complacent, which makes me nervous, but I've been nervous for a while.
Maybe at Davos.
But maybe
yeah.
complacency isn't bad. Maybe if
Fancy waffles, that'll do it.
you have no euphoria.
Yes.
So maybe between euphoria and complacency can be a place
That
where
sweet spot of Diet Dr. Pepper.
Goldilocks and Nirvana, and the market can just be
sweet
for a little while.
You just say one big ohm right in there.
Yeah. This is a mindful market
Is
right
it December
now.
yet?
It's very present.
Yeah, we haven't had a
November.
mindfulness guest on the show in a long time.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that's sort of what I'm
Well,
feeling.
we will have, this is going, there is going to be this seismic event that we see right in front of us, which is the election.
Yeah, November 3rd. It's coming up.
There's no getting around that.
That's right.
And, no one knows. It looks like President Trump, if the election was held today, he would win. I don't think there's, I think that if you were a betting person, I think you would bet that. Some people might not want to hear
You
that.
might go to New Jersey on a train and place your bet.
you go to the Hoboken train station.
Remember InTrade, that company where you could actually
predict it.
invest
Yeah.
in that.
All right, Andy Serwer, have a great evening. See you back here tomorrow.
Coming up, it is the closing bell on Wall Street. Plus, Mike Bloomberg releases his jobs plan
He's going to win.
just as he and Trump ante up on big Super Bowl ads. Did you see this? They spent an awful lot of money. We're
Dan
back.
Roberts joins us with more.
Oh, Dan Roberts
Yeah.
is
Oh, yeah.
coming. We're back right after this.
Don't want to miss it.
He's got some.
Welcome back to the final round on Yahoo Finance. I'm Jen Rogers with my co-host Miles Udlin and editor-at-large Dan Roberts, and we are all watching what you are. It's the closing bell on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ market site. What sporting group is there?
Good Sports. They're a charity group that gets sporting goods into the hands of underprivileged children. I like that.
I like that too. There they
support that
go.
mission.
What's not to like? Closing us out. Session highs were hit after President Trump's remarks on Iran, de-escalating what has been a very tense situation. Stocks closing
don't think so.
lower. Well, we were up 213 points on the Dow. Miles, are you doing some math over there?
That's a record for the NASDAQ.
That is a record
Not for the S&P.
for the NASDAQ. I'm okay. I'm good with one record. I'm good with it. I think that's...
We'll take one. We can't have all records all the time. You're going to do one.
One and done. Here we are. It is a risk on. Let's go back at it. Everything's fine.
Well, you had a guest earlier who was pointing out that you would have thought oil prices would have spiked higher, and since they haven't, I think that explains a lot.
They went down 5%. Oil's like let's see. Energy XLE is the worst performing sector of the day, off 1.2%.
The day after the Soleimani
1.4.
assassination, a lot of people were saying, oh no, we're going to see $80 a barrel. Didn't happen. Didn't even get close. So I like that explanation for why stocks don't care. Or the other explanation, which was, in the last 2 years, we've had so many things overhanging the market, so much uncertainty. This is just yet another form of uncertainty. You had the trade war, you had Brexit, you had tariffs, you had the Fed. So, all right, something going on with Iran potentially. I think the average person is more concerned about the news than the market has been.
And is the news cycle just so fast now that the market can sort of digest this information quickly and move on?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think if you turn on cable news, I don't think that they think Iran is fixed. I don't think the experts on CNN right now are saying it's fine, don't worry about it. But that is not exactly how the market trades, right? I mean, it doesn't really, act on that basis. And so, it's like unless, Soleimani was going to be the Fed governor to vote to raise interest rates, I don't really know why that was going to materially change the outlook, right?
Well, and I do think, and thank goodness, no wood around here. But last night, the strike, the fact that no Americans hit in that was very good. If the news last night, if the market opened today and the news was, this thing happened and it killed a bunch of American military members, different story today. For
it's almost like Iran also thought about that. Like they don't want that noise either. I think is sort
none
of
of the three of us is enough of military experts.
No, that's what I think. That's what I think.
We have had guests saying that neither side wants a war, just like we had neither side wants a trade
but also
war.
doesn't want war.
Exactly.
But here we are. All right.
Great.
Well,
stocks are up.
Stocks are up. Let's get some more
That's right.
information on what happened in the market and go to Inez Ferre on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So, Inez, we came off a little bit here at the close. Help us out with the last hour or so here.
We did come off a little bit off the highs at the close. There was a headline that had come down from Sky News regarding Baghdad. So that's why the traders here are telling me that we saw a bit of a sell-off. But the Dow had been up more than 200 points. It ended up 161 points higher. And if we just took a look at some of the Dow leaders, we're looking at United Health Group, Amex, Visa, McDonald's. McDonald's announced that it was extending its Beyond Meat trial in Canada, and also Apple, which today touched record highs. And then if we look at the laggards on the Dow today, the biggest laggard was Walgreens on the heels of a disappointing quarter. Boeing was down more than 1%. And also ExxonMobil and Chevron, those were under pressure today as oil was really under pressure. And I just want to mention another Dow component, Walmart, which ended relatively flat. Walmart is going to be using a backroom robot. It's called Alphabet, and it's AlphaBot, that is to say, and it will collect groceries for delivery and for in-store pickup. It had been testing out this robot last year, and it'll be used in a Salem, New Hampshire store, and then it'll be rolled out in some other stores later this year. And meanwhile, just looking at the NASDAQ, the best performer on the NASDAQ today was Tesla. Tesla today touching record highs, now an $89 billion market cap company.
Inez Ferre, we will talk with you tomorrow.
Talk to you tomorrow.
All right, presidential hopeful Mike Bloomberg released his jobs plan this morning, outlining his proposals for education, the economy, and a push for a $15 minimum wage. Yahoo Finance's DC correspondent Jess Smith joins us with the latest. Jess.
Yeah, Bloomberg rolled out this plan. He says it is the first component of his all-in economy agenda. So this is really a grab bag of proposals, all aimed at creating jobs. Some of the ideas include raising the minimum wage to $15, collective bargaining rights for gig workers, paid family leave, more help for startups and small businesses, and an increased emphasis on jobs training. Now, many of these proposals are already major issues for the Democratic candidates who are in the race. Calling for a $15 minimum wage is not new in this field of candidates. Bloomberg's California co-chair, this campaign in California, was on Yahoo Finance earlier today. And here's what he had to say when Julie Hyman asked how Bloomberg's plans are different. Let's watch.
While many Democratic candidates are talking about things like increasing the minimum wage, as Mike is really focused on research and development in those industries where we know an awful lot of Americans have been left behind, in agriculture, manufacturing.
Much of Bloomberg's plan is focused on investing in cities throughout the United States away from the coast. He says he wants to really work in those cities, help them grow, and help people who may feel left behind in the current economy. Now, Bloomberg did not release many details on how he plans to pay for these ideas or how he plans to get Congress to support them, but he is making the pitch to voters today with events in Minnesota, Ohio, and Illinois. Jen and Miles.
Hey, Jess, Dan Roberts here. Good to see you. I want to follow up here. As you mentioned, no clarity on exactly how he'll pay for all this. Now, similarly, there's a quote from Bloomberg out today He says we need to elect someone who can actually deliver real change, not just talk about it, and create more jobs with good salaries all across America. And my first skeptic thought was create more jobs. We're at like 3.4% unemployment. That's not so easy. Not many more jobs to be created. So that's going to create some more pressure on what he's claiming.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why he says he wants to focus on job training and whatnot. Is he's saying some of these cities where manufacturing jobs are being lost and whatnot, he thinks that he wants to go in there and train them for new jobs. It's something that we've heard from a lot of these candidates.
Right.
He talked about automation and helping Americans who might lose their job to robots. So a lot of the same ideas really that we've heard from other candidates, but these are some of his priorities. He says more proposals are coming in the next few weeks.
All right, Jess Smith, live from D.C. All right, in other Mike Bloomberg news, what do Mike and President Trump have in common? Well, they have Super Bowl ads in common now. Both gentlemen have purchased ad time in the upcoming Super Bowl. Our own Dan Roberts has the story here.
Yes.
So, Dan, lots of people buy Super Bowl ads.
Yep.
But it is notable, I guess, one, is Mike Bloomberg the only Democrat so far that we know of who's buying a Super Bowl ad? And two, these are very expensive advertisements.
Very expensive. In fact, much more than CBS charged last year. So 30 seconds is going to run you between $5.2 million and $5.6 million. And they haven't released exactly how much 60 seconds cost, but you can bet it's around 10 million, maybe even more. So each of these campaigns spending around 10 million for 60 seconds of ad time, which is a lot. So you ask Miles, are other Dems doing it? Well, all we know so far is that both Trump and Bloomberg have bought that time. And I think we would know by now if others had, maybe not, but Fox has said that all the ad time during the game has been sold. In fact, it was all sold by the end of November, and that was the earliest all the ads had sold out in 5 years. So, wow. Now, even ad time right before the game starts and right after the game ends is still expensive, 30 seconds for about $2 million. I predict that you might see another Dem candidate buy ad space in that time. It's a little bit cheaper, still not cheap, but they want to be in the discussion. But the reason I think this is a story, and of course, we always get a little bit of sniping, and there were commenters saying, well, who cares? Anyone can advertise anywhere. Well, the NFL was embroiled in politics for 2 years straight. Ratings took a hit. If you want to say that was because of the Kaepernick protests, or if you want to say that was part of it, but it was a lot of things, fine. Whatever your poison, that happened. That's a fact. Now, this regular season, ratings rose 5% for the second year in a row. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that a huge part of why is because the NFL successfully has gotten itself out of politics. It has removed itself. It is out from political scandal. You've got the NBA dealing with a China political issue. Meanwhile, NFL smooth sailing, ratings up 2 seasons in a row. Well, here we go again, because fans are going to be watching the Super Bowl, and you're going to be at your party where maybe there's some red folks, maybe there's some blue folks, and oh, look, a Trump ad where some voice is saying, here are all the wonderful things President Trump did. That is sure to cast a pall over the Super Bowl party. So I think it's very interesting, and I don't think it's something the NFL wants, but of course, again, you could say, well, what does the NFL have to do with it? People can buy ads. People are buying ads. It's Fox that sold the ads.
Have presidential candidates bought Super Bowl ads before?
They have. Now, I can't.
Who? Do we know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. But I know we've seen political ads in the past. In fact, we might have seen ads in 2016. But I don't quite recall off the top of my head. I do think, too, that if you look at the statements, and the Times had this comment today, from both campaigns about why they're doing this, the Trump campaign merely said that we've got prime position early in the game. So all we know is the ads going to be early in the game. But the Bloomberg campaign said, pretty bluntly, quote, the biggest point here is getting under Trump's skin. I mean, hello.
There you go. Right.
Also going to get under the skin of some fans.
Yeah. What we do know about the ads is they will not be running either before or after a Patriots drive.
Ooh, ouch.
Go Titans.
49ers.
Yeah, I support Jen now.
Sure.
I support Jen. I always support Jen.
How about Niners, Titans?
But especially the
Niners,
Niners.
Ravens. By the way, I happily admit, even as a Pats fan, I understand why this is good for the league. It's the 100th season, and both teams that were in the Super Bowl last year are out. I get it. Most fans are pumped about that. It's going to be fresh blood. That's cool. Niners, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs, whatever it is, that'll be really cool.
That's very big of you.
Sure. We had a great decade. And I predict Tom Brady will be back with the Patriots next season.
I think that is true as well. Coming up, price hikes on hundreds of prescription drugs to start the year as lawmakers feeling the heat, who in turn are looking to hammer Big Pharma. We have the latest. Right now, take a look at where drug makers traded today. Rising drug prices will be front and center this presidential election year. What does it mean for big pharma? Kirsten Axelson is a visiting fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a former Pfizer executive. She joins us along with Yahoo Finance's Anjali Kamlani. So let's start with what I just said, that drug prices are skyrocketing. I think we all take that as gospel. Already this year, 3 Access advisors who tracks drug prices, they say that over 250 drugs have had increases. It's like January 8th right now. But you actually say that drug costs have been declining, but no one's noticing. How can that be the case?
Well, I think it's much more interesting to report on the drug prices that are going up than the fact that overall drug prices have been declining. In fact, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so the government's own data, show that prices have been going down. There's actually been negative price growth in 8 of the 9 months in 2019, where they've been measuring. The Council of Economic Advisors, who advise the president, they endorse that measure. You can also look towards private statistics. Sector and Sovereign has seen negative price growth in the pharma industry going back to 2017. Now, when you think about prices, you have to think about not just the list price or the sticker price, but the prices as well as the discounts that the pharma companies provide to the insurance companies. So you can selectively just choose list prices that can go up, or you can look at the total picture, the brands and the generics and the rebates, and you will see that prices are in fact going down.
And isn't it true that also, even if they are increasing, they're staying within that 10% that has been tracked for the past couple of years, right? That's what's been reported.
That is correct. And that is where I think public pressure, private pressure has served to cause the pharma companies to increase even that list price less than 10%. So while they're still giving the discounts back, they're also not increasing those sticker prices as much as you may have seen in previous years. It also depends by therapeutic class. And therapeutic classes where there's a lot of competition, like diabetes, oral anticoagulants, drugs for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, we've seen declines. In other drugs, like for cancer, multiple sclerosis, you've seen increases. So overall, that's why you have insurance, so that you can manage that total pie of drugs, some of whom are going up and some of whom are going down.
And a lot of this is being tracked, right? Like the pharmacy benefit managers are looking a lot more to digital health tools to kind of help control and look at where all this use is coming from. I had a chance to speak with the Express Scripts CIO at CES yesterday, so let's listen to what he had to say about that.
So one of the things that we were interested in was, could we apply artificial intelligence to look at the vast amount of data? Could we identify people who are likely to have an issue with addiction or diversion, right? Fraudulently obtaining their medication, or a medication for resale on a first or a second fill of an opioid. And so we built a model, and when you have a machine that can look at more data than you're necessarily a person's able to think about, you can wind up finding things that you wouldn't have expected. You might have expected, but you wouldn't have thought to look at. So, for example, if you're filling a prescription for an opioid and someone else in your household is also on OxyContin, that's a bad sign. Or if a new doctor has joined a practice and they written a prescription for an opioid, but that practice has a bad history and now they're part of that practice, that's a bad sign. So we took it, we were looking at how do we prevent opioid addiction by identifying issues earlier. On the medical plan, they looked at how do we identify people who need to are at risk for an overdose, and how can we prevent overdoses, right? So now we have the ability of looking at those things in a combined way take a more holistic approach to a real terrible problem.
And as of course we know that Express Scripts is the company that launched the very first digital formulary. So looking at that, that inclusion of digital tools in this whole ecosystem, PBMs have constantly been accused of being the middlemen that increase drug pricing. Now with this digital tool to help, are we going to see that change, do you think?
It's a tremendous amount of value that could be brought from the PBMs and from the health insurance plans. That one example of opioids. But think about looking at drugs and how they treat different people differently. Drugs are tested in clinical trials, which is a very homogeneous population, tends to be more male, more white, have fewer comorbidities. You could use those same digital tools to see how drugs work in actual people. So beyond this opioid issue, there's tremendous potential for these players to offer a lot of value to the patients who are taking medicines.
I guess the question, thinking about drug prices within the broader healthcare context right now is, where is this all going in your view? Because I think from a certain vantage point, it says, well, eventually we'll have the the political will in place to make some sort of a Medicare for all system. I mean, I think a lot of people say the math says that's the inevitable outcome of all this. I mean, how do you see healthcare evolving in the next decade? Because the 2010s, of course, right, were really shaped by what did and didn't happen with the Obamacare Act in 2010.
I mean, it sort of depends on what Medicare for all means, right? Which I think every person who says Medicare for all has a different view of what that could mean. No, I don't see us going to a single payer system in the near future. I do see continued scrutiny on the drug prices. I actually see the private market continuing to self-regulate, both by not raising the list prices as much and by offering discounts. It's incredibly politically popular to complain about drug prices. It's not particularly politically popular to change legislation, in part because it will have a chilling effect on what drugs are developed. So I think you're going to continue to see a lot of yelling about it. But here we've seen drug prices have gone down, and there hasn't been a lot of yelling and praise, which is a bit indicative of how much of a positive reaction you get when drug prices actually go down, which is unfortunately not a lot.
A story that's not going away. Kirsten Axelson, visiting fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Thank you so much. And Anjali Kamlani. See you soon.
All right, coming up here on the final round, we'll have what we're watching tomorrow in the look ahead, plus fitness startup ClassPass raising big money. It's officially now a unicorn, is an IPO. Next for the company, we will talk to CEO Fritz Landman coming up after the break.
And now here's Miles with a look ahead at what will be making headlines on Thursday.
Well, on Wednesday, the NASDAQ hit a record high, so I guess the Middle East tension thing is all over and fixed. And while it would be a mistake to conclude that investors don't care about geopolitical tensions, it would not be a mistake to say that this event won't cause a market correction. Now, as we've chronicled extensively here at Yahoo Finance, geopolitical events can exacerbate prevailing market trends, but they rarely create new market trends on their own. Impeachment, for example, was the 2019 story that caused so many to ask so many times, why isn't this moving markets more? Well, it didn't move markets because earnings were better than feared and the Fed was cutting rates. The trend was that markets were going higher, and impeachment wasn't really going to change that. Now, perhaps Iran relations will take that role in 2020. Of course, if this market were to enter a corrective phase, we'd be more vulnerable to negative geopolitical shocks. But it's not because of what geopolitics mean to markets, but because of what everything means to a market that would be in a corrective phase. Again, shocks contribute to a trend. They tend not to create a new one, and Wednesday's action should clear up any confusion about this market's current character. Now, turning to the calendar for Thursday, on the economic data side, the weekly read on initial jobless claims is the only major report on the calendar. Then on the earnings front, Intuitive Surgical is the only major company set to report quarterly results. For viewers of Jen's Instagram story, you will remember Intuitive Surgical from Friday.
O's.
Still not over that.
The mentalist
I'm still not
was
over that.
able to get the ticker that Miles was thinking in his head, and it was Intuitive Surgical. It was crazy.
Did you see this on her story?
No.
It was insane.
It was amazing.
You had the mind reader on?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It was-
so great.
When was this?
Friday.
Why haven't people been talking about it around the office? I haven't heard a peep.
Because it was Friday, and as you
Friday
know,
at like
as you
4:30.
know, for the last 2 weeks, though Yahoo Finance was open, everyone decided they weren't going to work.
I was there, just not on your show.
Or all the days.
It's officially January, which means people everywhere are trying to fulfill their New Year's resolutions to work out more this year. Gym is packed. ClassPass is one of the boutique fitness players that stands to benefit. The fitness membership company that provides access to over 30,000 exercise studios has raised $285 million in new funding, which officially puts the company in the billion-dollar unicorn club. Fritz Landman is the CEO of ClassPass, and he joins us now to discuss. So, Fritz, I guess, what are you going to do with this money? What are the growth plans you have for ClassPass?
I mean, we're largely going to continue to do what we've been doing for the last 18 months, which is first expand globally. We've grown from 4 to 28 countries in the last 18 months, all over the world, and we have a lot more countries to go turn on that have enough fitness and wellness to support our proposition. The second priority is to continue to launch our corporate wellness program, where employers can subsidize ClassPass for their employees. We've had about 1,000 corporate employers sign up for that plan over the past year, including the likes of Google, Morgan Stanley, Facebook, Southwest Airlines, et cetera. And we need to take that global. And then the third priority is to continue adding not just fitness experiences. You know, our kind of old bread and butter was more studio fitness, but we've recently been adding a lot of gyms, so you can just go hit a treadmill or lift weights at a Crunch or a Gold's or a YouFit, but also wellness. So now you can get acupuncture, cryogenic treatments, meditation, spa treatments, stuff like that.
Now, Fritz, I want to talk a little bit about the state of the ClassPass business model, because it's changed a few times since you guys launched in 2013. Where exactly does it stand right now, maybe for viewers who haven't been following kind of the ins and outs of ClassPass? And you've talked about how you guys have made a couple pivots and turns. Obviously, your investors are excited about where you're at right now. But what's the last 7-year journey been like for you guys? I think probably more iterations of the company than some other competitors maybe go through in that kind of time span.
Yeah, it's been a long road, especially for my partner, the founder of the company, Payal Kadakia-Puji. She was working on this thing. It was 2 or 3 iterations before it even became ClassPass. We rebranded it as ClassPass in 2014. That's when I got involved as an investor and led the Series A and became the chairman. And at the time, it was 10 classes a month. We then went unlimited fitness, and that was obviously an insanely good proposition for consumers. But the business model was tricky, and our partners didn't love that because they felt like it was sort of devaluing their own brands. So when we then moved was to a cap plan world where you could buy individual plans for 5 or 10 classes a month. But our studio and gym partners wanted to be able to variably price their inventory. So what happened was we moved to a credit system. So 2 years ago, we launched a system where you choose a different tier based on your budget. You get a certain amount of credits in that tier, and then you can spend those credits or points against different experiences. And what happened was that migration led to a bunch of premium brands who never would have worked with us in the old world to start working with us, because now they could list their inventory at higher prices. And it led to brands who were holding back certain spots, maybe in a peak time. Now they could list those spots. They might be at a higher credit price, but it gave our customers more choice and flexibility. And as a result, our customers got happier, our growth accelerated. We had more partners make more money from joining ClassPass, and ultimately we win when our customers and our partners win.
Hey, Fritz, Dan Roberts here. Thanks for joining us today. I wanted to make sure I ask you about this. We've seen a number of boutique fitness studios recently dropped their partnerships with ClassPass, and some have put out statements about the revenue that they think they're giving up if they're on the ClassPass platform and offering up classes cheaper. Does your business model rely on those studios partnering with you? So, and does this create a problem for you guys moving forward if that trend increases?
Great question. I mean, our business absolutely relies on partners succeeding by working with us. This is why we've built these machine learning tools that optimize their revenue for them so they don't have to do work trying to set individual prices or do individual inventory allocations. And there might be a couple of examples of folks leaving, but by and large, we have over 30,000 different studio and gym partners, and over 95% of them in the history of the business, at least since we moved to this credit system 2.5 years ago, have stayed on ClassPass. Moreover, I think the fact that one of the leads in this round, Elle Catterton, the fact that they are the preeminent investor on that side of the world in the fitness brands, they're major investors in Equinox, Peloton, Exponential Brands, which owns Pure Barre and Cycle Bar, amongst others. They used to own Core Power Yoga. They invested in the business because they saw the positive impact that ClassPass was actually having on their brands. They would have never gotten behind us unless they had seen in their books of the businesses that they owned enormous positive impact from working with ClassPass. And that's what you're seeing with new partners such as Rumble, who recently joined.
Fritz, before we let you go, any chance we're going to see you guys go public in 2020?
Not in 2020. That's part of why we raised this round, was we wanted to have a bit more time before we had to, to face that decision. And this round puts us in control of our destiny and our timing. But that is the ultimate goal. We want to build a generational internet company, and an IPO will be the best way to give our shareholders liquidity. And ultimately, that's what Amazon and Microsoft and Google and the other great internet companies have done.
Thanks so much for joining us, Fritz Landman, ClassPass CEO. I have a bunch of credits. Maybe this is going to inspire me to go.
There you go.
I got to get back out there instead of just rolling them over. Fritz, great talking to you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up here, we'll have more on the final round. Plus, Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki joins us to discuss his new book with co-author Ted Seidel, Who Stole My Pension? We are back with that conversation right after this. Welcome back to the final round here on Yahoo Finance. Miles Zeldin with you in New York. I'm joined as always by my co-host Jen Rogers and Yahoo Finance editor-at-large Dan Roberts on this Wednesday. Let's take a look at where the market settled During today's session, eventful day for the markets. If you were looking at your phone last night and you saw futures down 1.5%, that was not lying to you, but we rebound sharply off those lows. The NASDAQ logging a new record close. The Dow about 120 points away from a record. The S&P had been in record territory for some of the afternoon. Part of today's trading session, closing 4 points away from a record. All three majors, though, finishing higher during today's session. Well, our next guests are taking on the pension crisis by taking a look at what they believe is the main cause: mismanagement of pensions and investments. Joining us now to discuss is Robert Kiyosaki and Ted Seidel, authors of Who Stole My Pension? So I guess we'll start with kind of we were just discussing before we came on live. There are two kinds of pensioners, both of whom I guess are getting screwed by what's happening here. Robert, we'll start with the 401k world. What's happening to the folks there who thought maybe they could retire and now are finding out they might come up short?
Well, the reason the book is so important is because there's two kinds of pensions. Ted is an SEC attorney, and the old guys are getting, you know what, and they're the firefighters, police officers, and school teachers. So that pension is called the defined benefit. So my generation, the old guys, baby boomers, around 1974, they took away the defined benefit, and they shifted it to defined contribution, 401k, IRAs. And this is all over the world. So the reason there's two authors is he's the expert at how the government employees are taking it, but they're going to affect both pensions. I mean, they go hand in hand. So my generation with 401k, we're hosed also. And you guys are in serious trouble.
We're like, because there's no Social Security, there's
gone.
nothing. Let's start with people that actually had a pension, like one of those dreams, like your grandparents or somebody that just worked for GE for a long time, and then you don't. I mean, does it really happen that somebody that thinks they had a pension is going to get nothing?
Well, I don't know about nothing, but pension benefits are being slashed and pensions are being eliminated all the time. The PBGC, the federal government agency, has taken over 5,000 failed pensions. And state and local pensions, over half of them have cut benefits since 2008 recession. So widespread cutting of benefits.
And is this a political issue, you guys? Or is this is nonpartisan in terms of the policies changing?
Well, it's a political issue in that both parties are to blame, because basically who's profiting here? It's Wall Street. Who's losing? Main Street. So both parties feed at the Wall Street trough. So it's a bipartisan issue, really.
And for the young guys like you have no Social Security. And if the defined benefit and the DC collide, defined 401k collide, everything goes down. So that's why I wrote this book, Who Stole My Pension?
Well, and thinking about the 401k savers like myself and Jen, but myself and Dan, right? So we're looking at a very long time. Yes, exactly.
Maximum contribution.
I mean, what's going to happen to millennials who think the numbers say we're on track?
You're not on track.
Right, well, what's going to happen when we get to retirement and it's, I've saved 600 grand, but guess what? You need 3 times that to retire for 15 years.
Well, the 401k was never intended to be a retirement plan, and 401k will never provide the retirement security that a pension would. So, like you said, your average 401k participant at age 65 has maybe $35,000 saved.
That's my generation.
Yeah, that's assuming you have a 401k. That doesn't include the people who don't have a 401k.
Yeah.
So how are you going to retire on $35,000 plus you're going to get maybe $15,000 a year from Social Security? That's what your retirement looks like.
Okay, so
what's the
there's got to be an answer. Like,
Help out.
this can't be so all depressing. What can people do?
Well, that's why I wrote the book. If you're in Ted's camp, which is a defined benefit, which is the state employees, those guys, there's things you can do. If you're in my camp, which is a defined contribution, there's definitely things you can do. But you've got to start earlier than before the crash hits. The prediction is this pension crisis is the new defined, that subprime mortgage. It's subprime pensions that are going to crash this market. So that's why I wrote this book. And there's one thing terrible about mortgages versus pensions. You don't get younger.
Yeah.
This is going to happen because everybody's getting older.
Is a solution, and I imagine some of our viewers are wondering this as they watch this, is the solution to be more aggressive and take more risks in investing?
I would say because you're young, start changing earlier. But like for me, I'm a real estate guy. And if you own a property, there's a lot of things you can do. Like I have a friend who took his house and he now created 3 houses out of it. I don't know how he did it. He got through zoning. But now he's collecting 3 a rent.
First, you got to own a house to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
But the key thing for
things you can do.
for 401ks is not taking on more risk. It's reducing your costs, cutting the fees, because fees will eat away at your principal. 1% fee paid, an excessive 1% fee paid for 30 years will reduce your ending balance by 50% or more. So the minute you start in a 401k, the first thing you should be looking at is, are the fees are the costs as low as they possibly can be? So moving into index funds, away from actively managed funds, things like that. But that should be your point of entry, the very first question you ask when the company hands you your 401k plan. You look at the menu, are these low-cost funds? If they're not, you need to be active and
the good thing is you guys are still young. That's the.
I like how you keep saying this.
Yeah, but hey, my generation, where it's too late. The clock is ticked.
Well, and then Ted, just quickly on that point, we're in this world, all we hear about is active versus passive. Everyone seems to know that low cost is where it's headed, but you must see amazing things when people come to you and they say, "Here's my plan is," and that's they had a 5% load, and then on the back end there's 7%. I can only imagine.
I see mind-blowing things where when you talk about alternative investments in pensions like hedge funds, hedge fund of funds, private equity, I see fees as high as 10% a year. 10% a
I've seen
year.
about 20%.
So if the market,
that's not for the medallion fund either.
No. So if you're looking at the expected returns in the market for the next 10 years of, let's say, 7%, and you're paying fees of 10%, you've got all your profits are going to Wall Street. You're not getting anything. So the one thing you can control is cost. You can't control the performance of your investments. But focusing on cost is a key issue.
And what I did is I didn't go public. I'm not in the public markets. I'm private markets. So that's all the hedge funds and those guys. That's my world. I like that world much better than the public markets. So there's a lot of things you can do, but like I said, you have time on your side. That's the most important thing when it comes to getting older. You have time.
All right.
Us guys are old.
I will try to use time to my advantage. Robert Kiyosaki, Ted Seidel, thanks so much for coming by. The book is called Who Stole My Pension? It's out on January 14th. Really appreciate you guys stopping by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, are Harry and Meghan quitting the royal family? It is the biggest story of the day, really. We have the latest after the break. Duke and Duchess of Sussex are officially stepping back from their royal roles. The announcement was posted to the couple's joint Instagram account, Sussex Royal, which states that after many months of reflection and internal discussion, we have chosen to make a transition this year and starting to carve out a progressive new role within this institution. We intend to step back as senior members of the royal family and work to become financially independent while continuing to fully support Her Majesty the Queen. The announcement also revealed that the royal couple will be dividing their time between the United Kingdom and North America as they work on the launch of a new charitable entity. And, Miles, we subsequently heard from Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, they said discussions are just beginning on how this will look.
It sounded a little bit like, not so fast.
It sounded like...
Of course so, not so fast.
They said
Yes.
it's complicated.
Yes.
It's complicated.
One thing, though, to discuss.
Oh, boy.
The Piers Morgan tweet, which was, they're quitting the royal family.
They are quitting.
They are.
Miles thinks that's right. They're quitting.
They are trying to quit their jobs.
Quitting sounds to me like a mischaracterization.
The follow-up...
Stepping back, fine. Stepping back from our roles as senior member, fine. They're not quitting the family because you can't quit the family. They're royals.
The follow-up from Buckingham Palace that negotiations are beginning about this makes it clear that stepping back is a euphemism for quitting, and Buckingham Palace is saying, you can't quit.
Right.
So
you can't quit.
But they are quitting.
It's like you
They
say,
are
I've
quitting.
decided I'm not going to talk to my parents ever again. Well, I still wouldn't say you're quitting being an Udland. You're an Udland, and your parents are your parents.
They're trying to quit the firm of the royal family, not the family. It is a business operation, and they are quitting the family business or trying to. Well, obviously you can't quit your family. They will still celebrate people's birthdays. I mean, I don't know.
But maybe not all the
more than that.
They're not. Right. They're going to do more than that. You want to know why? Because they're going to run out of money.
Well,
this whole financially independent thing.
Right.
Like,
now Meghan can return for these Suits reboot.
Do these guys even know what is going on with the pension crisis?
yeah, do they know? I mean,
We just went over the last time it happened on The Crown.
I'm sure they can get a lot of Instagram sponsored content, but
sure,
it's going to
if they
get
wanna-
pretty boring after a while.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I don't know. They could just do, gummy hair care and all that stupid.
Oh, they're going to start. They'll start a lifestyle brand.
Hashtag Spawn.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do a new minimalist skincare thing.
Simply by giving talks at companies like Hillary did.
It's like
or
a former,
signing autographs.
like a
They can
former
make a lot of
president.
money.
They write a book, get all the money from the book. They're quitting.
They'll be just fine. No,
They're
don't
quitting
like
being royals.
Don't think
Prince
that's
Harry is sixth in line to the crown.
Right.
Behind all three of his brothers.
He's never going to be king.
Right. So he's like, I don't need this.
I don't
And
need
he's like,
to do this day to day. Right.
just to be a prince. And also, his wife is like, I don't really like this anyway. So.
But he's still a prince.
Okay, but
Is he relinquishing his title?
Just because your
he's not doing that yet.
birthright is a certain thing doesn't mean that you have to take that right.
He has no right. He doesn't get anything.
I don't know.
No, he obviously has some things. He has obligations and responsibilities and
some
things that are
privilege.
bestowed to being the Duke of Sussex. And he says, I'm good on that.
Which royal couple do you prefer, Miles?
I don't really have a view on the royal couples.
Okay. Really?
I mean, it's
You don't
like
just
there's
prefer
only
William and Kate?
There's two of them.
I'm a
There's two of
Harry and
them.
Meghan guy, and this makes me like them even
Was
more.
I supposed to have a take on this?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Go Harry and Meghan.
Look,
but I don't
Team
think
William and
The
Kate.
Lifetime movie of William and Kate did not make William seem that great. So
I watched both.
Right. So I'll just go with the other Lifetime movie, which made Harry seem slightly more charming than
I
his
liked
older
when they
brother.
went to meet Grandma, the Queen.
I didn't watch it. I guess I have to go watch it. We'll see. Well, they are going to try and be financially independent. Maybe she'll go back to movies. Bloomberg
both
is
just model.
estimating that they could get speaking engagements at $100,000 per appearance.
Sure.
That's low. Bill Clinton
That's low.
gets
Yep.
500. They,
Well, I guess that's an appearance. I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
That's just for showing up. Then if you talk, you get double.
maybe they'll come on the final round next.
We would love that. Dan Roberts, thank you for coming on
I'm
Oh,
the
out.
final round.
All right.
Dan Roberts is stepping back from his role on today's final
But
round.
not quitting. I am headed to Sauce, a hot new pizza place in New York.
You can't quit
I'll
us.
let you know.
We want a full report. Sauce.
The second day of CES 2020 is wrapping up today in Las Vegas. Consumer privacy remains a central theme this year. Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley spoke to FTC Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter about these concerns and how the federal government could address them in 2020.
We're here with FTC Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter, and we're talking about CES 2020 because we're here in Las Vegas at CES 2020. And I think one of the big things that seems to have permeated the show is privacy. Google had an announcement. One of the big parts of it was privacy, and that's something that we keep hearing about and seeing more and more companies violate privacy issues. I guess for you as a commissioner, where do you see privacy in tech going? And do you think we'll eventually have something on the federal level that can give us kind of privacy protections?
Sure. So this is a super important issue, privacy, and I would add to it data security and data use and abuse generally, because it's not just about individual privacy. There's also questions about what happens to our data downstream in the sort of black box of data brokers. How is that turned around against us to target content or make, algorithmic decisions for people? So those are all really important questions that we need to grapple with among the sea of technology that provides incredibly innovative and important services and also collects extremely almost incomprehensible amounts of data. So to your question, I think it is a really important issue. I'm glad it's one that people are talking about a lot, because as I walk around the show floor and I'm so impressed with all of the innovations and developments I'm seeing, I also see lots of risk and lots of opportunities for example, a connected car or an autonomous vehicle. That's an amazing opportunity, but if an autonomous vehicle, if control of it can be assumed by a malicious actor, that's an incredible security risk about which we need to be concerned. So it's very much front of mind for me. I'm glad to hear it's front of mind for the people that you're talking to. And to the extent that you're asking about federal privacy law and federal privacy legislation, I think it is an important thing. I think it's something that's being actively worked on, and I'm optimistic for the future. And in the meantime, the FTC has and will continue to and must enforce the laws that we have, and should do it as aggressively as possible to protect consumer privacy and make sure that we are being thoughtful and keeping up to date with the kinds of data uses and data abuses that are affecting real people.
I guess, we talk about, in addition to 5G, privacy, 5G is kind of top of mind here, and that's going to be a technology that's going to transform, so we hear, much of what we do. I guess, what are your feelings on the technology, and are you optimistic for its applications? Are there any inherent risks that might be involved with something along those lines? Where do you stand on kind of the next step for 5G?
Well, again, I think like anything else, we need to be concerned not only about opportunity, but also about risk. And network security is a huge issue, both in terms of the network itself, in terms of the infrastructure and equipment that we're thinking about. That's an important thing. One thing I'm a little sensitive to is we hear a lot about the hype and the promise of 5G, and that's great. I'm not sure we always see the details put with that more concretely than 5G is going to revolutionize the world. And one thing I personally worry about is 5G-enabled devices being sold to consumers before a network is deployed that allows them to use it. So if I bought a 5G phone today, I might be super excited about all of its potential for speed and decreased latency and all of those things. But if I can't get on a 5G network, then I just have a phone that was maybe a little bit more expensive. And so I want to make sure that consumers are getting the benefit of their bargain when they're buying these updated 5G devices. We need to really have a network available to utilize them.
All right, Commissioner Slaughter, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up here on the final round, we'll have what you missed today on Yahoo Finance, and we are back with that right after this. now for all the best moments that you missed today right here on Yahoo Finance.
You started to see the market start to come off and pare back gains after Donald Trump tweeted last night that all was well. Very minimal damage over there, 0 casualties, 0 lives lost. So I think the market is telling you that that's probably about as aggressive as things are going to get over there, at least here for the near term.
Once the decision was made to assassinate Qasem Soleimani, I changed my New Year's resolution to trying to help talk people off the ledge and say that World War III is not imminent, right? I mean, it is very clear that Trump has not wanted war with Iran, and if he had wanted to wag the dog, he had had plenty of opportunities to do so.
We're looking to Boeing to hopefully get through their challenges with the MAX and be able to get the technology and the next generation aircraft that we really need to continue to advance our opportunities to grow.
I think for this round of conflict, I think the Islamic Republic is down. I think is finished for what it had to do. It had to take so-called revenge for the assassination of General Soleimani, and they are now happy that they have done it.
Cyber warfare is the 5th domain of war: sea, air, land, space, cyberspace. It has the lowest, highest reward and the lowest risk in terms of a kinetic action.
Silently, a lot of the Gulf countries are happy. At the same time, openly, they would say they're not happy, but they're happy that the Iranians got the message that President Trump is going to create a lot of havoc. But it's not good. It's not good for everyone. But I think this is kind of it for the time being.
Let's take a final look at where the markets finished for today. NASDAQ
record. That's right.
NASDAQ record all-time high. A lot of 6s there. I don't know. Are you just like a conspiracy suspicious person? But Dow and S&P, not records, but we are higher. Today was a little bit of a relief rally. Definitely not at the highs of the session here. The only sector that was to the downside was energy. Commodities overall looking lower here. Oil off about 5%, crude below $60, despite all the tensions in Iran.
Well, Bespoke Investment Group, we highlighted it over the weekend. They said we would not be rampant buyers of WTI on this pop because it has not really shown a propensity to sustain this on geopolitical events. And hey, what do you know? $6 a barrel later, and they were right.
Here we are. That's all for now from New York. I'm Jen Rogers with Miles Udland, and this is the final round on Yahoo Finance.